Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. Thank you all for joining us on this Friday, October 28th, as we take this Live Now look from Washington, D.C. Now, check out the stories on the left side of your screen here. We are paying attention to some very big headlines, including the takeover of Twitter. We'll have a live conversation with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader in just a bit on the big news that is really stirring up social media. But in the meantime, let's talk about the economy and midterm elections, two top concerns for voters as we are just 11 days away from that big day. Now, the United States economy showed growth in its last quarter. Good news, but there are still storm clouds on the horizon, which is why the economy is still the #1 issue for voters ahead of the polls in the midterm elections. From Washington, Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is bringing us that story.
America's gross domestic product grew more than expected at 2.6% in the third quarter. The good news follows 2 quarters of a contracting economy. Analysts say this should be a sign to the Federal Reserve to stop aggressively raising interest rates and risking a damaging recession.
I think the bulk of the inflation is really behind us, and that's why I think the Fed being too tight is really very bad for our economy.
At the top of voters' minds heading into the midterms in less than 2 weeks is the economy and what it costs to live daily lives.
I think that we're going to see one more shift back to our side in the closing days. And let me tell you why I think that. We're starting to see some of the good news on the economy. We're moving in the right direction.
A big expense for consumers has been fuel. AAA shows that while gas prices have been consistently falling, diesel has not. In fact, it has gone up compared to a month ago. And when comparing gas and diesel a year ago, diesel has not returned from summer price highs.
What are we doing to prepare for the winter and to ramp up supply of diesel?
Not only are we ready for fluctuations that could come, and of course the prices are going down, and we think that's important, but that we are also doing what we can to help our European friends and partners who are also going to be facing a long, cold winter.
The Federal Reserve is expected to again raise interest rates next week. Deutsche Bank economists say the U.S. will likely be in a moderate recession mid-next year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from the United States Capitol building, control of Congress is in the air. Campaigns are throwing it all on the field with less than 2 weeks to go until Election Day. But it's also a moment that candidates can be tripped up, especially in high stakes races. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington again with more.
In 2 Senate races, October has held a lot of unwelcome surprises and setbacks. In Georgia's Senate race, another woman declining to be named is alleging Republican Herschel Walker not only paid for an abortion back in 1993, but drove her to the clinic. It's the second such allegation after the mother of one of his children claimed that Walker paid for her abortion in 2009. As a candidate, Walker says he is staunchly pro-life.
This seat is too important for me to stand by or to step down. It's a lie, and I want everyone out there to know it's a lie.
Tuesday's Senate debate in Pennsylvania between Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz showed the struggle Fetterman is facing since suffering a stroke earlier this year. He says he has a hard time with auditory processing.
I may not get every word the right way, but I will always do the right thing in Washington, D.C.
Some questioning if Fetterman is fit enough for office, while others say his stumbles aren't a problem.
From day one, once he had a stroke, I felt he should have dropped out.
His health may hurt him a little bit, but he has good ideas.
Fetterman's campaign claims despite his struggles on stage following the debate, they raised $2 million. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, taking a live now look from New York City, where the time is now 7:06. Thank you all so much for starting your morning with us here at Live Now from Fox. Now, President Biden was in Syracuse, New York, defending the state of the economy after a better than expected GDP report showing the United States economy grew last quarter. But some economic experts are still wary. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more.
Great economic report today, the GDP report. Things are looking good.
President Biden quick to celebrate. After shrinking in the first half of 2022, the U.S. economy saw a bump in the third quarter. GDP grew at an annual rate of 2.6% per a new government estimate.
We're back in the game. We're competing again in a big way.
The bounce is due in large part to increases in exports, consumer spending, and government spending. So some economic experts say the boost may be deceptive.
That masks underlying problems within the economy that we're seeing already. The economy is slowing down. It's expected to slow down a whole lot more in the very near future.
Home sales are already slowing down. This week, the average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage reached 7.08%, the first time in 20 years. It's another sign the Federal Reserve's aggressive moves to raise interest rates are rippling throughout the economy.
They're paying more money for just the necessities of life, whether it's food or gas or their used car. They now can't afford to buy a home.
The economic pessimism, a major problem for Democrats with midterms quickly approaching.
And a lot of Democrats I've talked to in the last week are concerned that the party spent so much time talking about abortion that they didn't address the many voter concerns about inflation and the state of the economy.
While President Biden tried to draw contrast with Republicans on the economy during his event in Syracuse on Thursday, a Fox News poll shows 62% of voters disapprove of his performance on the issue. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Madela Rivera bringing us that update on President Biden as he's speaking to the United States economy. Now, let's dive into the latest report from our colleagues at Fox Business. It was a mixed day on the markets on Thursday, and why you're paying so much more in credit card interest, a lot of people are asking this question. So Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has these stories and more in this morning's Fox Means Business report.
The U.S. economy rebounding over the summer. The latest reading of gross domestic product, which measures our economy, shows it grew at a 2.6% annual rate in the third quarter. That was more than expected and reverses 2 straight quarters of the GDP actually shrinking. That news not helping Wall Street much. The market's ending mixed on Thursday as investors continue to monitor the new earnings season and hoping the Federal Reserve will slow down on hiking interest rates. Those rate hikes are making it more expensive to use your plastic. According to Wallet Hub, folks with credit card debt have shelled out an additional $20 billion in interest payments so far this year. The cost of taking out a mortgage is also rising. Freddie Mac says the national average for a 30-year fixed-rate loan topped 7% this week for the first time since 2002. It's more than doubled from this time last year. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Our economy continues to beat expectations. It grew last quarter, even as the Federal Reserve repeatedly raised interest rates. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what this means and where it's headed. Craig?
Well, the economy grew slightly, but grew nonetheless, 2.6% on an annual rate. What you really watch, though, is quarter to quarter. There it grew 0.6%. And that is something that really defies conventional wisdom. But we keep learning that that's something that doesn't always apply in unconventional times. The GDP, or gross domestic product, measures the value of all the things that we make and all the services we provide as a nation. And we get a temperature reading every 3 months to measure whether our economy is shrinking or growing and by how much. Well, the first 2 readings of this year showed declines. And as you may recall, a lot of pundits claim that meant recession.
Fact is that 10 times we've had 2 negative quarters or more since the Second World War, and every time it was a recession.
But that's not how we define and determine recessions. And those naysayers who projected continuing declines just missed. The third quarter GDP just showed our economy is growing again. It grew 0.6% in the third quarter, once again defying expectations, while we still have what economists consider full employment. And while high inflation persists, and that's blowing political winds in favor of Republicans, our growing economy and strong job market may also shift some momentum back to the Democrats in the closing days of the midterm campaigns.
We're starting to see some of the good news on the economy. We're moving in the right direction.
But there are also some other points of concern besides the obvious of inflation. The housing market is showing signs of significant decline in sales and in new construction as mortgage rates hit 7% for the first time in 2 decades. And while consumer spending rose 0.4%, the rate of consumer spending is down 0.1 point from the prior quarter. And the Federal Reserve can and likely will raise interest rates yet again next week. That's coming on November the 2nd. The expectation is we will get another hike, perhaps of 3/4 of a point yet again. And that's driving some tension in light of these numbers that show maybe raising interest rates have worked to a certain extent, and we may not need more rate hikes in order to get inflation on the run. But the Fed does not appear to be convinced. That's where this tension between, wait a minute, you don't want to break the economy for the sake of fixing inflation, but the Fed is saying we have to fix inflation at all costs.
Well, if the pace of consumer spending is slowing, how can our economy be growing?
Isn't that something? You have to see new growth while you see slowing growth. On the surface, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The short answer is that unusual things happen in unusual times. Sort of a longer answer would be that we are now exporting more than we did, and we are importing less. Imports don't count toward GDP. So American consumers are spending more of their money now on services as opposed to imports from other nations, while we are now sending more export stuff we make to other nations and profiting from it.
All right. Thank you for that explanation, Craig Patrick.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. Let's take a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because on the other side, the takeover of Twitter may be a done deal this morning. We'll bring you all the latest details in 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:16 here on the East Coast, continuing to bring you all top stories and breaking news. Now let's get to a headline that has been causing a frenzy on social media. The Twitter takeover by Elon Musk may just be a done deal this morning. There are reports that billionaire Elon Musk, as you see here, has taken control and has already fired some of the company's top executives. Joining us live from Washington, D.C. with more this morning is Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. Good morning, Doug. What can you tell us?
Good morning. Some Twitter users may already be testing the waters and pushing boundaries to see if there are new free speech rules in place as Elon Musk takes the helm. Well, some Twitter users are already testing the waters and pushing boundaries to see if there are new free speech rules in place as Elon Musk takes the helm. Earlier this week, Elon Musk strode into Twitter's San Francisco headquarters carrying a sink. Let that sink in, he said. And just overnight, it all came down to a 4-word tweet. The bird is freed, he wrote. And there are reports that he has already fired several top executives, including the CEO.
I believe that Elon Musk buying Twitter and owning Twitter will be the end of Twitter.
Some users are already predicting Twitter's demise, but Musk has promised a new emphasis on free speech with some limits. In a message to help calm advertisers, he wrote, "Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape. Our platform must be warm and welcoming to all." Twitter and other social media companies like Facebook have been criticized for censoring posts. Already, some Twitter users are testing limits. One verified account tweeted, "Testing, testing, men can't have babies. Testing, testing."
I think we have the endless proof that without guardrails on a platform like Twitter or really anywhere on social media, you end up with hate, misogyny, conspiracy theories.
Musk and Twitter will now be under intense scrutiny as the platform ushers in new changes.
Okay, what will Elon's legacy be? Will it be kind of being the pioneer of EVs, or will it be the guy who saved free speech and saved democracy? Because he's paying $44 billion for a company that's probably worth $10 billion.
And beyond all of the free speech issues, that is another looming question, whether Musk can make this investment pay off. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, and that was the latest from our Fox News correspondent, Doug Luzader. We'll have more on this topic in just a bit.
Russian President Vladimir Putin blames the U.S. and its allies for escalating the conflict in Ukraine. During a speech in Moscow, he cited Western support for Kyiv as part of an effort to secure global domination.
Power over the world is what the so-called West has put on the line in its game, that the game is dangerous, bloody, and I would say dirty.
Putin says Russia does not consider itself a Western enemy, but warns countries will face a high price for trying to impose their values on Moscow.
The people of the world will not turn a blind eye to that policy of coercion that has long discredited itself.
As tensions build, Russia warns the U.S. it could target Western commercial satellites if they are used to help Ukraine. Troops have relied on these tools to remain connected on the front lines. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says any attack on U.S. infrastructure will be met with an appropriate response.
We have been very clear from the very beginning that you would see a very significant response from the international community. So this is important to the world.
The threats come as Ukrainian forces ramp up their efforts to retake Kherson. More than 70,000 residents have been evacuated from the illegally annexed region. Nearby, people have fled to shelters as Russia increases its strikes on civilian infrastructure.
We can't spend any night at home. We have been here every single night.
As Ukraine's forces move in, Russian-backed officials are also fleeing Kherson. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox.
As Russia continued drills simulating a massive nuclear strike and an intercontinental ballistic missile launch, the Pentagon rolled out its long-awaited national defense strategy, and Putin told foreign policy experts the United States was wrong to destroy its relations with China over Taiwan, adding Russia recognizes Taiwan as part of China, criticizing recent visits by U.S. officials, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who he referred to as Grandma.
Why did that old woman have to go to Taiwan? It's absurd. Some might think that there is some calculation, but I do not think there's any calculation at all. All there is to it is arrogance and a sense of impunity.
The Pentagon's national defense strategy calls Russia an acute threat, but the People's Republic of China a bigger long-term challenge.
The PRC is the only competitor out there with both the intent to reshape the international order and increasingly the power to do so.
Despite multiple veiled threats, Putin said today he never intentionally suggested he would use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, blaming the West for the war.
The West in recent years, and especially in recent months, has taken a number of steps to escalate. This is the incitement of war in Ukraine. These are provocations around Taiwan.
Putin said Ukraine is preparing a dirty bomb, something Austin denied. To deter Putin, the U.S. is accelerating plans to send upgraded B-61-12 air-dropped gravity bombs to NATO bases in Europe, while scrapping a sea-based tactical nuclear cruise missile.
We did not need that capability. We have a lot of capability in our nuclear inventory.
Today, China's President Xi, in his first message to the U.S. since his unprecedented third term, said he stands ready to work with Washington and hopes to find the right way to get along with the U.S. in what sounded like a coordinated message with Putin. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
So let's talk about all of that even more with national security expert Hal Kempfer. He's standing by. Hal, good to see you. I don't think we've spoken since Monday, and a lot has happened since. I want to talk, though, because we were kind of treated again to one of Putin's hours-long rambling diatribes against the West today at this forum in Moscow. But he did say something quite interesting. He said, we're ready to restart dialogue on strategic stability with the United States. And he said Moscow has no intention of using nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Do you believe him?
Andrew, it's been kind of an interesting day on nuclear weapons. He's not the only time we've heard this. We heard it a couple different places today where he said we're not going to use nuclear weapons. We're not going to use nuclear weapons. And even denying that they'd ever even rattled the nuclear weapon saber, if you will. That's actually the big question is, does anybody believe them at this point? What we're seeing, and we've seen this an exceptional display of this over the last month, is using information in lieu of actual activity on the ground, things within the war. They basically are using any rhetorical tool they can in any way they can, and things like the big nuclear exercise they did. All of this is to substitute for their inability to hold ground in Ukraine or make any progress in Ukraine. So there's a little bit of an offset there. And I think some of this today is a recognition, and it wasn't just Putin. It's not the only place that was said today, that they maybe rattled that saber too hard, that they were losing ground in other areas around the world, that some of their ostensive allies are distancing themselves, and I say that particularly Xi is getting concerned about this rhetoric, this nuclear rhetoric, and also not to be forgotten, India has always historically had a pretty close relationship with Russia. They've always had a lot of arms procurement from Russia, and Modi has been very, very strong in his language towards Putin as far as this whole Ukrainian war and what Russia is doing there. and that is a bit of a strategic shift. So I think I'm not surprised that he did back it off. Do I believe him? I frankly I have difficulty believing anything that Putin says. You know, he'll say one thing one day and change it the next day, and then deny he said what he said the day before. And so, yeah, he's got a huge credibility problem, and I don't think he really understands that you know, even in this information age where we're overwhelmed with information, there is a point where people will literally start to write you off. And I think that's what he's facing on the international scene is foreign leaders are literally starting to write him off. And I would point to the UN today, where they basically, the Security Council told the Russian ambassador to quit wasting our time with these accusations that the U.S. was involved in some sort of biological weapons program in Ukraine. They basically all came around and just told the Russian ambassador, stop, just quit wasting our time. Why do you keep doing this?
Yeah, I just want to refer yet again to some of the other statements. I mean, this was like I said, hours long, you know, really rambling speech. It was also there was a Q&A portion as well. And we saw similar refrains that Putin makes against the West. You know, he kind of claims this fictitious multipolar world that is emerging, that the global hegemon of the United States is no longer as powerful as everyone thinks. He said the only real guarantor of the sovereignty and state integrity of Ukraine could only be Russia, which created today's Ukraine. We've heard that rhetoric from him before. He brought up the assassination of Qasem Soleimani by the United States, the Iranian, one of the Iranian military leaders there. He said as well about kind of the U.S. intervention and involvement in the war in Ukraine. I'm reading from the Washington Post story. He says, unlike the West, we do not climb into someone else's yard. So as far as Putin is concerned, Hal, the West at all, but mostly the United States, they are pulling the levers inside of Ukraine, orchestrating and operating this war.
You know, it's interesting. He's been trying to rhetorically, particularly as they've just been, basically their military operations have been falling apart and they've had to pull back so much. He's been trying to reframe this, and this is really aimed at more of a domestic audience, but reframe the entire thing as a war between, or a conflict between Russia and the West. And the way he kind of explains it, he basically is making Ukraine sound like a puppet of the West. And he points at things, even when we talk about some of the coordination stuff, you know, I'm sure he seizes on that language when he sees, you know, us talking openly about how we coordinate our activities with Ukraine to help them to make sure they're getting weapons and other things that they need. He sees that as basically the U.S. is trying to control Ukraine. Now, the discussion of a multipolar world, that was very interesting language. That's been around for a while. That really goes back, you know, 30-some years, where there was discussion of the bipolar world was going to turn into a multipolar world at the end of the Cold War. And then there was a lot of discussion about, by the mid-'90s to late 90s, that we had entered somewhat of a unipolar world, where the U.S. was the only surviving superpower. We didn't have a near-peer competitor anywhere in the world. And so now he's going back to the multipolar world. But if you heard Secretary Austin talking, and I think it's the National Defense Strategy kind of makes this clear, that was just released today, that China is truly our strategic competitor, our near-peer competitor, and certainly as much of a distraction, as much as a threat to certainly European security that Russia poses, that in terms of a broader global picture, China is is making efforts to try and change the global security arrangement, the international system, and it's really refocusing our entire strategy to really look at China in ways that I think we were kind of looking at before, but I think we're looking at much more strongly now. And I know certainly from my former service, the Marine Corps, we have made tremendous changes focusing on China. And there's a lot of back and forth with the Marine Corps, a lot of contention about that. Is this a good strategic move? But the Commandant of the Marine Corps has been very clear about design, focus on the Pacific, and really focus at China. And I think that's in line with what you just heard Secretary Austin say. So Russia doesn't want to hear that. Russia wants to say it's a multipolar world because Russia wants to believe that they're one of those poles.
Right.
And basically what we're saying is, no, you're kind of a distraction, but you're not. It's going to go to a bipolar world. And by the way, that pole is not you. And that's, I got to tell you, from a perspective, from a Russian ego perspective, from a Putin's ego perspective, that's a bitter pill. And I think he's reacting to that.
Hal, just lastly, I've kind of been coming to this sense over the last week because I've been hearing a lot from Zelensky, from Putin, from President Biden, from congressional leaders, European leaders, that this war has no end in sight, and that there is no off-ramp, and that we are approaching the winter months. And that both sides are very, very dug in. Now, notwithstanding the incredible gains the Ukrainian counteroffensive is making, but, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see an end in sight to this.
It's not going to happen real soon. What you are seeing is tremendous gains. The Kharkiv counteroffensive was extremely successful. There is some back and forth around Bakhmut. In that area, that's where the Wagner group is fighting hard, and they've been exchanging terrain back and forth. They're not making any gains. Strategically, has become virtually irrelevant, except for the Wagner group wants to say that they took something that the Ministry of Defense could not take. There's a little bit of competition internal with Russian forces there. Kherson, a lot of discussion. I'm having a tough time separating the propaganda and the information operations, saying that they're going to defend Kherson. They're not going to let, it's going to be fierce urban fighting and all this stuff. At the same time, the troops up there are really, really poor quality, low morale, not likely to withstand a considerable defense. But it is an urban defense, and with urban defense, you can have lower quality troops hold land as long as the opponent doesn't have an overwhelming force advantage. But I think Kherson's going to fall. I think the big thing, though, is over time, and this will improve with the logistics. We just announced today that the NASAM, the very advanced anti-air system, air defense system that we have, say, in Washington, D.C. and other places around the world, that system will be, the first ones will be delivered into Ukraine in early November. Once these air defense systems are in place, that will neutralize a lot of what has created the perception that Russia is able to really hold on, which has been their use of drones and whatever remaining missiles they have. Once those things are really being taken out in much higher percentages, much higher quantities, that advantage the Russians have now will start to slip away. And without that advantage, not so much on the battleground in Ukraine, but the battle that Putin is fighting to maintain his position in Moscow. And so when I hear a lot of this rhetoric, yes, it's going to take a while to shift the terrain, the battle space, if you will, in Ukraine. But he's fighting a two-front war, and that second front is heating up for him a lot, and that's the ability to maintain power. And I think the increased number of unusual deaths of senior gas and oil executives and others, and some of the movement of personnel around, is a direct reflection that he is picking up on plots to have, for something to happen to him.
Okay.
And so I think he's seeing that, and he's also seeing his base, that ultra-nationalist base, really critical of what he's been doing. So he's doing what he can to offset that, but there's a clock ticking, and it's clicking, and it's ticking in Ukraine and ticking in Moscow.
Okay. Hal Kempfer, as always, we thank you for your time. We'll be speaking again, no doubt. Have a good night, Hal.
Okay, you too, Andrew.
So let's talk about all of...
All right, huge thank you to Andrew Kraft. Switching gears and bringing you all the latest when it comes to midterm elections. So Democrats in Pennsylvania are growing worried about a Senate race that once seemed to lean heavily in their favor. This week's debate performance by John Fetterman could provide a crucial boost to Republican Dr. Oz. Now, Fox News correspondent Brian Linus has more from Philadelphia.
To be honest with you, doing that debate wasn't exactly easy. I have a lot of good days, and every now and then I'll have a bad day.
Democrat Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman addressing his rough Tuesday night debate performance.
Dr. Oz would not support, and he would support cutting Medicare.
A debate Democrats now fear was a mistake.
Well, it looks like the debate didn't hurt us as much in Pennsylvania.
I understand why they agreed to the debate. I wouldn't have. I would have skipped it.
With control of the U.S. Senate on the line, Democrats are now rushing to Fetterman's defense as he continues to struggle with lingering effects from a stroke suffered in May.
I think with even more months of recovery, he's going to be back to where he was.
The president has found him to be impressive, incredibly bright and talented person.
A new ad from former President Obama is urging Democrats to rally.
It's critical to get out the vote for Democrats up and down the ballot.
As the Fetterman campaign tries to shift the focus from the debate to abortion, releasing an ad attacking Dr. Mehmet Oz on the issue. But concerns about Fetterman's ability to serve is top of mind for Pennsylvania voters.
You gotta feel bad for a man recovering from a stroke. I think he should be at home recovering and not running for United States Senate.
And it will likely continue to be with appearances like this one today.
You talk about the liberty of statue has never had an inscription inside that said, send your tired Huddard masses.
Meantime, Dr. Oz continues to remind voters of surging crime in Philadelphia, where police are looking for 4 men who fired 54 shots in a neighborhood street last week.
Instead of bickering, which is what Pennsylvania wants, they want us to fix the problems that are plaguing them.
Reinforcements are on the way to Pennsylvania. Former President Trump will hold a rally for Dr. Oz next Saturday. President Biden and Vice President Harris are coming here to Philadelphia tomorrow night for a Democratic dinner where Fetterman is expected to speak. In Philadelphia, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Coming up on Live Now from Fox, as consumers are spending more on Halloween this year, they may be tricked into paying more or less. We'll be right back with the latest on consumer spending. Welcome back. Halloween spending is expected to hit a record this year. Fox Business correspondent Madison Alworth is at the largest Halloween costume maker in the world with more.
Halloween is just days away, and Americans, they are spending big. This year, we're expecting that Americans will spend $10.6 billion on Halloween. That's up from $10.1 billion last year. Part of that is candy inflation. That makes your Halloween candy haul even more valuable. But inflation is not the only thing driving that record spending number. People are buying more costumes this year. Ruby's is the largest costume manufacturer in the world, and they sell to everyone. Spirit Halloween, Walmart, Target, Amazon, your mom and pop shop. They say unit sales are up 15 to 20% from last year. Let's show you the most popular costumes this year. You have Top Gun, you have Batman, you have Elvis. All three big movies this year, but also costumes and characters that have been around for ages. The owner of Ruby says that shows something about today's Halloween shopper.
People are really hearkening back to when they were happiest. In uncertain times, when people are a little afraid about the future, they look towards the past and they look towards what really made them happy and made them feel safe.
You know what else makes people happy? Dogs and costumes. 1 in 5 dog owners will buy a costume for their furry friend this Halloween. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
The prices of Halloween staples are expected to be higher this spooky season. Families should expect to pay more for pumpkins as droughts in parts of the country are hurting crops. Now, according to data by the United States Department of Agriculture, in the third week of October, it will cost an average of $5.07 for a pumpkin. That is more than 2% higher than the average price for a pumpkin during the same time last year. Besides the prolonged drought, some pumpkin farmers are also dealing with economic challenges. Now, bringing us more on the state of the United States economy is our news partners. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 13 Tampa.
Our economy continues to beat expectations. It grew last quarter, even as the Federal Reserve repeatedly raised interest rates. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what this means and where it's headed. Craig?
Well, the economy grew slightly, but grew nonetheless, 2.6% on an annual rate. What you really watch, though, is quarter to quarter. There it grew 0.6%. And that is something that really defies conventional wisdom. But we keep learning that that's something that doesn't always apply in unconventional times. The GDP, or gross domestic product, measures the value of all the things that we make and all the services we provide as a nation. And we get a temperature reading every 3 months to measure whether our economy is shrinking or growing and by how much. Well, the first 2 readings of this year showed declines. And as you may recall, a lot of pundits claimed that meant recession.
Fact is that 10 times we've had 2 negative quarters or more since the Second World War, and every time it was a recession.
But that's not how we define and determine recessions. And those naysayers who projected continuing declines just missed. The third quarter GDP just showed our economy is growing again. It grew 0.6% in the third quarter, once again defying expectations, while we still have what economists consider full employment. And while high inflation persists, and that's blowing political winds in favor of Republicans, our growing economy and strong job market may also shift some momentum back to the Democrats in the closing days of the midterm campaigns.
We're starting to see some of the good news on the economy. We're moving in the right direction.
But there are also some other points of concern besides the obvious of inflation. The housing market is showing signs of significant decline in sales and in new construction as mortgage rates hit 7% for the first time in 2 decades. And while consumer spending rose 0.4%, the rate of consumer spending is down 1/10 of a point from the prior quarter. And the Federal Reserve can and likely will raise interest rates yet again next week. That's coming on November the 2nd. The expectation is we will get another hike, perhaps of 3/4 of a point yet again. And that's driving some tension in light of these numbers that show maybe raising interest rates have worked to a certain extent, and we may not need more rate hikes in order to get inflation on the run, but the Fed does not appear to be convinced. That's where this tension between, wait a minute, you don't want to break the economy for the sake of fixing inflation, but the Fed is saying we have to fix inflation at all costs.
Well, if the pace of consumer spending is slowing, how can our economy be growing?
Isn't that something? You have to see new growth while you see slowing growth. On the surface, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The short answer is that unusual things happen in unusual times. Sort of a longer answer would be that we are now exporting more than we did, and we are importing less. Imports don't count toward GDP. So American consumers are spending more of their money now on services as opposed to imports from other nations, while we are now sending more export stuff we make to other nations and profiting from it.
All right. Thank you for that explanation, Craig Patrick.
All right, a huge thank you to our news partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. And we are taking this gorgeous Live Now look from the city of Tampa this morning as the sun now is just beginning to rise over Tampa Bay. The time there, 7:47 a.m. Let's take a quick break and we'll have a recap of your top headlines on the other side. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look from Los Angeles, California. The time there is 4:50 a.m. Now, a homeless man in California decides to build his own house right on the sidewalk of Hollywood Boulevard, and the reaction is mixed. Fox's Phil Schuman has more.
Carts and car batteries. A power cord unplugged trails down the sidewalk, which is piled high with assorted power tools and electronics. Reaction? Mixed. What do you think of that?
I don't like it. It's not good. It's bad.
It is a little out there, but he is safe and he doesn't have to worry about someone burning his tent down.
I don't even know like why or how or, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, to say the least.
Is this okay?
It's not okay that it's gotten to this point. The fact that he's here, I don't see an issue with it.
Anybody home? After I called the city and the LAPD to see what, if anything, is being done to help or clean up, police did come and talk to the man. They've been here before. They described him as young, healthy. They offered to connect him with services. He declined. They left. Summing up the municipal code, the only enforcement is if a person is blocking the sidewalk on an active driveway or business. City Councilman Mitch O'Farrell says he hopes this can be resolved with what are called Care Plus teams, which pair comprehensive outreach with sanitation and cleaning services needed to make the public right-of-way safe and accessible. Meantime, across the street, where Jamila Ali and Rance Shaw run city-wide...
Moving forward together in matching our resources to our goals. Now, the strength and combat credibility of the joint force remains central to integrated deterrence. And that's why our fiscal year 23 budget request included more than $56 billion for air power platforms and systems, and more than $40 billion to maintain our dominance at sea. and almost $13 billion to support and modernize our forces on land, and some $34 billion to sustain and modernize our nuclear forces. But integrated deterrence isn't just about the steps that we take on our own. It also means working even more closely with our unparalleled network of allies and partners to deter aggression in region after region. In the Indo-Pacific, you see the power of partnership with the historic AUKUS agreement, with our trilateral cooperation with Japan and Korea, and with our many multinational exercises to increase readiness and interoperability. In Europe, you see it with a united and resolute NATO, and with the extraordinary coordination of some 50 members of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group that we created to stand up for Ukraine's self-defense. And in the Middle East and Africa and Latin America, you see it in our efforts to bolster our allies and partners and improve interoperability and integration wherever possible. Second, the NDS emphasizes the day-to-day work of campaigning. And that means conducting and sequencing military activities that over time shift the security environment in our favor. And it means working to limit and disrupt malign activities by our competitors. So we're building and exercising the forces that we'll need in a crisis or a conflict, including requesting $135 billion in last year's budget to further invest in our readiness. We've updated our posture in the Indo-Pacific to make it more survivable against aggression. And with AUKUS, we're putting campaigning into action by linking our cutting-edge capabilities with robust military exercises alongside our allies. And third, we're building enduring advantages to further strengthen the foundations of the defense enterprise. And innovation is central here. Last year, for instance, we established the Rapid Defense Experimentation Reserve, which funds different parts of the department to work together to fill critical joint warfighting gaps. And our fiscal year 23 budget request included more than $130 billion for research, development, testing, and evaluation. Now, that's the largest R&D budget number in DoD history. We're also working in new ways with our industry partners, including by strengthening our supply chains in our defense industrial base. The department is also tackling the dangers of climate change, including ensuring that our military can continue to operate superbly in hotter and harsher environments. And above all, the NDS demands even deeper investments in our people. They will always be this department's most valuable resource and the bedrock of American security. And that's why the president's budget includes a 4.6% pay raise for service members starting January 1st, 2023. And that's why I've recently directed the department to ease the strains that can come along with service. And that includes making it easier to secure housing and to move to new duty stations, to get superb child care, and to help military spouses advance their own exceptional careers. You know, our outstanding service members and their families do everything that we ask of them and more. Doing right by them is a national security imperative, and it's a sacred trust. So we're looking forward to working with Congress to secure on-time appropriations, to finalize this year's National Defense Authorization Act, and to continue to implement this strategy. And as the President has said, we will not leave our future vulnerable to the whims of those who do not share our vision for a world that is free, open, prosperous, and secure. And we're confident that we've got the right defense strategy to tackle the challenges ahead and to defend the American people and to strengthen our outstanding all-volunteer force and to safeguard the democratic values that are the soul of America. Thank you, and I'll be glad to take a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Go ahead and start with Associated Press. Tara?
Mr. Secretary, as Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues and it sustains continued conventional losses, are you becoming more concerned that it might be likelier to resort to a tactical nuclear weapon, as Putin has suggested? And secondly, how can the U.S. in kind of this new security construct prevent nuclear conflict from escalating, prevent Russia from using a tactical nuclear weapon, while, as your own strategy said, also possibly deter China from its own nuclear ambitions?
So are we concerned about escalation? We are certainly concerned about escalation. We have been so from the very beginning of this conflict. And that's why we believe that it's important to communicate with our allies and partners, and also with our adversaries. And as long as we have the channels of communication open, and we're able to communicate, what's important to us, then I think we have an opportunity to manage escalation. So that concern's been there from the very beginning, and will remain cited on this going forward.
But does the introduction of potentially using a tactical nuke enter a new era of nuclear deterrence?
Well, I mean, it would be the first time that a nuclear weapon has been used in over 70 years, so that certainly has a potential of changing things in the international community. So this is the thing that I think if this happened, we have been very clear from the very beginning that you would see a very significant response from the international community. So this is important to the world, and again, we remain focused on making sure that we're going to do everything that we can help Ukraine to defend its sovereign territory, and we're going to continue to communicate that any type of use of a weapon of that sort, or even the talk of the use of a weapon of that sort, is dangerous and irresponsible. So,
okay. Let's go ahead and go to Jen Griffin.
Secretary Austin, Vladimir Putin again said today that Ukraine is planning to use a dirty bomb. Is Putin bluffing? And how does scrapping one of the few tactical nukes that
And welcome back to Live Now. The time is just after the 8 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Let's take a look back at the most recent Pentagon briefing we have here. United States Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin giving an update.
On the China challenge. At the same time, the NDS bluntly describes Russia as an acute threat. And we chose the word acute carefully. Unlike China, Russia can't systemically challenge the United States over the long term. But Russian aggression does pose an immediate and sharp threat to our interests and values. And Putin's reckless war of choice against Ukraine, the worst threat to European security since the end of World War II, has made that very clear for the whole world. Now, the NDS is also clear-eyed about other serious threats, and that includes North Korea's expanding nuclear and missile capabilities. And meanwhile, Iran is moving ahead on its nuclear program, supporting dangerous armed proxies, and even exporting drones that Russia is using to terrorize Ukrainian civilians. And we remain vigilant against the ongoing threat from global terrorist networks, as well as from climate change, pandemics, and other dangers that don't respect borders. So the NDS charges us to defend the U.S. homeland, to deter strategic attacks against the United States and our allies and partners, to prepare to prevail in conflict when necessary, and to build a resilient joint force and defense ecosystem. So we've moved out under the NDS in three main ways: forging integrated deterrence, campaigning, and building enduring advantages. These three avenues inform all of our operations, activities, and investments. We're strengthening a 21st century combat-credible U.S. military that will deter aggression that threatens the interests of the United States or our allies and partners. And that means a military ready to tackle the full range of threats out there, harnessing the American spirit of innovation to meet the complexities of today's world. And first, we're seamlessly integrating our deterrence efforts to make a basic truth crystal clear to any potential foe. And that truth is that the cost of aggression against the United States or our allies and partners far outweigh any conceivable gains. So we're aligning the department's operations, activities, and investments across all theaters, across the full spectrum of conflict, and across all domains, especially in space and cyberspace. In space, we're working to field resilient satellite constellations to dissuade any adversary from testing our will and to ensure that we will prevail if they try. In the cyber realm, we're boosting our resilience and enhancing our capabilities to conduct military operations. And meanwhile, our nuclear capabilities remain the ultimate backstop for our strategic deterrence. And that's why we're fully committed to modernizing all three legs of our nuclear triad. Now, let me note here that this is the first time in the department's history that we conducted all of our major strategic reviews together. And that means the NDS, the Nuclear Posture Review, and the Missile Defense Review. The Nuclear Posture Review reaffirms that as long as nuclear weapons exist, the fundamental role of U.S. nuclear weapons is to deter nuclear attack on the United States, our allies, and our partners. Meanwhile, the Missile Defense Review underscores that missile defense contributes to integrated deterrence by undermining a potential foe's confidence in its ability to mount a successful attack. And so by weaving these documents together, we help ensure that the entire department is moving forward together and matching our resources to our goals. Now, the strength and combat credibility of the joint force remains central to integrated deterrence. And that's why our fiscal year 23 budget request included more than $56 billion for air power platforms and systems, and more than $40 billion to maintain our dominance at sea, and almost $13 billion to support and modernize our forces on land, and some $34 billion to sustain and modernize our nuclear forces. But integrated deterrence isn't just about the steps that we take on our own. It also means working even more closely with our unparalleled network of allies and partners to deter aggression in region after region. In the Indo-Pacific, you see the power of partnership with the historic AUKUS agreement, with our trilateral cooperation with Japan and Korea, and with our many multinational exercises to increase readiness and interoperability. In Europe, you see it with a united and resolute NATO, and with the extraordinary coordination of some 50 members of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group that we created to stand up for Ukraine's self-defense. And in the Middle East and Africa and Latin America, you see it in our efforts to bolster our allies and partners and improve interoperability and integration wherever possible. Second, the NDS emphasizes the day-to-day work of campaigning. And that means conducting and sequencing military activities that over time shift the security environment in our favor. And it means working to limit and disrupt malign activities by our competitors. So we're building and exercising the forces that we'll need in a crisis or a conflict, including requesting $135 billion in last year's budget to further invest in our readiness. We've updated our posture in the Indo-Pacific to make it more survivable against aggression. And with AUKUS, we're putting campaigning into action by linking our cutting-edge capabilities with robust military exercises alongside our allies. And third, we're building enduring advantages to further strengthen the foundations of the defense enterprise. And innovation is central here. Last year, for instance, we established the Rapid Defense Experimentation Reserve, which funds different parts of the department to work together to fill critical joint warfighting gaps. And our fiscal year 23 budget request included more than $130 billion for research, development, testing, and evaluation. Now, that's the largest R&D budget number in DoD history. We're also working in new ways with our industry partners, including by strengthening our supply chains in our defense industrial base. The department is also tackling the dangers of climate change, including ensuring that our military can continue to operate superbly in hotter and harsher environments. And above all, the NDS demands even deeper investments in our people. They will always be this department's most valuable resource and the bedrock of American security. And that's why the president's budget includes a 4.6% pay raise for service members starting January 1st, 2023. And that's why I've recently directed the department to ease the strains that can come along with service. And that includes making it easier to secure housing and to move to new duty stations, to get superb child care, and to help military spouses advance their own exceptional careers. You know, our outstanding service members and their families do everything that we ask of them and more. Doing right by them is a national security imperative, and it's a sacred trust. So we're looking forward to working with Congress to secure on-time appropriations, to finalize this year's National Defense Authorization Act, and to continue to implement this strategy. And as the President has said, we will not leave our future vulnerable to the whims of those who do not share our vision for a world that is free, open, prosperous, and secure. And we're confident that we've got the right defense strategy to tackle the challenges ahead and to defend the American people and to strengthen our outstanding all-volunteer force and to safeguard the democratic values that are the soul of America. Thank you, and I'll be glad to take a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Go ahead and start with Associated Press. Tara?
Mr. Secretary, as Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues and it sustains continued conventional losses, are you becoming more concerned that it might be likelier to resort to a tactical nuclear weapon, as Putin has suggested? And secondly, how can the U.S. in kind of this new security construct prevent nuclear conflict from escalating, prevent Russia from using a tactical nuclear weapon, while, as your own strategy said, also possibly deter China from its own nuclear ambitions?
So are we concerned about escalation? We are certainly concerned about escalation. We have been so from the very beginning of this conflict. And that's why we believe that it's important to communicate with our allies and partners and also with our adversaries. And as long as we have the channels of communication open and we're able to communicate, what's important to us, then I think we have an opportunity to manage escalation. So that concern's been there from the very beginning, and will remain cited on this going forward.
But does the introduction of potentially using a tactical nuke enter a new era of nuclear deterrence?
Well, I mean, it would be the first time that a nuclear weapon has been used in over 70 years, so that certainly has the potential of changing things in the international community. So this is the thing that I think if this happened, we have been very clear from the very beginning that you would see a very significant response from the international community. So this is important to the world, and again, we remain focused on making sure that we're going to do everything that we can help Ukraine to defend its sovereign territory, and we're going to continue to communicate that any type of use of a weapon of that sort, or even the talk of the use of a weapon of that sort, is dangerous and irresponsible. So,
okay. Let's go ahead and go to Jen Griffin.
Secretary Austin, Vladimir Putin again said today that Ukraine is planning to use a dirty bomb. Is Putin bluffing? And how does scrapping one of the few tactical nukes that was in development here in the Pentagon deter Putin right now?
We have not seen anything to indicate that Putin has made a decision to use a dirty bomb, nor have we seen any indications that the Ukrainians are planning such a thing. The Ukrainians have, in fact, their leadership have indicated to us that that's not in their plans. So, again, we've seen no indications of that. It's important to make sure that we're talking to adversaries and allies alike, and making sure that we're tamping down dangerous talk and making sure that we maintain lines of communication. So,
Scrapping the tactical nuke, the sea-based launch missile. Why do that now? Isn't that sending a dangerous message when you're trying to deter Putin and China?
Jen, as you know, we have our inventory of nuclear weapons is significant. And so we determined, as we looked at our inventory, that we did not need that capability. We have a lot of capability in our nuclear inventory. And I don't think this sends any message to Putin. He understands what our capability is. And so, we'll continue to move forward.
Let's go ahead and go to Tom Bowman, NPR.
Mr. Secretary, you've said repeatedly, and others in the administration have, and also in NATO, that it's up to Ukraine to determine how the war ends. It's their country. Now, President Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials have said they aim to push all the Russians out of Ukraine, not only in the east and the south, but Crimea as well. Now, you talk to Ukrainian officials repeatedly. You're an expert on ground warfare as a retired four-star. Is it realistic to think that Ukraine can push all Russian soldiers out of the entire country, including Crimea?
Well, Tom, that's when you think about where Ukraine is today. There are not many people in the world who thought that they would be in this place because if you look at the capability that Russia has, arrayed against what the Ukrainians had, most people thought it was not possible to be where we are today. So, in terms of speculating on what the Ukrainians are capable of, I think, I wouldn't want to speculate on that. I think they have exceeded most people's expectations. And they've done that because we in the international community have really worked hard and been moved very quickly to provide them with the capability that they need to defend their sovereign territory, and they have employed it very, very well. In terms of their objectives, Tom, Ukrainians must outline their objectives. We won't do that for them. And again, they are fighting for the defense, fighting to defend their sovereign territory, and we're going to continue to support them for as long as it takes.
But again, we keep asking you this. The long-range missile systems, the ATACMS, they still want those. You're unwilling to give them those. Will that change now that Russia is basically taking out their entire grid system?
Tom, it's the Ukrainians can service just about every target that they want to service using the GMLRS missiles that they've been employing. And so they have what they need to be successful. They're putting it to good use. And so we're going to continue to do those things that are working for us on the battlefield, working for the Ukrainians on the battlefield. Right now, what they need more than anything else, Tom, as you know, is air defense capability. And so as we had our last Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting, we really emphasized this, and some of the countries have stepped up right away and provided capability. We have been pressing hard to get them a NASAMS capability, and we expect that in the next, early next month, we'll be able to get the capability and train troops married up there in Ukraine. No announcements to make here today, but we're pressing hard to get that capability in. We saw Spain step forward and provide Hawk anti-aircraft capability, or air defense capability, excuse me. And that was commendable. We now have to get the troops trained on the Hawk system, and we're working on that. And we continue to press to make sure that where possible, countries provide as much capability in terms of air defense as quickly as they can to support Ukraine.
Okay, we go to Megan, Military Times.
What changes does this NDS call for in terms of force structure, either manpower levels overall or where they're postured around the world, where troops need to be around the world, whether that's increasing or stabilizing this 100,000 number in Europe, something like that? And what are your concerns about the recruiting environment and being able to meet those needs going forward?
I'm confident that we'll have the force, Megan, to execute our strategy. And in terms of our force posture, we went through a force posture review very early on. There are incremental adjustments from time to time to that force posture laydown that we provided. And again, we have the ability to rapidly deploy capability to Europe. And you saw that exercise at the very beginning of this conflict as we deployed forces from heavy forces, armored forces from the United States to Europe very, very quickly. We could do that because of the things that we'd done with the European Defense Initiative. And we established pre-position equipment sites that troops could fall in on very quickly. And so those things have worked out very, very well for us. We're confident that we have the force to be able to execute our strategy. And in terms of recruiting, we continue to focus on this issue. This is a priority for me. And it's also a priority for all of our service leaders. And so we continue to invest in those things that that will allow us to recruit the best talent that's out there to man this incredible force. So,
got time for about one more. Go to Eric Schmidt, New York Times.
Mr. Secretary, you said that if Vladimir Putin used a tactical weapon, nuclear weapon, there would be a very significant response from the international community. In your professional opinion, would a military response by the United States be a prudent action, or would that only continue the climb up this ladder of escalation?
Well, Eric, I won't get into any potential responses here. I'm the guy that makes the recommendation to my boss on what we should do and how we should do it. And so I'll make sure that he has credible responses that are actually effective in terms of what we want to do, and as we always have. And so I'll just leave it at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have available for us today. Secretary Austin, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
All right, that was the latest update coming from the Pentagon. Secretary Austin touching on nuclear pursuits from different international forces, including Russia, Iran, and North Korea. He also discussed the country's nuclear posture review, saying, quote, as long as nuclear weapons exist, it is our fundamental role of the United States to make sure that we deter nuclear attacks from the U.S. The time is now 8:23. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories when we return. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. The time here, 8:25 a.m. Taking a look back at the destruction that Hurricane Ian left in Fort Myers, Florida, a city that is still in recovery mode following the storm. Fox is bringing us a new way that we can all help hurricane victims. Let's listen in.
Florida following Hurricane Ian could take months or even years. And now Google is teaming up with a nonprofit group using its advanced technology to help folks hardest hit by the storm. Give Directly is a website allowing people to send money to those in need with no strings attached. They're using Google's artificial intelligence to scan satellite images, identifying areas where the destruction was most widespread, all to lend a helping hand, sending about 3,500 storm-weary residents messages to their smartphones offering up to $700 in cash assistance. The messages primarily went to 3 counties here in Florida, Collier, Charlotte, and Lee. All of them suffered significant damage and flooding from Ian. Google's algorithm identified those most in need, allowing Give Directly to get the money where it was urgently needed, as opposed to manually sorting through thousands of applications or user profiles. It was all powered by Google's mapping tool, Delphi, which cross-references live weather maps with data on poverty and utilizes a new program that teaches itself to analyze and interpret the severity of damage to buildings in a community. Ultimately, aid groups are hoping the project will expand and bring much-needed help to boots-on-the-ground disaster response.
Now, this is the first time Give Directly has used this technology in the U.S., and so far about 900 people have accepted the aid. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Well, some Twitter users are already testing the waters and pushing boundaries to see if there are new free speech rules in place as Elon Musk takes the helm. Earlier this week, Elon Musk strode into Twitter's San Francisco headquarters carrying a sink. Let that sink in, he said. And just overnight, it all came down to a 4-word tweet. The bird is freed, he wrote. And there are reports that he has already fired several top executives, including the CEO.
I believe that Elon Musk buying Twitter and owning Twitter will be the end of Twitter.
Some users are already predicting Twitter's demise, but Musk has promised a new emphasis on free speech with some limits. In a message to help calm advertisers, he wrote, "Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape. Our platform must be warm and welcoming to all." Twitter and other social media companies like Facebook have been criticized for censoring posts. Already, some Twitter users are testing limits. One verified account tweeted, "Testing, testing, men can't have babies. Testing, testing."
I think we have the endless proof that without guardrails on a platform like Twitter or really anywhere on social media, you end up with hate, misogyny, conspiracy theories.
Musk and Twitter will now be under intense scrutiny as the platform ushers in new changes.
What will Elon's legacy be? Will it be kind of being the pioneer of EVs, or will it be the guy who saved free speech and saved democracy? Because he's paying $44 billion for a company that's probably worth $10 billion. Mm-hmm.
And beyond all of the free speech issues, that is another looming question, whether Musk can make this investment pay off. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, and of course, we will keep a very close eye on that situation as it unfolds right here on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look, not from New York, but from Philadelphia. Game 1 of the World Series airs tonight on Fox. The Philadelphia Phillies is traveling to Texas to take on the Houston Astros, one of my hometowns. So let's go live to Fox 29 Philadelphia's Hank Flynn to see just how fans are celebrating ahead of Game 1. Good morning, Hank.
New creations all the time. And when the Phillies are in the World Series, are you serious? Sarah Brodigan, tell me about this massive desserty lump of French toast right here, because I'm inviting myself in for a bite.
I'm happy you're here. It is the Brandon Marshmallow S'mores French Toast.
Brandon Marshmallow.
Yes. So we have, it's graham cracker encrusted brioche French toast stuffed with marshmallow and drizzled with some chocolate syrup. And yeah, it's so good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What she said. No, nothing wrong with this. This is delicious. And that is vegetarian hash?
This is vegetarian hash, and it is so good and so filling, and it's Harper's home run hash, because we had to give Harper props for that last home run. Of course. So it has roasted beets, sweet potatoes, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, green beans.
And it's got the green goddess sauce on top, because Bryce always has a fanatic right up underneath the old red bill, guys. Moving on down the line to the Alec Bohm chicken sandwich. It's a double plate.
It's our double play, Alec Bohm chicken sandwich, and it's chicken, Black Forest ham, some Swiss cheese,
honey
mustard on the side, and we have some lettuce and tomato, and that's served with our seasoned fries that people absolutely love.
I'm battling between my palate and my appetite and actually doing my job here. Big apologies, but so that's moving up. See, guys, here's another point. Rain, these young baseball players these days, they don't chew tobacco or, God forbid, smoke cigarettes in the dugout anymore. They eat healthy. So that's why Alec Boehm's chicken sandwich is grilled. And we're moving on right here to the wheel. Zach Wheeler, it's a straight up salad. There's no meat in this at all.
No. Zach Wheeler, he looks like a healthy guy. This is our Wheeler Dealer no-hitter salad. It has kale, Granny Smith apples, red onion, fennel, walnuts, and some goat cheese, and it's in a lemon vinaigrette. It's so good.
Wheeler Dealer, Hankey's breakfast mealer is what it sounds like. Now, Rain, we're going to get right down here to the end here. You said you got some Houston. Let's talk a little bit about what this. Connor, tell me what this last dish is here. Now, you're a Phillies dyed-in-the-wool buddy. What is this?
This is the cheater's chowder. It's
the cheater's chowder.
Yep.
I got it.
Astros cheater chowder.
Now, Sarah, why would we call it the Astros cheater chowder?
I mean, yeah, they
come
can't win a
on.
World Series without cheating. So we needed to get that in.
Yeah.
And we couldn't let them get away with that without putting them on our board.
Well, I mean, it's not opinion. It's kind of in the books.
Right?
But I mean, but this is
Exactly.
this World Series. Take a little bite of the old
Exactly.
cheater chowder. See how it goes down. Oh, that's delicious. You can't cheat on that flavor, guys. Right out here in Havertown, come out to Kettles, get some breakfast. They're going to be closed up by game time, guys. They're shutting up after lunch so they can get home, maybe cook a little something at home to watch the Philadelphia Phillies. And Rain, your Houston Astros tonight. How about them
What a
apples?
fabulous menu. I'm curious, how long have the owners been putting this menu together?
Now, how long have you all been putting this menu together? The menu, because honestly, we just found out Sunday we're in the World Series. Maybe you had it going for the playoffs.
We did. We had it going. It was last week, right? For the National League, we had that.
And then for the Eagles back when
when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, we did that, so we thought that this would be good luck. And so.
And there you go. And that's another part of the story, Rain, is the Eagles are completely on fuegos right now. They haven't lost this season. They're going to Pittsburgh right now to literally steal a win off of the Steelers. But it won't be a steal. It's just a steal because our defensive secondary is pretty much better than anyone's in the NFL right now. But
Everything
I'm
looks
just
really
saying,
good
you know,
except for the cheater
we
chat.
just report the facts.
Exactly.
We're going to report the facts. And you
But
know,
that,
Hank,
Ring,
here
that's
at-
the thing that blows everybody's mind. No, that's the thing, though. It's never this good in Philly. It's never this good. And that's why everybody's tripping out right now, because everybody across the board, Eagles, Flyers, Phillies, everybody's good, including the food. It's stupefying. Everybody's just peeking out on glee right now.
Yes,
For
you
real.
guys have a lot of luck at this time. But you know, here at Live Now, we are from coast to coast. So in about 10 minutes or so, we do have a live interview with Fox 26 Houston. Would you like to send any kind words?
Yeah, tell them our food's better.
All right. All right. Well, you continue to have a lot of fun. Again, Game 1 of the World Series is airing tonight on Fox. And Hank, a huge thank you. Take care. All right, guys, it's time here on the East Coast, 8:35 a.m. Let's take a quick break. We'll have more headlines after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time now is 8:37 a.m. We're just 11 days away until midterm elections. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
America's gross domestic product grew more than expected at 2.6% in the third quarter. The good news follows 2 quarters of a contracting economy. Analysts say this should be a sign to the Federal Reserve to stop aggressively raising interest rates and risking a damaging recession.
I think the bulk of the inflation is really behind us, and that's why I think the Fed being too tight is really very bad for our economy.
At the top of voters' minds heading into the midterms in less than 2 weeks is the economy and what it costs to live daily lives.
I think that we're going to see one more shift back to our side in the closing days. And let me tell you why I think that. We're starting to see some of the good news on the economy. We're moving in the right direction.
A big expense for consumers has been fuel. AAA shows that while gas prices have been consistently falling, diesel has not. In fact, it has gone up compared to a month ago. And when comparing gas and diesel a year ago, diesel has not returned from summer price highs.
What are we doing to prepare for the winter and to ramp up supply of diesel?
Not only are we ready for fluctuations that could come, and of course the prices are going down, and we think that's important, but that we are also doing what we can to help our European friends and partners who are also going to be facing a long, cold winter.
The Federal Reserve is expected to again raise interest rates next week. Deutsche Bank economists say the U.S. will likely be in a moderate recession mid-next year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thanks, Lauren, for that update. Now, control of Congress is in the air. Campaigns are throwing it all on the field with less than 2 weeks to go until Election Day. But it's also a moment that candidates can be tripped up, especially in high-stakes races. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard brings us more.
In 2 Senate races, October has held a lot of unwelcome surprises and setbacks. In Georgia's Senate race, another woman declining to be named is alleging Republican Herschel Walker not only paid for an abortion back in 1993, but drove her to the clinic. It's the second such allegation after the mother of one of his children claimed that Walker paid for her abortion in 2009. As a candidate, Walker says he is staunchly pro-life.
This seat is too important for me to stand by or to step down. It's a lie, and I want everyone out there to know it's a lie.
Tuesday's Senate debate in Pennsylvania between Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz showed the struggle Fetterman is facing since suffering a stroke earlier this year. He says he has a hard time with auditory processing.
I may not get every word the right way, but I will always do the right thing in Washington, D.C.
Some questioning if Fetterman is fit enough for office, while others say his stumbles aren't a problem.
From day one, once he had a stroke, I felt he should have dropped out.
His health may hurt him a little bit, but he has good ideas.
Fetterman's campaign claims despite his struggles on stage following the debate, they raised $2 million. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News. In 2 Senate races, October has held a lot of unwelcome surprises and setbacks.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard for bringing us that update. Let's dive into the latest Twitter news. The takeover of Twitter may be a done deal this morning. Fox's Doug Luzader brings us more.
Well, some Twitter users are already testing the waters and pushing boundaries to see if there are new free speech rules in place as Elon Musk takes the helm. Earlier this week, Elon Musk strode into Twitter's San Francisco headquarters carrying a sink. Let that sink in, he said. And just overnight, it all came down to a 4-word tweet. The bird is freed, he wrote. And there are reports that he has already fired several top executives, including the CEO.
I believe that Elon Musk buying Twitter and owning Twitter will be the end of Twitter.
Some users are already predicting Twitter's demise, but Musk has promised a new emphasis on free speech with some limits. In a message to help calm advertisers, he wrote, "Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape. Our platform must be warm and welcoming to all." Twitter and other social media companies like Facebook have been criticized for censoring posts. Already, some Twitter users are testing limits. One verified account tweeted, "Testing, testing, men can't have babies. Testing, testing."
I think we have the endless proof that without guardrails on a platform like Twitter or really anywhere on social media, you end up with hate, misogyny, conspiracy theories.
Musk and Twitter will now be under intense scrutiny as the platform ushers in new changes.
What will Elon's legacy be? Will it be kind of being the pioneer of EVs, or will it be the guy who saved free speech and saved democracy? Because he's paying $44 billion for a company that's probably worth $10 billion.
And beyond all of the free speech issues, that is another looming question, whether Musk can make this investment pay off. In Washington, Doug Luzetter, Fox News.
All right, in Fox Business Network, Kelly O'Grady, she will join us in our 10 a.m. hour to discuss the Twitter takeover. Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., where President Biden is defending the state of the economy after a better than expected GDP report shows the United States economy grew last quarter. But some economic experts are still worrisome. Here's more.
Great economic report today, the GDP report. Things are looking good.
President Biden quick to celebrate. After shrinking in the first half of 2022, the U.S. economy saw a bump in the third quarter. GDP grew at an annual rate of 2.6% per a new government estimate.
We're back in the game. We're competing again in a big way.
The bounce is due in large part to increases in exports, consumer spending, and government spending. So some economic experts say the boost may be deceptive.
That masks underlying problems within the economy that we're seeing already. The economy is slowing down. It's expected to slow down a whole lot more in the very near future.
Home sales are already slowing down. This week, the average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage reached 7.08%, the first time in 20 years. It's another sign the Federal Reserve's aggressive moves to raise interest rates are rippling throughout the economy.
They're paying more money for just the necessities of life, whether it's food or gas or their used car. They now can't afford to buy a home.
The economic pessimism, a major problem for Democrats with midterms quickly approaching.
And a lot of Democrats I've talked to in the last week are concerned that the party spent so much time talking about abortion that they didn't address the many voter concerns about inflation and the state of the economy.
While President Biden tried to draw contrast with Republicans on the economy during his event in Syracuse on Thursday, a Fox News poll shows 62% of voters disapprove of his performance on the issue. In Washington, Martha Rivera, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox's Madeline Rivera. We'll have more in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from Houston, Texas. The time there is 7:47 a.m. We're actually taking a Live Now look from Minute Maid Park, where Game 1 of the World Series will air tonight on Fox. The Philadelphia Phillies are traveling to Texas to take on the Houston Astros. So let's go ahead out to Houston and have a live conversation with Fox 26 Houston's Nate Griffin. Nate, I see you're in your orange. You're looking very festive, like you're ready for the game.
Look, we have to rep, okay? We have to represent our team. We love our home team here. I covered the Houston Oilers when they left back in 1996. Do you know how frustrating it was not to have a professional football team here in town until the Houston Texans finally came back to, at least they established the team here in 2002? No, we rep our teams because we love our teams. The Astros have been to the World Series 4 out of the last 6 years, of course, and now they have a shot to win it. We feel like this is Dusty Baker's year to win it. No doubt about it. He's not done it before. He's managed 5 teams. This team, one of the best teams in the majors, 106 wins. Tops in the American League, and certainly they are undefeated in the postseason. I'll tell you a little bit about that, but I first want you to see right now what they're doing is getting the field ready for the World Series. Game 1 of the World Series, Justin Verlander taking on Aaron Nola of the Philadelphia Phillies. Philadelphia Phillies actually had the worst record in the National League of the 4 teams that made it to the postseason, and they are the team that the Houston Astros are going to be facing. Astros are 7-0 in the postseason. Now, again, Dusty's not won a World Series. Justin Verlander has yet to win a game in the World Series, but tonight will be a big opportunity for him. And I can tell you right now, the folks in Houston are really, really fired up, Rain.
Yes, I can hear the confidence in your voice, and I won't keep you too long, Nate, but I will say about 10 minutes or so ago, we did have a live conversation with our news partners in Philadelphia, and they wanted me to send you a message. They said that they had better food. So any message that you would like to send to the opposing team?
We have better barbecue. I mean, you might have better food, but we have better barbecue. We have the better baseball team, and I know we also have, actually, the quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles played his high school ball at Channelview High School in Houston. So that ought to tell you what Philadelphia actually thinks of Houston. They should, look, they come down here to get their players. Okay, bottom line, that's what they do. They come here to get their players, and now Jalen Hurts is the star quarterback of Philadelphia Eagles. Look, man, I don't want to hear it. You got, all you have are the best hoagies. You don't have the best food, you have the best hoagies. You know, you got the best steak hoagies, whatever it is you call them up there. That's what you got. But we have the better barbecue, we have the better baseball team, and we have the better stadium. I might even add that. So go away from me, Philadelphia. We're looking forward to the game.
Hey, we're looking forward to it too. You look extremely and sound very confident. All right, Fox 26 Houston's Nate Griffin bringing us a live update from Minute Maid Stadium. Again, we are just hours away from the first pitch, which airs tonight on Fox. Let's take a quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, and we'll be right back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, Hurricane Ian has come and gone, but it did leave a wide path of destruction in its wake. Now, Google is using new AI technology to help those in need. Fox News correspondent Eben Brown has more from Miami.
Rebuilding Southwest Florida following Hurricane Ian could take months or even years. And now Google is teaming up with a nonprofit group using its advanced technology to help folks hardest hit by the storm. Give Directly is a website allowing people to send money to those in need with no strings attached. They're using Google's artificial intelligence to scan satellite images, identifying areas where the destruction was most widespread, all to lend a helping hand, sending about 3,500 storm-weary residents messages to their smartphones offering up to $700 in cash assistance. The messages primarily went to 3 counties here in Florida, Collier, Charlotte, and Lee. All of them suffered significant damage and flooding from Ian. Google's algorithm identified those most in need, allowing Give Directly to get the money where it was urgently needed, as opposed to manually sorting through thousands of applications or user profiles. It was all powered by Google's mapping tool, Delphi, which cross-references live weather maps with data on poverty and utilizes a new program that teaches itself to analyze and interpret the severity of damage to buildings in a community. Ultimately, aid groups are hoping the project will expand and bring much-needed help to boots-on-the-ground disaster response.
Now, this is the first time Give Directly has used this technology in the U.S., and so far about 900 people have accepted the aid. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
All right, take a look at some of this destruction from Sanibel Island, Florida, which is still in recovery mode. However, major progress is being made. Live now from Fox's Josh Breslow caught up with the mayor of Sanibel Island. Here's what she has to say on the city's recovery.
On Hurricane Ian and the aftermath there in southwest Florida. We know the storm made landfall back on September 28th as a very powerful Category 4 storm with those maximum winds of 150 miles per hour. Sanibel Island, Florida did suffer quite a bit in the way of damage, and Mayor Holly Smith has spoken to us in the past, and she joins us live right now to bring us the latest from out there. Mayor, how's it going?
Well, hi. Thank you for having me again. We're on day 29 again right now from Hurricane Ian recovery, and we have just moved so far. The progress is really absolutely nothing short of miraculous.
Yeah, I'm looking at the causeway behind you. I knew that initially it appeared that it would take quite a while to get that back up and running, but it seemed like it was done fairly quick overall.
Fairly quick is an understatement. When the governor came just 3 weeks ago, he saw that that was a priority. 4 days after they started the boots on the ground, there was a temporary fix for all of the power trucks to come over. And we were able to open this causeway based on the great work and the red tape that was cut to get it done, with an effort from the Department of Emergency Management under Kevin Guthrie, the FDOT, the Governor DeSantis. We got our lifeline back, and it has really helped a lot towards our long recovery that we have ahead of us.
What does it look like on the island right now? Because when I spoke to you several weeks ago, people weren't really allowed on the island. They were maybe allowed to just do a look and then head back off. What does it look like on the island today?
Well, there's a lot of work going on, and let's remember a lot of this is going to be recovery for quite some time. But people are allowed to get on the island. Now that we have the bridge, they don't have to use a boat or any private vessels. Now they have open access right now, so they can get in, see their homes, start to get the work done, as many have been doing for weeks, to get our community started again. We opened our grocery store a couple of days ago, and I'm smiling because that's a big deal. We have a grocery store. Our businesses, little by little, might start to come back. There's a lot of work. Don't misunderstand me. I just moved back to my house this week. It's very primitive. We have no power. But the community is starting to get together, and the resolve is strong. And getting this bridge open was a huge step in the hope that we have to know what we've got in front of us and what we can achieve.
And you mentioned having no power at your home. That was going to be my next question is, has power been restored at all on Sanibel Island?
Yes, power is being restored in different pockets. As I remember talking to you, we had a complete washover on this island. Many of the LCEC meters and the private boxes were submerged for a long time. We have an entire power grid that needs to be rebuilt and is being rebuilt. And that was part of Governor DeSantis's move to just get those trucks over here to completely rebuild our power grid. But that's going to take some time. We're hoping to energize a good portion of the homes, but it's going to take a lot of patience and understanding that we can't just flip a switch. There's a process you have to take to make sure that fires don't happen, and none have happened so far since the storm.
That's definitely good news there. So does it feel in your mind like it has been a month since this powerful storm made landfall?
Sometimes it feels like it happened yesterday. Sometimes it feels like it happened years ago. It's nonstop. We still get waves. Everyone. It's overwhelming. You know, I've been with people that are, so happy to get here. I've held so many adults that are crying when they've seen their homes and saying, we're going to do this. We've got a great community. So, honestly, it really depends on the day. And every day is going to be different for us in so many different ways as we continue to process what we have ahead of us and then have the resolve to rebuild what we are, and we are Sanibel.
And I'm sure it is still emotional all these days later, all these weeks later, because, you're talking about your entire island that was essentially, as we heard multiple times, decimated as a result. But you've always said that you are going to rebuild, and the island isn't just going away. Everyone is going to remain strong and come back.
No, absolutely. The world loves Sanibel. The world loves Sanibel. And they're going to watch. They're going to cheer us on. We have a tremendous leadership here with our city manager, who is 1 year on the job, Dana Souza, with our staff, with our fire and rescue, with our police department, public works. Thousands of people have come in a minute to help us. And that's really humbling. And we know every step is a step towards a brighter day for Sanibel. And we're going to be here to do that.
And are you going to do anything to mark 1 month? I know it's kind of a somber time at this point, but are you guys going to do anything as far as a celebration or anything of that nature?
We celebrate every progress every day. Yesterday was 28 days. Today is 29. Every day I diary what's going on. So, we're going to look at each of these steps as a milestone. And I hope one day, we will have our celebration for our 50th year in 2024. And I hope that we will light up the world with where we've come at that point. But we're going to continue to make sure that we celebrate every step that we take every day.
And I know you've been in touch with the residents there on Sanibel Island as they're coming back. They're working on the recovery efforts there. What have you been saying to them? What message do you have for those residents of Sanibel Island?
Well, we have a number of people that have chosen to come back and live on the island, whether they have power or not. They're committed to being a part of this community. What I'm saying is, what we're all saying is, and it's difficult at times. Patience is a hard thing. They're looking at Fort Myers, they're looking at other areas, and they're saying, well, wow, they have their power on. We can't compare Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach to other parts of Lee County because the amount of devastation and destruction that we're facing is incomparable. So we're asking people to, help us be part of the solution. Understand that it's going to be difficult, that there is a path that's going to be rocky on the way, but we're all going to stand up together and take care of each other as we do as a community, because that's who we are out here. Patience is a hard word for people to hear right now, but we have to continue to emphasize it because we've got to do this right for the safety of our community, our businesses, and our residents.
And so many people have reached out and they've provided donations of not just money, but clothing and things of that nature to people who did lose everything. What do you have to say to those people who maybe don't know anyone there on Sanibel Island, but have reached out to help?
Well, I get emails and calls all the time. What can we do? And I think for everyone that comes and loves this island, there are already established nonprofits that we have had for decades here. And so find that favorite one. There are a lot of people that are displaced. So find those charities, those nonprofits that are actually giving directly to those people. And those nonprofits are really going to need the help out here on Sanibel to keep them going. Our workforce housing, community housing and resources. We establish workforce housing when our island was chartered. So that's a really important aspect. And all of those people are displaced. And we need to make sure the hospitality industry, the Hotel and Lodging Association of Florida, they have disaster donations being put through, because remember, we are a tourism destination as well as the community strength that we have. So we need to think of all of those people that don't have their jobs right now and won't for the foreseeable future.
And that's what I was going to say, because I know that a lot of people do head to Sanibel Island to vacation. You have a lot of tourists there. Is there any indication on when that tourism can continue? I'm sure at this point that's still kind of up in the air.
It is. And what I want to say to everybody is, you know, we have got to get our community, our businesses, and our residents back on this island before we can welcome our tourism. And it's going to be a long road. I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't. Believe me, I'll be cheering on the causeway with the rest of our council and the rest of our community when we can welcome people back. Now's really not the time. The causeway may be open, but it's really open to really the recovery efforts that we have here going on right now that will be taking place for the foreseeable future.
Mayor Holly Smith of Sanibel Island, before I let you go, anything else that you want to add for people out there?
Now, I just want to say thank you to everyone that's calling, that's writing, that's cheering us on. You are giving strength to our community, and we want to give you that strength back, that you understand that we will be back. It will be the Sanibel that you loved. Have patience with us, and don't let our story slip away. I'll be calling you back to get back on here as we watch this process continue and the progress continue. We look forward to welcoming everybody back when we can. Thank you very much.
Of course, and we'd actually love to have you on every day, so just join us each and every day.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We want to make sure that we're using your time as it should be and marking the milestones like we are today that are really so important 29 days later.
And I love your positivity. You have stayed positive through this entire situation.
We have a lot to stay positive for. We're Sanibel.
All right, breaking news to share with you
again.
here at Live Now from Fox. Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, was attacked inside of the couple's San Francisco home early this morning. Now, this is according to the Speaker's office. We do have a report saying that early this morning, an assailant broke into the Pelosi residence in San Francisco and violently assaulted Mr. Pelosi. Drew Hamil, a spokesperson for the Speaker's office, stated this in a press release. He also went on to say that the assailant is in custody and the motivation for the attack is under investigation. Mr. Pelosi was taken to the hospital where he is receiving excellent medical care and is expected to make a full recovery. Again, if you are just now joining us, we are receiving reports that Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked inside of his San Francisco home. Nancy Pelosi was not there at the time, but we do know that Paul Pelosi, husband of the Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, was again attacked during a home invasion inside the couple's San Francisco home early this morning. And the Speaker of the House, her office, released this statement saying that early this morning, an assailant broke into the Pelosi residence in San Francisco and violently assaulted Mr. Pelosi. Drew Hamil, a spokesperson for the Speaker's office, stated this in the press release, and he also goes on to say, as you can see here, the assailant is in custody and the motivation for the attack is under investigation. Mr. Pelosi was taken to the hospital where he is receiving excellent medical care and is expected to make a full recovery. Again, this is a developing story, so make sure that you all check back with the Live Now from Fox for any and all updates. We are in contact with our news partners in the San Francisco area to make sure that we're bringing you the latest information as this all unfolds. The time is now 9:07 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories in 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Continuing to bring you all this breaking news. Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, was attacked inside the couple's San Francisco home early this morning in an apparent home invasion, according to the Speaker's office. Now, we do have this statement released from her office, which says that early this morning, an assailant broke into the Pelosi residence in San Francisco and violently assaulted Mr. Pelosi. The assailant is in custody, and the motivation for the attack is under investigation. Mr. Pelosi was taken to the hospital, where he is receiving excellent medical care and is expected to make a full recovery. The Speaker was not in San Francisco at the time. Again, this is a developing story. We are in touch with our news partners in the San Francisco area, and we'll bring you all any and all updates as this continues to unfold. In the meantime, let's switch gears and bring you all a recap of the top stories that we are paying very close attention to here at Live Now from Fox. This one making waves throughout the internet, throughout the broadcast waves. Everyone's talking about this headline right here. You see billionaire Elon Musk appearing to get very comfortable with his role as the new head honcho at Twitter. Now, in this move, the current Tesla and SpaceX CEO tweeting a video of himself at Twitter at the headquarters with a sync, captioning it with the quote, entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in. This message creating a lot of buzz among viewers and retweets and likes. It's gaining a lot of traction. It even sent Twitter's stock price up. So there are rumbles that Musk plans to close the reported $44 billion deal with Twitter by late this morning. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Krabs is bringing us more. A lot of people have questions. One of the main questions that we're seeing on social media is, will former President Trump have access to the platform again? Let's dive into that conversation.
All right, and now to the big story of the night, Elon Musk and the Twitter deal. Well, now the $44 billion deal was completed tonight, making Elon's Twitter takeover official. And in his first move, Elon ousted 3 top executives. And now there's rumors swirling about certain banned accounts being allowed access again. For more on this, we want to bring in political expert Brian Sobel. Brian, we'll start off easy tonight. What's your reaction to the news?
Well, we've been watching this back and forth over whether Elon Musk would end up taking over Twitter and becoming the big tweet or whatever he wants to be called. But it's a blockbuster deal from a business perspective, but it also has great political implications, since Twitter has decided in the past to remove controversial figures from its platform.
All right, and now we are less than 2 weeks away from the midterm elections. What could be some potential impacts for the midterm elections with this deal going through?
Well, in theory, if Elon Musk lifted the prohibition against, say, former President Donald Trump or other controversial characters that have been on Twitter, you may see an uptick in the rhetoric coming up as we head to the midterms, which, as you point out, are right around the corner. I don't know whether there's enough time for the Twitter sphere to make a huge impact at this point, because this deal has been done so close to the midterms. But you never know. If a race is 2 or 3 points difference, maybe the Twitter makes a difference.
All right, Brian, let's look ahead to 2024. Is that when we will really see the impact of all of this?
Absolutely. We're going to see the impact early in 23, I would think, 2023, because Elon Musk has indicated that he's going to lift the ban against a number of users of Twitter. That would include the former president, who, of course, has gone on to establish his own social media platform, but he would come quickly back to Twitter. But the political piece of this is very interesting to watch as we move on. And from a business perspective, what happens with Twitter? This was a huge, huge business deal.
You mentioned the former president, Donald Trump. Let's talk more about him. What is what if he is allowed back on the social networking site? What do you think the impacts of this will be?
Well, I think he will immediately begin tweeting, obviously, several times a day, commenting on people, on events, trying to reestablish a core or a base within the Twitter sphere, and which he may have lost, when he was banned. So I think he'll move very, very quickly if Musk lifts the ban to reestablish himself as one of the leading users of Twitter for political purposes.
And Brian, do you have any sense of when we could possibly see the former president, Donald Trump, back on Twitter?
It's going to be interesting to see how Elon Musk rolls this purchase out. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to be the key thing. If it takes days, I think Donald Trump, and he lifts the ban, Donald Trump will be on Twitter again the day and the hour that Elon Musk lifts the ban, would be my guess.
Brian, do you have any final thoughts about this? Anything else you would like to add regarding this news tonight?
Well, first of all, Twitter has been undergoing a metamorphosis. What is it going to be as we move into the future? What kind of platform is it going to be? What are the politics? Are there going to be left and right extremists back into the mix? Will there be, any number of political people who are, again, engaging on Twitter? So we'll see what Elon Musk's plans are and what guardrails he puts on Twitter, if any. It should be interesting to watch.
All right, Brian, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and providing your opinions and expertise. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. You're very welcome.
All right, meantime, we want to show you this statement from Elon Musk. Part of it says, I wanted to reach out personally to share my motivation in acquiring Twitter. There has been much speculation about why I bought Twitter and what I think about advertising. Most of it has been wrong. The reason I acquired Twitter is because it is important to the future of civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of beliefs can be debated in a healthy manner without resorting to violence. There is currently great danger that social media will splinter into far right-wing and far left-wing echo chambers that generate more hate and divide our society. It goes on to say, in the relentless pursuit of clicks, much of the traditional media has fueled and catered to those polarized extremes as they believe that is what brings in money. But in doing so, the opportunity for dialogue is lost. So again, big news here tonight. Elon Musk now in charge of Twitter. Of course, we will continue to stay on top of this story that will impact.
Switching gears here to bring you all this Live Now look inside of an Oakland County courtroom, where, as you see here, the parents of 16-year-old mass shooter Ethan Crumbley are appearing in court today for a hearing on whether or not the Oakland County prosecutor can call witness experts to testify about mass shooters and the path of violence that many take before they actually commit the incident. Now, James and Jennifer Crumbley, their trial is set and their son has already pleaded guilty. We streamed this for you all live, raw, and unfiltered. But the parents of the convicted mass shooter still have more hearings in court before they will be tried for involuntary manslaughter. So again, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to a hearing which will decide whether or not expert witnesses can take the stand.
Witnesses in an effort to protect the other client. As such, in the examination of witnesses, counsel may not be able to ask a question that would help one client but hurt the other. The duty of loyalty to both clients could also prevent counsel from pointing out the differences between the evidence against them or from objecting to the admission of certain evidence as to one client. That is, arguing that certain evidence does not apply to one client can highlight its impact as to the other client. Being duty-bound to protect the interests of the other client can prevent counsel from being able to present a defense that implicates the other client. Do you understand that? Yes. Yes. There may be situations where counsel cannot effectively assist one client due to the necessity to protect the other. For example, if your co-defendant chooses to testify, Your attorney may not be able to cross-examine them on any testimony that may implicate you or challenge your co-defendant's credibility. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand that?
Yes.
A lawyer has the duty to preserve their client's confidences and secrets, and either that duty may become compromised in the situation of joint representation, or counsel may not be able to share certain facts with one of the clients. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you Have you had the opportunity to consult with your retained counsel as it relates to the issue of joint representation?
Yes.
Have you been given the opportunity to consult with independent appointed counsel regarding joint representation and the potential for conflicts of interest?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you at this moment have any further interest in discussing anything with independent counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Having been given the opportunity for such consultation and understanding the risks, do you wish to proceed with joint representation?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that your attorney will not be able to act as a witness?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering the waiver, you will not be able to raise these issues in appeal should you be convicted?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe I supplied this form to each. And did they complete those forms?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we did not see those.
We did not get them this morning.
I think we put them out and then decided to not put them out till this morning just because they come in here and clean, so. All right. They have paper and pencil.
They do, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. There's not the necessity for any kind of sequestration order, right?
No.
Okay. And this is a hearing pursuant to Daubert. Did you want to make a brief opening or not?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may.
Okay. Any other issues before that? Anything else before that?
Oh, Your Honor, I think the only other issue, and maybe we could talk about this at the end of the hearing, is that third expert that was added on. In the issue, the prosecution submitted an affidavit in lieu of testimony, and we would just object to that being a part of this hearing. I don't know if the court wants to take that up now or later.
If they attempt to introduce it, you could object at that time, probably. I got a motion for reconsideration. I think you filed a motion for reconsideration prior to me issuing the scheduling order on Monday, or they passed in the system, but we didn't see the motion for reconsideration until yesterday. I will probably eventually rule on that. I think this hearing will take care of a lot of the issues that were
Thank you, Judge.
raised.
Thank you, Judge. We're prepared to address that issue at the end of the hearing after the first two witnesses. Judge, there are a total of 7 exhibits. In the exhibit book, they're numbered 1 through 8. There is no 6. My understanding is the defense will stipulate to the admission of 1 through 5, and that they're going to contest 7 and 8, which relate to the third expert.
Okay, so there's exhibit 1 through 5, and you stipulate to 1 through 5?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, so exhibit 1 is CV of Dr. Peterson, correct? Exhibit 2 appears to be a report or a letter from the Violence Project. Is this correct?
That's Dr. Peterson's report, Your Honor.
Okay. 3 is CV of Dr. Cornell.
Yes, Your Honor.
4 is, I believe, a document authored by the shooter.
Yes, Your Honor. That's what we would call the original school drawing.
Okay, that's exhibit 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
And exhibit 5
I think we
is
refer to that as,
another drawing from the shooter.
I think we refer to that as the modified, the amended school drawing, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so those are exhibit 1 through 5. You stipulate to the admission of those exhibits?
We do for the purpose of this hearing. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so 1 through 5 are admitted. 7 and 8 yet to be determined, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
School shootings can be prevented. They are utterly preventable. That's a hard thing to hear after children have died. We would much rather believe that there's nothing we could have done. It's a hard thing to hear because it forces us to look at ourselves and the people around us and ask, what could we have done and what should we have done? It's hardest of all on the parents whose children were killed, because if school shootings are preventable, it means their child didn't have to die. And so all of us have told ourselves a story The story that shooters just snap and that these things can't be prevented. It's easier to believe that, and we've said it for so long we do believe it. But it's not true. Mass shootings are not inevitable. We are not helpless, and we don't have to just live with them. They are preventable. That's what decades of research into hundreds of shootings shows. The jury in this case will have to decide whether the Oxford High School shooting could have been prevented, and ultimately whether these defendants could have prevented it. As long as they hold that myth, that there's nothing we can do and that shooters just snap, the jury can't fairly assess those two questions. They need to know the real facts. They need to hear from experts who have seen this pattern over and over and over again. Judge, this is an emotionally charged case. 4 children died. It's tempting to litigate the question whether these defendants could have prevented this shooting today, to make that part of this hearing. But that's for a jury to decide. That's for another day. The only 2 questions today are whether the expert testimony and data underlying them are sufficiently reliable, and whether that testimony will assist the jury in deciding this case. In their most recent filings, the defense has indicated that they don't intend to argue that the shooter just snapped. That might be a matter of semantics. Whether they use the word snapped or not, the defendants have repeatedly claimed that, quote, the last thing they expected was that a school shooting would take place. This case clearly involves a young man who was not on any person's radar to be a threat to himself or any person. Everyone involved was shocked and surprised, including Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly. No one expected that the shooter could or would be homicidal, and it goes on and on. Those are all just different ways of saying that the shooter just snapped and that no one, including them, could have prevented this. But ultimately it doesn't matter whether the defense argues that or not, because it's a common misconception and jurors believe it. A second ago I said that the jury needs to hear this evidence, and I do believe that. But that's not the standard. It's not whether they need to hear that evidence, but whether the jury ought to hear it, whether they deserve to hear it, and then make their own judgment. Your Honor, after you've heard our experts testify today, I don't think you'll have any doubt whatsoever that these opinions and the data underlying them are completely reliable and well-founded, and I hope and will ask you to conclude that the jury deserves to hear them.
Thank you. Would the defense like to make an opening?
Very brief, Your Honor.
Sure.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
As the defense has indicated, we don't dispute that the experts that are being called today are experts in their chosen fields. What we do dispute, Your Honor, is the reliability of their studies as they relate to this case, the relevancy of their conclusions as they relate to this case, and whether or not their testimony would assist a trier of fact. And the defense position, Your Honor, Mr. Crumbly's position, is that the testimony of these potential experts would not assist the trier of fact because their conclusions are not relevant in this case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
No, thank you. I will rely on co-counsel.
Thank you. All right, who's the first witness?
Thank you. Dr. Jillian Peterson.
If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated. And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes, it's Jillian Peterson, Jillian-Peterson.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, I just want to ask, before we get into your report and your CV, how long have you been an academic researcher?
Since I started graduate school back in 2009.
Okay. And how long have you researched specific to mass shootings?
About 5 years.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you just to keep your voice nice and loud for us, okay?
Okay.
Now, what has the research shown?
In studying mass shooters, we've found that there is a consistent pathway up to a mass shooting, that mass shooters have a slow build towards violence over time. They don't just snap, and they give off lots of warning signs along that pathway.
Now, Dr. Peterson, do you testify often?
I've never testified before, no.
Okay. And in fact, You're a professional researcher, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're a professor?
Yes.
Okay, please tell the court what you do.
I am a professor of criminology and criminal justice at Hamline University, and I also am co-president of a nonprofit called the Violence Project.
Now, we'll get into the Violence Project in detail in a few minutes, but I want to ask you for more questions about your background.
Sure.
Where were you educated?
I did my undergraduate degree in sociology at Grinnell College in Iowa, and I got my PhD at the University of California, Irvine.
Okay. Did you have any specializations in your PhD program?
Yes, my PhD is in psychology and social behavior with an emphasis in psychology and law and psychopathology.
And how long have you been at Hamline University?
Since 2015.
What roles have you held there?
I started as an assistant professor of criminology and then moved to an associate professor of criminology, and I'm also the director of the forensic psychology program there.
Can you tell the court, please, what brought you to Hamline to begin with?
I wanted a position in the Twin Cities. I was interested in teaching at a small liberal arts college, and I was excited about teaching forensic psychology classes.
Have you taught anywhere else in your career?
I have, yes.
Where at?
When I was writing my dissertation, I worked as an adjunct at Normandale Community College, McAllister College, and St. Catherine University, and then I held permanent positions at Normandale and at Metropolitan State University before coming to Hamline.
In what departments did you teach in?
I was in either psychology or criminal justice.
Have you always been a professor?
No.
Can you tell the court, please, what you did out of college?
Yes, I started off my career as a mitigation specialist. I worked for the New York Capitol Defender's Office.
What exactly does a mitigation specialist do?
I developed what we called psychosocial life histories of our clients who were facing the death penalty that were used in their sentencing hearings. So I spent time interviewing perpetrators, talking to people who knew them, and then gathering records about their lives.
How long did you work at that office?
I was there around 2.5 years.
And why'd you leave?
New York got rid of the death penalty, so they closed the office.
Okay. What did you decide to do after New York abolished the death penalty?
I could see in doing that work the consistent pathways to violence in our clients' lives, and I could see all the places along that pathway that intervention might have prevented the murder. And so I didn't want to work at that final stage anymore. I wanted to go into actually preventing violence from occurring. So that's why I went to graduate school.
Okay. And that's where you obtained your master's as well as PhD?
Yes.
What was your master's in?
My master's is in social ecology from the same university.
Now, you mentioned, when we talked about your experience as a researcher, so do you research at Hamline University?
Yes.
Okay, tell me please what you do.
At Hamline University, my research is largely focused on mass shootings.
Okay. And have you've been involved in scholarly research at other universities?
I have, yes. Prior to my focus on mass shootings, my research was really focused on the complicated relationship between mental illness and crime and violence.
Okay. Now, we'll get into the fact that you study primarily mass shootings in a few minutes, but if you could tell the court, please, as an academic researcher, do you seek to publish your findings?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, please, what is the process behind publishing findings?
So we can publish findings in what's called a peer-reviewed journal. That process is writing up your findings, doing a literature review, writing up your methodology, your results, and your conclusions, including limitations of the study, submitting that to a journal where it goes out to typically 3 peer reviewers who are experts in the field. They provide feedback and tell the journal either accept, reject, or revise.
Okay. Have you published any peer-reviewed works?
I have, yes.
How many?
About 20.
Now, in looking at your CV that's been admitted to this court, I have a copy if you need to see a copy. I see about 9 pages of published articles, chapters, and books. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to go through them all one by one because the court has accepted the exhibit. But I do want to ask you this. Have you published any work specific to mass shooting prevention?
Yes.
How many?
3 peer-reviewed journal articles, a book, and about 40 other published essays.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you primarily research mass shootings at the moment. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there a shift at some point from your study of mental illness and the intersection of mental illness with crime to mass shootings in particular?
Yeah, around 2017, it really was my interest in mental illness and violence that got me interested in mass shootings, because that was something that was coming up in our public discourse quite a bit. And I realized there was no information about what percentage of shooters had a mental health history, for example. It was also right around the time of the Las Vegas shooting, which was the most deadly shooting. And so it was around that time that I switched my focus to understanding the life histories of perpetrators of mass shootings.
And why was it important to you as a social scientist to understand the life histories of perpetrators of mass shootings?
I think there's a couple reasons. One is that we didn't have a lot of data around who these perpetrators were. And because we didn't have that data, we couldn't have public policy conversations grounded in that data. So when we would say things like, this is caused by violent video games, we didn't know what percentage of shooters were playing violent video games. Also, when you deeply understand that life history and that pathway to violence, that's when you can start building really data-driven prevention strategies. So rather than just minimizing casualties after it's happened, how do we prevent it from happening in the first place?
Just so we're clear, in your research, were you able to determine if mass shootings were in fact preventable?
Yes.
Could you tell the court, please, what exactly is a quote-unquote mass shooting?
It depends on who you ask. There's various definitions. In my work, I follow the Congressional Research Service definition, which is 4 or more people killed, not including the perpetrator, in a public space. The victims are non-family, and it's not in the course of other underlying criminal activity.
And this is the same definition used by the FBI, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you shifted into the study of mass shooting prevention, did you have a name for the study?
Yes, we called it the Violence Project.
Okay, you said that started in 2017?
Yes.
And tell me how that started.
It started with me, my research partner James Densley at Metropolitan State University, and a group of undergraduate students at Hamlin. And we started by putting together a list of every perpetrator we could find who killed 4 or more people according to that definition, going back to 1966.
Can I stop you at the definition? You said 4 or more individuals killed, not including the shooter, not related to the shooter, and not secondary to another crime.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So this started through the Hamlin University?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, did you have any federal funding?
No, we started out all volunteering on the project.
Okay. At some point, were you made aware of a potential grant from the Department of Justice?
Yes, in 2018, the National Institute of Justice put out a call for proposals for studies focused on firearm violence and specifically mass shootings.
Now tell me, please, what was the goal of the study to begin with?
Our goal of the study was twofold. One, to add data to our public policy conversations, to ground those so we could come up with better solutions moving forward, and 2, to figure out if we could find ways to prevent this from happening. If we could find a common pathway, then perhaps we could build some prevention strategies.
Okay. And tell me about the grant process award from the Department of Justice.
Yeah, we put together about a 50-page proposal which details what's known about mass shootings, what's unknown, what we would do in our project, what it would add. We detailed sort of the timeline and tasks and methodology. We submitted that first to Hamlin University. It has to go through a review process, so it's reviewed by the dean and the provost and the president. We then submit it to the National Institute of Justice, where it's reviewed by a series of experts who give it a score.
Would it be fair to say that this proposal is thoroughly vetted?
Yes.
Are these grant awards competitive?
They are, yes.
And you said it's through what department?
The National Institute of Justice.
And what is that?
That is the research arm of the Department of Justice.
And what exactly did you propose you study through this grant award?
We proposed that we were going to build a database of all mass shooters meeting that definition. We were going to code them on a series of life history variables and look for patterns in the data. We also said we were going to conduct interviews with perpetrators, with people who knew perpetrators, parents, siblings, old social workers, also victims, survivors, and experts in the field. And then we were going to disseminate the results and make sure that the results were accessible to the public.
Okay. And we'll go through all those steps. I just want to ask you before we get too far down, how far back did the study propose to go?
We started with the year 1966.
And why 1966?
We started with the Texas Bell Tower shooting, which is kind of commonly regarded as the first public mass shooting. There was mass shootings before then, but that was the first one that was live streamed on television, so people watched it.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, your proposed sample size was every single mass shooting that fits the FBI's definition and the congressional research definition from 1966 on?
Correct, yes.
And when the federal government sanctions an award for a research study, is there certain oversight that goes with it?
There is, yes.
Can you tell the court about that, please?
Yes, we first had to go through an institutional review board to get ethical clearance to do the study. We had to submit progress reports to the National Institute of Justice every 6 months, and then we had to submit a larger report when the study was finished, including all of our data.
Did the National Institute of Justice sanction your research and your findings every step along the way?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was the grant award for?
It was 3 years.
And at the end of the 3 years, what happened?
At the end of the 3 years, we submitted our final report with all of our findings, and the National Institute of Justice accepted that and actually chose to write their own article about the project, including their own press release.
Now, you mentioned the methodology behind the Violence Project. If we could go through those step by step. I think you said step one was to identify the mass shootings?
Yes.
Tell me what that process entailed.
We used publicly available records, we used previous databases and lists of mass shootings and gathered every perpetrator we could find who met our definition.
Okay. And how long did that process take?
A few months at the beginning.
Once you identified the sample size and you identified all of the mass shootings, first of all, tell the court, please, how many were there that you studied?
185 mass shooters of 181 shootings.
Now, was that the number you knew of in 2017 or the number you know of now?
That's now.
Okay, so the Violence Project, is it fair to say it continues in its research even after the grant award had its completion?
Yes, we've been continuing to update the database every 6 months or so.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you tell me?
185 mass shooters and 181 mass shootings?
Yes, so 4 shootings had more than one perpetrator.
So step two was building the database, is that right?
Correct.
Now what does that entail?
So we started off by making a list of every variable we wanted to code, so every piece of information. We looked at previous literature, we looked at public policy conversations, we looked at known risk factors for violence and for self-harm. So everything from basic demographic variables, early childhood, history of crime and violence, mental health history, anything that we could think of, we put as a variable. So it started out about 50 variables. Once we got the funding, we expanded to 150 variables. It's now 188 variables.
Why did the variables expand?
Partially because we discovered new things in the course of our coding. Also, as we have made the data public, researchers and scholars make suggestions to us for additional variables we could add, and we take those into account.
Now, you mentioned that making your findings public was an important part of the Violence Project.
It was.
Why?
Yes. This was meant to be a public criminology project, so this was not something that we wanted to publish in a journal article and lock behind a paywall. We wanted this to be used. We wanted this data to be accessible to policymakers, to journalists, to concerned citizens, something that we could really use when we're talking about this issue that could help us move forward.
Okay. Now, I imagine that it wasn't just identifying the shootings and the shooters, making a database, and then publishing. There was analysis as well, is that right?
That's correct.
And what was the analysis looking for?
Well, initially, to fill in the database, we started by assigning every shooter to 2 separate coders who are highly trained. So each perpetrator was coded twice. We then reconciled those, and any differences, either I or Dr. James Densley would reconcile using the information available. We then had a coder check it the 3rd time, and then we had a database manager go through every cell a 4th time before it was made public.
Okay.
Then to look for patterns in the data, we used statistical analysis to see what variables came up most frequently.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it wasn't just looking at information available, but it was also conducting your own investigation.
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about that, please.
So this is what's called a mixed method study. We had the quantitative component, which is gathering publicly available information, turning that into numeric codes that you can run analysis on. We also had a qualitative component, which was gathering kind of the deeper stories behind this, case studies, if you will. So we wrote to every living perpetrator of a mass shooting that we could identify in prison. 7 of them agreed to be interviewed. We were able to interview 5. We also interviewed about 50 other people, parents, siblings, old social workers, old teachers, who could tell us about the psychosocial life history of the perpetrator.
How many were living that you attempted to interview?
Most perpetrators die in the course of their shooting. So of the 185, we were able to send letters to 30.
Okay.
Sorry, how many were 100 were alive and you sent letters to 30?
We sent everybody alive, so 30 were alive.
Yeah.
And the rest were either died by suicide or by gunfire with the police?
Correct.
Now, what did you do with these first-person accounts, with the interviews that you did? Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Aside from just writing to the perpetrators of mass shootings to interview those individuals, what else did you do?
We interviewed anybody who we could find who had known a perpetrator. We also interviewed victims and survivors and also first responders.
Okay. And what was the intent of doing this extra investigatory step?
The goal of a mixed method study is to have the quantitative statistical data, but to also have these sort of personal narratives that help bring the data alive, help you have ideas for what patterns to look for. In this case, it also helped us verify that data we were getting from publicly available information, so we could look at, do these first-person accounts match up with the data in our database?
And what did you discover?
We discovered that it did match up.
Now, this doesn't seem unlike the work you did with the New York Defender's Office, is that right?
It's similar in the sense of building these psychosocial life histories, yes.
So that's step 1 and step 2, and now step 3, we'll get back to the patterns, but step 3 would be to make the information public.
Yes, so we built a website where we put some of the main findings on the website, and then we made the full database fully downloadable for free.
Okay. And has anyone downloaded it?
Yes.
How many, if you know?
The last I checked, it was about 3,000 downloads.
Okay. Did you make your research and your findings available for other researchers in the field of mass violence prevention and threat assessment?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has anyone cited to that in support of their own studies?
Yes, the last time I looked, it had been cited around 51 times in peer-reviewed journal articles.
And that's just peer-reviewed articles, correct?
Correct.
Now, why was it important for you to not just report back to the National Institute of Justice, but actually publish to the public?
I wanted to see the data used. The goal of this project was to make a difference. The goal of this project was to prevent violence.
Now, you mentioned the public discourse back when you were talking about your shift from the research just in the mental illness and crime into mass shootings back in 2017. Did you note something about the public discourse that caused you to want to build life histories and to examine life histories?
I just noticed the lack of data, that we were really operating on a lot of assumptions, on a lot of fear, or on single case studies.
What sort of assumptions?
Assumptions around things like the perpetrator just snaps, or a psychotic episode causes violence, when we really didn't have any evidence that that was true.
Okay, so when you went into this, there was no database to show if that was true or not true. Would that be right?
There was databases that counted mass shootings, that had basic demographic information, but none that did this deeper dive into the psychosocial life histories.
And as you mentioned earlier, you did find that a mass shooter has a slow build-up to the final event. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the National Institute of Justice. They also published the findings and made it public.
They did.
Okay. And in fact, you authored a book on the subject?
I did.
And what's the book called?
It's called The Violence Project.
Did you seek to publish that in academic press or other means?
I chose not to go with an academic press, again, because I didn't want just academics to read this book. So we went with a traditional trade publisher so that we could reach a wider audience of parents, teachers, law enforcement, sort of anyone who could use the findings.
So the Violence Project was to obtain data and to analyze data, is that right?
Correct.
And to try to identify if there are methods or opportunities to intervene.
Right.
And to identify if, in fact, mass shooters do not snap.
Right.
Okay. Have you, since the Violence Project concluded, been awarded funding to now implement those findings?
Yes, I recently received an award in collaboration with the St. Paul Public Schools, a $1 million grant through the Bureau of Justice Assistance to implement some of those findings and conclusions in the St. Paul Public School system.
Dr. Peterson, are you invited to speak around the country regarding mass shooting research and mass shooting prevention?
I am, yes.
What sort of organizations invite you to speak?
All sorts. Teachers, educators, medical, law enforcement, FBI, Homeland Security.
Now, that's in regards to your mass shooting research, correct?
Yes.
Okay, your experience in this study is extensive, so I just want to recap, and please let me know if I'm missing anything. You began your career building life histories while working with inmates on death row in New York.
Yes.
You obtained your PhD, then started in research.
Yes.
Okay. Around 2017, your research focused on mass shooting prevention.
Yes.
You've published multiple works on the subject, is that right?
Yes.
You've been awarded 2 competitive grants, one to build a database, another to implement the findings.
Yes.
You've written a book on the subject.
Yes.
And you are invited to speak around the country to law enforcement and other organizations to discuss how to prevent mass shootings.
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier you mentioned that you were looking for patterns when you conducted analysis of the data.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Through it all, the Violence Project, when the Violence Project concluded up to this day, tell the court what you've discovered.
Sure. We discovered a consistent pathway that often started with early childhood trauma that included things like physical or sexual abuse, a chaotic household, neglect. There was a slow build over time up to what we call a crisis point. That crisis point is often a suicidal crisis where the perpetrator is hopeless and isolated and no longer cares if they live or die. During that crisis point, their behavior is changing, so they're acting differently, and people around them are noticing that they're acting differently. During that period, they're often studying other perpetrators. We call this social proof. So they look for models of behavior. Oftentimes, they identify with previous shooters and see themselves in those previous shooters. During this period of time, they also often leak their plans. So leakage refers to any communication of an intent to do harm. So they are having indicators of violence and showing those to people. And then finally, they have access to the guns that they need to do the shooting and to the location which it represents their grievance with the world.
Okay. Now, these findings, these patterns, is this what you termed the pathway to violence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see some of the same steps of pathway to violence in this particular case?
I did.
Okay. Before we get into that, every life history is unique, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you talk about childhood trauma, you're not here to suggest that every kid who had it rough is going to turn into a mass shooter.
Absolutely not.
Okay. In fact, you aren't here to testify regarding prediction at all. Is that right?
Right.
And I want to make it clear there is a difference between prediction and prevention.
Correct.
Can you tell me, please, what that means?
Yes, we can't predict who is going to become a mass shooter using the variables that we've studied. What we can do is identify patterns in the data that allow us to design prevention. So if someone has experienced childhood trauma, they could turn out just fine. They could have a variety of different maladaptive outcomes. But if you intervene there, you're preventing all of those things.
So if there's a pattern for these mass shooting events, that means there's opportunity to stop.
Yes.
Do you follow other research in this area as well?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the process behind a peer-reviewed journal. Are you asked to review other researchers for their own peer review?
Yes, quite often.
Okay, so you are recognized as an expert in this field.
Yes.
And do you collaborate with other researchers in this field?
I do, yes.
And do you keep abreast of other violence prevention programs?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, has any other person who studies mass shootings ever come to a different conclusion than there is a consistent pathway to violence?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Has anyone ever come to a conclusion other than mass shootings are preventable?
No.
Has anyone ever come to a conclusion that mass shooters don't snap?
No.
Now, this holds true for the law enforcement agencies that conduct research as well as academic researchers, is that right?
Correct.
Now, you have authored a report in this case.
Yes.
May I approach witness?
Sure.
This has been admitted as People's 2. And that is admitted as evidence, so feel free to refer if you would like to. Okay. Now, I'd like just to refer you to the first line here. Can you just read the first line for the court?
Sure. It says, there is a common misconception by the general public that mass shooters are evil monsters who simply snap and commit a shooting one day. However, research has consistently demonstrated that there is a common pathway to violence for mass shooters.
Okay. Now, this is, as you testified, you're familiar with the FBI's research.
Yes.
And in fact, have you read the 2018 study by the FBI on pre-attack behavior?
Yes.
And in their own introductory paragraph, they found the same conclusion. Would that be right?
Yes.
You didn't coin the term pathway to violence.
I didn't, no.
Okay. Do other researchers use that term as well?
Yes.
Do they use it in the same way you do? Slightly different? And tell us how so.
Slightly different. So the term was originally coined by two researchers, Weston and Calhoun, back in 2003. Our pathway to violence starts earlier, essentially. So we were interested in childhood and adolescence and that slow build. That other pathway to violence starts at the grievance point, so closer to the mass shooting, but they're very consistent.
Okay. Now, your research starts earlier because you endeavored to study life histories. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say in building this database and examining the variables, coding the variables, you've sought every piece of information possible?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned crisis point.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me, please, again, what does a crisis point look like?
So we define a crisis point as when your current circumstances are overwhelming your ability to cope. Something pushes you over the edge. It could be the loss of a job or the loss of a relationship. And then you start acting differently. So we call it a marked change in behavior from baseline. The most common thing we see is increased agitation, increased isolation, increased abusive behavior. It could be not turning in homework assignments or not showing up for school, but people around you are noticing that something's different.
Okay. Now, this could look different for the individual, correct?
It looks different in each individual, yes.
Tell the court again, please, what's leakage?
Leakage is communication of attempt to do harm or of intent to do harm to a third party.
Would you consider leakage to be one of the more important factors in the study of mass research or mass shooting research?
Yeah, we discovered that leakage is a really critical intervention point. One study we did found that leakage is really a cry for help, and so that becomes the key point at which someone needs to intervene.
Okay. And that is because of the nature of the fact that leakage is communicated to another party.
Exactly,
okay.
Yes.
Can it be intentionally communicated as well as unintentionally communicated?
Yes.
And tell me about that, please.
It could be an intentional communication, so writing something on social media like I'm going to be a school shooter. It could be something more subtle, maybe unintentional, like drawing guns on pieces of paper or something.
Now, how prevalent is an identifiable crisis point in mass shooters?
We found it in 85% of the cases we studied.
Okay, so pretty consistent throughout all 185 or so.
Yes.
What about leakage?
So we found leakage, if you look at the whole sample, which includes workplace shooters, restaurant shooters, retail shooters, we see it in about 50% of cases. If we isolate just the K through 12 school mass shooters, we see it 93% of the time.
Okay. Did you see evidence of a crisis point in this case?
Yes.
Tell me, please.
In the evidence I reviewed, I saw two different crisis points. One around March, when the perpetrator was talking about potential hallucinations, delusions, needing mental health care, even thinking about calling 911 on himself in order to get mental health care. And then a second crisis point in the month before the shooting, when his behavior was changing, his best friend had been sent away, I believe his dog had died, he was acting differently during that period as well.
Okay. And you reviewed some of the evidence of this case as well, right?
I did.
Okay. And did you review the journal?
I did.
And did that have evidence of crisis point as well?
Yes. There was a lot in that journal that indicated that he was in a crisis.
Now, you mentioned that mass shooters often are suicidal.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say that, does that mean that every shooter intends to kill himself or herself?
So mass shootings are what is called a performance crime. So the shooting is meant to be watched. It's meant to be witnessed by the world. It's a way to get your anger and grievance into the headlines. It's a way to get your name into the history books. It's a way to be seen. And so in order to do that, you have to either be killed or be caught. So mass shooters don't have an escape plan. They go in knowing that this is their final act. So in many cases, they go in planning to die in the shooting. In some rare cases, they go in planning to spend the rest of their lives in prison.
Okay. And did you see evidence of that in this case?
Yes.
And what was that?
The perpetrator indicated that he planned to spend the rest of his life in prison for this.
And what about the concept of social proof? Can you talk to me a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, social proof is studying previous perpetrators, getting radicalized in online groups or on message boards, kind of identifying and seeing yourself in those other previous perpetrators.
And that was also found in this case, am I correct?
Yes.
Now let's talk about leakage. You mentioned it was critically important. And
yes.
You had, like I said, you had the opportunity to review some of the evidence in this case?
I did.
I would like to refer you to People's Exhibit 4 and 5. Both have been admitted. May we approach such?
Sure.
Dr. Peterson, if you could just take a moment to look at People's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And, I'm sorry, 4 and 5. Do you recognize both of those?
I do.
Now, when you talk about leakage and it being prevalent, especially in school shootings, I want you to tell the court, is this an example of leakage?
It is, yes.
Okay. And tell me what you found in this case, your review of this case, in regards to leakage.
So this case, compared to the other K through 12 school shooters that I've studied, this case was remarkable just in the sheer volume of leakage in the month leading up to the shooting, including homework assignments, journals, notebooks at home, internet searches during school, and then, of course, this worksheet the day of the shooting.
Okay. That worksheet that I just handed you, People's 4 and 5, is that significant to you?
Yes, it is.
How so?
All of this is leakage, from the gun to the thoughts won't stop. In our research, we typically have to infer that leakage is a cry for help, and in here it literally says, "Help me."
Okay. Now, it's important that leakage is evaluated in the context of the person receiving the leakage. Is that right?
Yes.
So some people who have more information are able to interpret it better.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the evidence you reviewed in this case demonstrated an escalating crisis?
Yes.
Now, what about evidence of opportunity? You talked about opportunity.
So we define opportunity as two things: access to the weapon and access to the chosen location.
Okay. And did the shooter in this case have both of those?
Yes.
Now tell us, Dr. Peterson, in what you reviewed in this case, is it consistent or inconsistent with what your studies have found?
Really, the pathway that the perpetrator went down in this case is very consistent with other perpetrators of K through 12 school mass shootings. There are a couple differences in this case, one being the sheer volume of leakage, second being how he obtained the weapon, and I guess third being the fact that the leakage was discussed the day of the shooting.
Were there opportunities to intervene?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Can we just have a 2-minute break, please?
Okay.
We could even leave them at the table, different kinds at the table.
Okay. When you say, tell me what kind of a break you want. Do you want your clients to go downstairs? Do you want to walk into the hallway? Do you want?
No, myself and co-counsel need to walk into the hallway, walk into the bathroom, and then walk right back here.
Okay.
So our clients can stay here, if that's okay.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I've been nervous sometimes.
You can't take pictures in here. Oh, I'm not talking about you.
Oh.
I just saw someone take a picture in here. You can't take a picture in here. Okay. If someone takes a video or a picture in here, I'm going to confiscate your phone. Deputies, if you observe someone taking a picture or videotaping in here, you can let me know and I will personally confiscate their phone.
Yes, ma'am.
You can let me know when you're ready.
Right.
We just need a minute, Chuck. Are we still on the record, Judge?
I think we are. We're still on the record, yeah.
Just before cross begins, I know counsel mentioned in the opening, but just so the record is clear, that this witness is stipulated to be an expert in the field of mass shootings.
That's correct.
All right, I just want to repeat something I said earlier. Allowing cell phones into the courtroom is fairly new and frankly a little bit controversial. But these proceedings are not permitted to be photographed or videotaped in any way. As you see, there are a number of deputies here who will be permitted to confiscate your phone in the event that you take a video or a picture. It's not permitted inside the courtroom. All right? I know probably you don't know that, but it's not permitted. All right? Okay, thank you. Cross.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Peterson.
Good morning.
My name is Shannon Smith. I represent Jennifer Crumley. Today when I'm asking questions, if anything's confusing, please stop me, let me know. If I confuse you with a question, I'd rather clear it up and have you guess, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to jump right into, my understanding is that there are two main areas you would testify to in this case. One being the issue that shooters don't just snap, and the second being that school shootings can be preventable. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I could testify more than that.
Okay. I'm going to go with I'm going to start with talking about school shooters snapping first with respect to this instant case. In this case, you reviewed a number of materials dating back through 2021, authored by and written by Ethan Crumley, correct?
Correct.
So you saw journal entries he wrote, text messages he sent, internet searches he did, all kinds of things along those lines. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would be fair to say that anyone who sees all the evidence, all the things he was doing, it's very clear he was planning this, contemplating it, thinking about it. This was something Ethan thought about, correct?
It's clear that there was an escalation up to the shooting, yes.
Okay, and it's not something, I mean, it's not even a question. He's specific about it being a school shooting he wants to commit, correct?
Yes.
He's specific about even some of the targets that who he would want to shoot first to get the most attention.
Yes.
He's specific about wanting to spend the rest of his life in prison.
Yes.
Okay, so all of the things that with Ethan, it's very...
Have we agreed to call him the shooter?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's easy to... There's no question the shooter planned the shooting and did things to accomplish that plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the second area, at least that the defense understands the prosecution intends to elicit testimony about, is the preventability, I don't know if that's a word, of mass shootings or of school shootings. And your testimony was that school shootings are preventable.
Yes.
Is it your position that all school shootings are preventable?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your position that all school shootings are preventable if leakage and risk factors are identified and there's some kind of interception? Is that my understanding of what you're saying makes it preventable?
So prevention could happen at any point along that pathway to violence, yes.
Okay. And you're on Twitter, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and back in May, you tweeted that 2/3 of school shootings are preventable. Do you recall tweeting that?
No.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor, and I'll show.
If you were shown a copy of your tweet, would it possibly refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Does seeing that refresh your recollection?
No, I didn't tweet this. I don't run the Violence Project Twitter account, but.
Okay, but somebody from your project tweeted 2/3 of mass shootings are preventable. Do you have any idea where they got this 2/3 number from?
I don't, actually.
Okay. And your testimony is that 100% of shootings are preventable?
At some point along the pathway to violence, yes.
Just so we're clear, Council's referring to school shootings, is that right?
Yes. We have obviously seen a number of school shootings.
Yes.
And the research does not contain school shootings that were in fact prevented through the pathways to violence methods, correct?
It's very hard to study. There are some studies of averted shootings, but it's very hard to know the scope of shootings that were prevented.
So in the end, when it's your opinion that all of them can be prevented, we don't have any scientific data that confirms they can all be prevented.
We have a common pathway to violence, and we have studies of averted shootings.
We have a lot of information, and we have hope that more information will help us identify shooters and shootings, but we have no concrete way to know that we are going to be able to stop all shootings, correct?
Again, I'm sorry, Judge, I need to object here. Just to clarify, Council again said all shootings.
All
And
school
Dr.
shootings,
Peterson's an expert in mass shootings.
Yeah, I mean, you can have both ways, but.
I apologize.
No, just be clear, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, the information, the goal is to identify and to stop school shootings and reduce the numbers of school shootings. But right now, there is not concrete evidence that shows if X, Y, and Z is done, a school shooting will never happen in a school, correct?
There's data to show that certain prevention strategies do prevent shootings, but if what you're saying is, I mean, we can't like randomize people and run experiments, so.
Right. I guess my point is that we have a ways to go on research and getting more information, collecting more data, and finding ways that we can intercept and stop shootings.
I would say the information we have is pretty good at this point. We just need to get it out there.
Okay. And when you're talking about getting the information out there, much of what you work on is getting this information into the hands of school officials, school administration, and people who work with students. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The bulk of your the work you do is to help schools find ways to recognize leakage, to address the students' mental health needs or maybe just needs or whatever it's going to take, and to help schools stop the shooting from taking place.
Schools and other practitioner groups, yes.
You do not do trainings that are where parents, solely for parents, to come and learn about leakage and learn about how to stop school shootings, correct?
I have done trainings just for parents, yes.
Okay, but the bulk of your work is on schools and school employees. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay, what is the bulk of your work then?
The bulk of the training that I do? Different practitioner groups, law enforcement, reporters. I do a lot of work with schools, but I wouldn't say it's the bulk, no.
Okay, so law enforcement, reporters, some of the parents can be a part of it. You're trying to target the classes of people that would have contact with children to be able to make a difference. Is that fair to say?
Yes, anyone who has regular contact with young people.
Okay, and you did a study a more recent study about experts being able to assess shooting threats. Is that correct?
Yes, it's currently under review.
Okay, so you did research to determine, one of the questions you're asking and trying to determine is, why aren't experts better at assessing school shooting threats, correct?
Yes, why are they inconsistent?
Okay, and one of the things that you found, so when you're dealing with this study, I'll say it as I understand it, but please stop me if I'm wrong. You surveyed 229 senior law enforcement officials and officers. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And those law enforcement officials and officers, they were people who are directly responsible to assess threats that could be in a school shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or in a potential school shooting?
Yes.
And the research asked these senior level officials and officers to use a scale of 1 to 10 and look at materials and determine on a 1 to 10 level.
All right, the time is now just after 10:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are taking a live listen in as the Crumleys appear in court for an expert witness hearing. Now, we know the parents of Ethan Crumbley will stand trial for involuntary manslaughter. But at this time, let's go ahead and step away from this live event that we're covering and bring you all more on a story that we have been paying very close attention to. It has social media up in arms. Elon Musk taking control of Twitter. Musk's $44 billion deal to acquire Twitter is finally closed. And here's the latest from our colleagues at Fox Business. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, it looks as though we're having a bit of trouble bringing in our friend Kelly O'Grady into our show, but we'll take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll touch base with our news partners at Fox Business in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and try that again. We're bringing you the breaking news of Elon Musk confirming his $44 billion deal to acquire Twitter. The deal has finally closed, and joining us now live with more information is Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady. Good morning, Kelly.
Yes, good morning to you, Rain. I'm glad we were able to make the connection. Yes. But yeah, this saga is finally, part one has come to an end, right? I mean, he's already started making changes. He's, gotten rid of the CEO, the CFO, all last night. And he even tweeted out, this kind of final, the bird is freed. So now comes the real work, right? Now turning Twitter into the platform that he envisions. And he's wasted no time getting started. He's brought in Tesla engineers to review what changes the platform is going to need, sources have confirmed to me. And he's also indicated that he'll immediately start addressing content moderation. Now, he tweeted a response to a user claiming to be shadow banned, saying he's going to start digging in today. Now, he also shared a letter with advertisers. I want to share a quote with you because I think it really sort of sums up where he's going with the platform. He said, quote, "It's important to the future of civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of beliefs can be debated in a healthy manner. That said, Twitter obviously can't become a free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences." And so, of course, the most imminent decision on the table is going to be whether former President Trump is let back on the platform. Musk has previously shared he doesn't support permanent bans, and that could be extremely impactful with midterms just days away. Now, Trump, for his part, he's already responded this morning saying, quote, "I'm very happy that Twitter is now in sane hands, but I love Truth Social." So, I mean, obviously unclear if he's going to come back on. But some advertisers have wasted no time in making it clear they're going to pause ads if that were to occur. But this is quickly going to become the heart of the debate, right? What content is off limits? What's violence inducing? What are the consequences? Now, Rain, reportedly Kanye West's or Ye's Twitter was restored this morning. And Musk has said if 10% on either side are unhappy, he's doing his job. So I'm sure we can expect a lot of fireworks coming, Rain.
I'm sure, and this is making news on a lot of fronts for so many different reasons. Now, the New York Stock Exchange already suspended Twitter from trading, but question for you, Kelly, could Musk potentially make Twitter public again?
So yes, he could, and actually he's mentioned that throughout the process that he would consider taking this public again in 3 to 5 years. And that's not an uncommon thing that you see in acquisitions. A company, especially a private equity firm, will often come in, buy a public company, take it private, kind of do all sorts of things to improve it, make it better without shareholders, having to report out to them every quarter and them, kind of assessing and the stock going like this. So you take it private, you do what you need to do, and then you put it back out into the world when it's all beautiful and pretty and whatever you want to do with the company. And then in theory, he would be able to, get investors on the public market and kind of make back some of that money that he has put into this, because he's certainly putting up a lot of that $44 billion.
Definitely something to pay attention to. Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Rain.
that James or Jennifer Crumbly ever saw those text messages, correct?
I don't know.
And when the shooter in this case says things to a third party, so for example to his friend, saying, I asked my mom and dad about blah, 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 going to a doctor, whatever, you don't know if that's a true statement that really happened, or if that's just something the shooter is saying to his friend on a text.
I only have the materials I reviewed.
Now, very early on in this case, you heard about the Oxford shooting right away as it happened, I imagine.
Yes.
And you wrote an op-ed piece very early on in the case about some of the distinctions between this case and other school shootings. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the op-ed piece was actually written like the first week of December, so within about a week after the shooting took place.
Yes.
And at that point, had you been in touch with the prosecution regarding this case?
No.
In the op-ed piece you wrote, one of the items that you seem firm on is that you believe that Ethan was given access to the gun by his parents. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And in your report, some of your opinions rely on the fact that you believe Ethan was given access.
Can we follow the shooting?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I know it's inadvertent.
Okay. That the shooter was given access to the gun by his parents.
For the op-ed, I was relying on previously published news accounts of what had happened. So those accounts are linked within the op-ed. And for the reports, it references the Instagram posts and things that I relied on. Yes.
Okay. And one of the... You would agree with me that sometimes the news, God bless them, does not accurately report what's happening in a case or accurately report the details of a crime, things like that, correct?
Not 100% of the time, right.
Okay. And that's actually one of the limitations, even in your work in compiling the database, is that you have to rely on information given to you by other people that you can't always independently verify, correct?
We triangulate sources with firsthand and primary sources whenever we can, but yes, there's cases where we do use secondary sources.
And in, for example, one of your published studies about the communication of intent to do harm before a mass shooting, you identify the limitations of your study, correct?
Yes, that's a required part of the peer review process.
And part of the limitations in what you rely on include things like there's room for bias. There's room for bias. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that if the initial information you were presented showed that Jennifer and James, or led you to believe Jennifer and James Crumbly gave the shooter the gun, we can agree that would create some bias in your mind about these parents.
I guess I was relying on the evidence that I was provided in the report.
In the limitations section of your article, you note that there's sometimes misinformation because the source data was originally gathered for purposes different from our own. So the database that you have right now, some of the data in there was derived from databases that were created for other reasons. Is that correct?
Yes, which is standard practice in our field.
And there were situations where, you're right, it's possible there was leakage, but information was not made publicly available for you to be able to look at.
Yes.
And in trying to look at the database and create it and compile it, there's times where you hit some roadblocks like HIPAA getting in the way of getting medical records and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And it's also difficult when we talk about HIPAA to get mental health services information, because the mental health services a perpetrator may have might be related to the shooting, or it might be related to something else, correct?
Yes.
So there's some question about, there's some room for parts of the database that we cannot say are 100% reliable.
That's true of all research in this area, but yes, we used as many sources as we could find.
In your book, there's an example about a kid who got a pie from someone. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So my understanding is there was someone who was planning to commit a mass shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they had a friend who was making a pie for them.
Yes.
And they claimed that because somebody cared about them and was making the pie for them, that stopped them from committing the shooting, correct?
Yes, it gave them hope and got them through their crisis point.
Okay, and part of what you hope to see is administrators, school officials, helping students get through their crisis point as a means to block and stop a mass shooting from happening, a school shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When it comes to the example with the pie, we don't have any independent facts showing that this person had the plans and the gun and the materials and all of the things to truly commit the shooting, correct?
That's a first-hand account, so we just have his first-hand account.
Okay, so his first-hand account could be true, that this idea somebody made him a pie stopped him from shooting, or it could be a feel-good story that he tells. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, in terms of collecting interview data and analyzing it for kind of social science purposes, yes, you would try to triangulate that with independent sources if you could.
And that pie example is one of the ones you use to show that sometimes it's little actions that can help stop a shooting, but that example, we don't really have much information about it to show that a pie is going to stop every shooter, correct?
That is one anecdote in the book. There are others, yes.
At the end of the day, every shooter is different and has a different background and different plans. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there is no recipe for us to put in place to guarantee that we're going to be able to prevent future shootings.
I would say there is a recipe we could put in place.
There's a recipe we could put in place and hopefully minimize it, but we don't have any proof yet that this is definitely going to work. It's going to stop all school shootings.
We do not have that data, no.
Now, one of the things that does make a big difference is when there's kind of an intervention or law enforcement becomes involved in finding out there's plans in the works for a school shooting. Is that a fair? That's a horrible question. Okay, let me back up. Okay, On Monday of this week, there was a school shooting in St. Louis. Are you familiar with that school shooting?
I have read just the news coverage. I haven't studied it.
Okay. In that school shooting, the police had the gun the week before. Are you aware of that?
I read that in an article.
Are you aware that the shooter in that case had been committed, had a mental health commitment prior to the shooting?
That is not a case I've studied, I'm afraid.
Okay. I guess the bottom line of what I'm asking you is, even sometimes when there are interventions and things done, a school shooting can still happen.
If we're talking about that case, I haven't studied it.
Okay. The Parkland shooter. You've studied the Parkland shooter.
Yes.
He's part of the book. Okay. We can agree he was on the FBI radar prior to the shooting.
Yes.
And with him being on the FBI radar, he was still able and did commit a violent school shooting.
Correct. There was a lot of missed warning signs in that case.
With the database that you have prepared, you have already added Ethan Crumbley to the database.
Yes.
And one of the check marks that Ethan Crumbley is checked off on is that he was neglected as a child. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't one of the original coders, so no.
Okay.
But I'd have to look at the data.
So, in terms of what data would support that Ethan Crumbley was neglected as a child,
Judge again.
if you know?
Yeah, I know what I know it's hard to avoid. Please don't mention his name.
Oh God, sorry. Okay.
Thank you. I think I think it's upsetting for the victims.
I apologize to them and to the whole court. I'm not trying.
I know you don't mean it. I know you don't mean it.
That case was coded by 2 independent coders using publicly available information, so I'd have to gather the source files. But we know that the best data about each case doesn't become available until sort of 2 or 3 years later, oftentimes, when FBI reports and things are released. So that's when we go back and we make sure we're revising the data.
Okay, so the data is always subject to be revised when you have more information down the road as things continue.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that one person, I know you have 2 coders, but if there has never been a history of abuse or neglect, police phone calls, things like that, one person's opinion about whether Ethan was neglected could be different than another person's. Is that a fair statement?
No, it's based on data, which 2 people code and then a 3rd person checks.
Okay, and specifically in this case with the shooter, you don't have an awareness of what data was used to make that conclusion?
I don't know.
You're streaming live now from Fox, and we are taking a live now look as the parents of the 16-year-old mass shooter appears in court for a hearing on whether the Oakland County prosecutor can call witnesses and experts to testify about the mass shooters and the path to violence that many take before they actually start shooting. So in trying both of the Crumbley's parents, the prosecutors want to connect the inaction of James and Jennifer to their son's decision to bring a gun to school. Now, both defendants have fought the charges and asked for them to be thrown out, arguing that they couldn't have known what their son was planning. So let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will have a recap of other top stories when we return. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. So this Halloween, trick-or-treating can be tough for kids that have food allergies. But there is an effort to make teal pumpkins a signal of safe treats for those with food sensitivities. Now, the Teal Pumpkin Project raises awareness for food allergies to make Halloween safer. If you don't have time to get or make a teal pumpkin, you can print out a free sign from the Teal Pumpkin Project website and put it on your door. So just about any food can cause a reaction, but most popular Halloween candies contain nuts, milk, eggs, soy, or wheat, which are some of the most common allergens. Now, joining us live with more information is Dr. Sarah Boudreaux Romano. Dr. Sarah, thank you so much for spending your morning with us. So this Teal Pumpkin Project is one that's very important because we know that allergies and kids can be a deadly mix, unfortunately. So what's the first thing that a parent should do if their child does have food allergies this Halloween?
I think one of the most important things during the Halloween time, especially during trick-or-treating, is to remind your kids not to eat while they're trick-or-treating. So I think that's such an exciting thing for them, and they tend to want to have snacks while they're going door to door. But often the small candies are not labeled individually with ingredients. So they may be taking risks that they don't even, aren't even aware of. So definitely keeping the food till you get home is probably one of the best bets for
That's a very good
Halloween.
point that you make. And we talked about the nuts being a common allergen, but what are some other common items that parents and kids should maybe avoid?
Well, it all depends on what your child's allergic to. So, there are a lot of foods that have, like you had mentioned before, egg, other tree nuts, and sometimes it's just labeled that it may contain peanuts or tree nuts, and that is often missing on the individual packages.
I see. Now, are there any food alternatives that maybe won't trigger these allergic reactions?
So one thing that the Teal Pumpkin Project is good at is making suggestions for non-food items. So these may be stickers or tattoos or some other candies are generally safe for kids with food allergies like Smarties or Dum Dums. But again, those are not necessarily safe for everyone, but for the majority, those are top 8 allergen free.
Absolutely. And to be completely honest with you, the Teal Pumpkin Project, this is my first time hearing about it, but I do think that it's an excellent way to make sure that we're avoiding things that could cause allergic reactions among kids. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
No, I think that just making sure that the big thing I always tell my kids who also have food allergies is don't eat it first, read it first. So make sure that you allow the parents to take a look at all the candies. Maybe you can trade for safe ones at home, but definitely don't eat on the route and make sure someone is making sure the candy is safe for the kids before they go ahead and eat it on their Halloween night.
Don't eat it first, read it first. Excellent advice, Dr. Sarah Boudreaux Romano. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, guys, moving right along with other top stories this morning, we've been paying very close attention to the midterms, which are just 11 days away. Now, the United States economy showed growth in its last quarter. Good news, but there are still storm clouds on the horizon, which is why the economy is still the #1 issue as voters head to the polls in midterms. From Washington, Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard brings us more.
October has held a lot of unwelcome surprises and setbacks. In Georgia's Senate race, another woman declining to be named is alleging Republican Herschel Walker not only paid for an abortion back in 1993, but drove her to the clinic. It's the second such allegation after the mother of one of his children claimed that Walker paid for her abortion in 2009. As a candidate, Walker says he is staunchly pro-life.
This seat is too important for me to stand by or to step down. It's a lie, and I want everyone out there to know it's a lie.
Tuesday's Senate debate in Pennsylvania between Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz showed the struggle Fetterman is facing since suffering a stroke earlier this year. He says he has a hard time with auditory processing.
I may not get every word the right way, but I will always do the right thing in Washington, D.C.
Some questioning if Fetterman is fit enough for office, while others say his stumbles aren't a problem.
From day one, once he had a stroke, I felt he should have dropped out.
His health may hurt him a little bit, but he has good ideas.
Fetterman
Fetterman's campaign claims despite his struggles on stage following the debate, they raised $2 million. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News. In 2 Senate races, October has held a lot of unwelcome surprises and setbacks.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox's Lauren Blanchard for bringing us that update. Let's turn our attention to the latest news on Twitter. The Twitter takeover has been complete, and there are reports that Elon Musk has already fired some of the company's top executives. Here's more.
Well, some Twitter users are already testing the waters and pushing boundaries to see if there are new free speech rules in place as Elon Musk takes the helm. Earlier this week, Elon Musk strode into Twitter's San Francisco headquarters carrying a sink. "Let that sink in," he said. And just overnight, it all came down to a 4-word tweet. "The bird is freed," he wrote. And there are reports that he has already fired several top executives, including the CEO.
I believe that Elon Musk buying Twitter and owning Twitter will be the end of Twitter.
Some users are already predicting Twitter's demise, but Musk has promised a new emphasis on free speech with some limits. In a message to help calm advertisers, he wrote, "Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape. Our platform must be warm and welcoming to all." Twitter and other social media companies like Facebook have been criticized for censoring posts. Already, some Twitter users are testing limits. One verified account tweeted, "Testing, testing, men can't have babies. Testing, testing."
I think we have the endless proof that without guardrails on a platform like Twitter or really anywhere on social media, you end up with hate, misogyny, conspiracy theories.
Musk and Twitter will now be under intense scrutiny as the platform ushers in new changes.
What will Elon's legacy be? Will it be kind of being the pioneer of EVs, or will it be the guy who saved free speech and saved democracy? Because he's paying $44 billion for a company that's probably worth $10 billion. Mm-hmm.
And beyond all of the free speech issues, that is another looming question, whether Musk can make this investment pay off. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, and now to the big story of the night, Elon Musk and the Twitter deal. Well, now the $44 billion deal was completed tonight, making Elon's Twitter takeover official. And in his first move, Elon ousted 3 top executives. And now there's rumors swirling about certain banned accounts being allowed access again. For more on this, we want to bring in political expert Brian Sobel. Brian, we'll start off easy tonight. What's your reaction to the news?
Well, we've been watching this back and forth over whether Elon Musk would end up taking over Twitter and becoming the big tweet or whatever he wants to be called. But it's a blockbuster deal from a business perspective, but it also has great political implications since Twitter has decided in the past to remove controversial figures from its platform.
All right, and now we are less than 2 weeks away from the midterm elections. What could be some potential impacts for the midterm elections with this deal going through?
Well, in theory, if Elon Musk lifted the prohibition against, say, former President Donald Trump or other controversial characters that have been on Twitter, you may see an uptick in the rhetoric coming up as we head to the midterms, which, as you point out, are right around the corner. I don't know whether there's enough time for the Twittersphere to make a huge impact at this point because this deal has been done so close to the midterms. But you never know. If a race is 2 or 3 points difference, maybe the Twitter makes a difference.
All right, Brian, let's look ahead to 2024. Is that when we will really see the impact of all of this?
Absolutely. We're going to see the impact early in 23, I would think, 2023, because Elon Musk has indicated that he's going to lift the ban against a number of users of Twitter. That would include the former president, who, of course, has gone on to establish his own social media platform, but he would come quickly back to Twitter. But the political piece of this is very interesting to watch as we move on. And from a business perspective, what happens with Twitter? This was a huge, huge business deal.
You mentioned the former president, Donald Trump. Let's talk more about him. What if he is allowed back on the social networking sites? What do you think the impacts of this will be?
Well, I think he will immediately begin tweeting, obviously, several times a day, commenting on people, on events, trying to reestablish a core or a base within the Twitter sphere, and which he may have lost, when he was banned. So I think he'll move very, very quickly if Musk lifts the ban to reestablish himself as one of the leading users of Twitter for political purposes.
And Brian, do you have any sense of when we could possibly see the former president, Donald Trump, back on Twitter?
It's going to be interesting to see how Elon Musk rolls this purchase out. And I think that's going to be the key thing. If it takes days, I think Donald Trump, and he lifts the ban, Donald Trump will be on Twitter again the day and the hour that Elon Musk lifts the ban, would be my guess.
Brian, do you have any final thoughts about this? Anything else you would like to add regarding this news tonight?
Well, first of all, Twitter has been undergoing a metamorphosis. What is it going to be as we move into the future? What kind of platform is it going to be? What are the politics? Are there going to be left and right extremists back into the mix? Will there be, any number of political people who are, again, engaging on Twitter? So we'll see what Elon Musk's plans are and what guardrails he puts on Twitter, if any. It should be interesting to watch.
All right, Brian, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and providing your opinions and expertise. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. You're very welcome.
All right, let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C. President Biden was in New York on Thursday defending the state of the economy after a better than expected GDP report shows the U.S. economy grew last quarter. But some economic experts, they're worrisome. So Fox's Madeline Rivera breaks down the latest reports from Washington.
Great economic report today, the GDP report. Things are looking good.
President Biden quick to celebrate. After shrinking in the first half of 2022, the U.S. economy saw a bump in the third quarter. GDP grew at an annual rate of 2.6% per a new government estimate.
We're back in the game. We're competing again in a big way.
The bounce is due in large part to increases in exports, consumer spending, and government spending. So some economic experts say the boost may be deceptive.
That masks underlying problems within the economy that we're seeing already. The economy is slowing down. It's expected to slow down a whole lot more in the very near future.
Home sales are already slowing down. This week, the average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage reached 7.08%. The first time in 20 years. It's another sign the Federal Reserve's aggressive moves to raise interest rates are rippling throughout the economy.
They're paying more money for just the necessities of life, whether it's food or gas or their used car. They now can't afford to buy a home.
The economic pessimism, a major problem for Democrats with midterms quickly approaching.
And a lot of Democrats I've talked to in the last week are concerned that the party spent so much time talking about abortion that they didn't address the many voter concerns about inflation and the state of the economy.
While President Biden tried to draw contrast with Republicans on the economy during his event in Syracuse on Thursday, a Fox News poll shows 62% of voters disapprove of his performance on the issue. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And let's check in with Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis. She has more on top consumer-related stories.
The U.S. economy rebounding over the summer. The latest reading of gross domestic product, which measures our economy, shows it grew at a 2.6% annual rate in the third quarter. That was more than expected and reverses 2 straight quarters of the GDP actually shrinking. That news not helping Wall Street much. The market's ending mixed on Thursday as investors continue to monitor the new earnings season and hoping the Federal Reserve will slow down on hiking interest rates. Those rate hikes are making it more expensive to use your plastic. According to Wallet Hub, folks with credit card debt have shelled out an additional $20 billion in interest payments so far this year. The cost of taking out a mortgage is also rising. Freddie Mac says the national average for a 30-year fixed-rate loan topped 7% this week for the first time since 2002. It's more than doubled from this time last year. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Our economy continues to beat expectations. It grew last quarter, even as the Federal Reserve repeatedly raised interest rates. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what this means and where it's headed. Craig?
Well, the economy grew slightly, but grew nonetheless, 2.6% on an annual rate. What you really watch, though, is quarter to quarter. There it grew 0.6%. And that is something that really defies conventional wisdom. But we keep learning that that's something that doesn't always apply in unconventional times. The GDP, or gross domestic product, measures the value of all the things that we make and all the services we provide as a nation. And we get a temperature reading every 3 months to measure whether our economy is shrinking or growing and by how much. Well, the first two readings of this year showed declines. And as you may recall, a lot of pundits claim that meant recession.
Fact is that 10 times we've had 2 negative quarters or more since the Second World War, and every time it was a recession.
But that's not how we define and determine recessions. And those naysayers who projected continuing declines just missed. The third quarter GDP just showed our economy is growing again. It grew 0.6% in the third quarter, once again defying expectations, while we still have what economists consider full employment. And while high inflation persists, and that's blowing political winds in favor of Republicans, our growing economy and strong job market may also shift some momentum back to the Democrats in the closing days of the midterm campaigns.
We're starting to see some of the good news on the economy. We're moving in the right direction.
But there are also some other points of concern besides the obvious of inflation. The housing market is showing signs of significant decline in sales and in new construction as mortgage rates hit 7% for the first time in 2 decades. And while consumer spending rose 0.4%, the rate of consumer spending is down 0.1 of a point from the prior quarter. And the Federal Reserve can and likely will raise interest rates yet again next week. That's coming on November the 2nd. The expectation is we will get another hike, perhaps of 0.75 of a point yet again. And that's driving some tension in light of these numbers that show maybe raising interest rates have worked to a certain extent, and we may not need more rate hikes in order to get inflation on the run. But the Fed does not appear to be convinced. That's where this tension between, wait a minute, you don't want to break the economy for the sake of fixing inflation, but the Fed is saying we have to fix inflation at all costs.
Well, if the pace of consumer spending is slowing, how can our economy be growing?
And that's something you have to see new growth while you see slowing growth. On the surface, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The short answer is that unusual things happen in unusual times. Sort of a longer answer would be that we are now exporting more than we did, and we are importing less. Imports don't count toward GDP. So American consumers are spending more of their money now on services as opposed to imports from other nations, while we are now sending more export stuff we make to other nations and profiting from it.
All right. Thank you for that explanation, Craig Patrick.
All right, we do have this breaking news event coming from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Now, authorities in Oklahoma launched a homicide investigation after 8 people were found dead Thursday in a house fire. Let's listen into this live update.
Found 2 adults in the front of the house with significant injuries, and they were obviously deceased. Those injuries did appear to our fire crews at that time immediately to be criminal in nature, and so we immediately called for the police department to come and intervene on the fire scene. Our crews continued into the structure and performed simultaneous fire suppression efforts as well as search and rescue efforts, looking for any additional victims in the home. The crews did an absolutely excellent job in confining the fire to one room in the rear of the house, in the room of origin. During the extinguishment of that bedroom, the crews did find additional victims as described by Chief Berryhill. Due to the extreme heat and fire in that one bedroom, the fire room, those victims were not removed from the house at that time. It did become obvious that to all the fire personnel on scene that this was a crime scene, and so once the initial fire was knocked down, our crews moved to preserve the evidence, to preserve the crime scene for our fire investigators as well as our police department. Our deputy fire marshals were on scene only moments after our first arriving crews, and they began to quickly coordinate their efforts with the police department, and our fire investigation quickly became secondary to the police criminal investigation. At this time, we do not believe that any of the victims died from the fire. However, the final determination for the cause of death will be made by the medical examiner. Our fire investigation, much like the police department's criminal investigation, is going to be ongoing for some time. We have coordinated our efforts with the ATF, who brought in their experts as well, and we've got evidence sent to their labs for further investigation. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, not only are we proud of our first responders who all operated on scene, but we also had help from our surrounding communities who came and operated here in the city of Broken Arrow, running our other calls that were occurring at this time so that we could focus all of our efforts on this tragic emergency scene. Again, we do appreciate the continued support and prayers for the families, the victims of this, as well as our first responders and the entire community. Again, I want to point out that we will take a few questions from Chief Berryhill and Chief Moore, but we also have some press packets with a press release that we will pass out following this press conference. So at this time, we will take, again, just a few questions from Chief Berryhill and Chief Moore.
I know you said victims range, juvenile victims 1 to 13. Can we get specific ages on them and genders?
That'll be in the press packet, I believe.
And then also, second question.
We're not going to release at this time the actual ages, just from 1 to 13 for now.
Did you say that all the victims were contained to that one room where the fire was?
Yeah, the victims, the juvenile victims, were in one room in the back of the house where the main fire was.
That's correct. We found 2 adults at the front of the house. All of the juvenile children victims were in one bedroom in the back of the house where the majority of the fire was contained.
Chief, I wanted to ask you, you immediately found 2 adults in the front of the house with significant injuries. Can you clarify, were they suffering from gunshot wounds or blunt force trauma? Can you tell us anything about their injuries?
I can tell you we recovered firearms from the home. We're still investigating exactly what happened. And until the medical examiner comes back and gives us specific findings, we're not prepared to release that at this time.
What makes you think that it was they were both suspects?
The nature of where they were found and where the juveniles were found, that's our initial investigation leads us to believe that at this time.
One final question for Chief Berryhill.
I was wondering if there's a history of domestic violence at this house or any previous calls to this address.
It's been numerous years since we've had a call there. Nothing very, it's very innocuous, and nothing out of the ordinary for this particular residence.
Any questions for Chief Moore?
Do you know anything about how that fire started, if they lit the house on fire, or the background from that side of it?
At this time, it's going to be under investigation. Our fire investigators have been on scene investigating that, coordinating closely with the ATF, collecting evidence. We won't have a determination until the conclusion of the investigation, and we send that evidence to the lab and look it over closely.
Chief Moore, how do you handle a situation like that when you show up on a scene and you see your firefighters and what they just saw? What happens with them moving forward?
Sure. No one should have to face this kind of tragedy, and our firefighters do face this from time to time, and so we have definitely learned some strong lessons in this community about facing tragedies such as this. We've been very, very proactive in setting up peer support teams, also retaining both the police chief and I have both retained outside counseling services from a local counseling agency that we offer to our firefighters as well as their families. And we were very proactive last night. We pulled those firefighters off the trucks. We met with them. We met with our chaplain team as well as the peer support team, had all of them come in last night and begin addressing really the mental wellness of our first responders, because we know these can have traumatic effects on individuals throughout their life, and it can be a cumulative effect too, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime tragedy, and we are very proactive, both the police chief and I, in making sure that our personnel are being well taken care of.
It was our understanding that when you guys arrived that neighbors had already started to pull bodies out of the house. Can you comment on that?
The reports are a little bit inconclusive at this time, but we did find them at the very front of the house, and from what I understand, there were some citizens that were involved in that, but I don't have the final details on who or what or where.
Last question.
We noticed there were a couple crews from Oklahoma Natural Gas out there today. Is that just part of the typical response to a fire, or is there any reason to believe that there's any gas issues out there?
It is standard practice to have Oklahoma Natural Gas come out to every structure fire, turn off the gas, as well as investigate. That's part of their own policy and protocol that they investigate to make sure that's not any cause. We do know the gas was not on at the house at the time of the fire.
Okay, at this time, guys, that's all the questions we're going to take today. Again, I do want you to stick, if you can, to our social media. We will post future updates on this investigation, and I would invite you to take home a press packet that does have the newest press release that we have to hand out. So thank you so much.
All right, that was the latest from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Authorities there announcing the launch of a homicide investigation after 8 people were found dead on Thursday in a house fire near Tulsa. Now, Broken Arrow police said that although the fire and deaths were being investigated as homicides, they do not believe an immediate threat to the public exists. The time is now 11:13. Let's take a quick break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 11:15 a.m. Let's touch on a bit of international news. Russian President Vladimir Putin says that the United States and its allies are seeking global domination by fueling the conflict in Ukraine. Now, this comment comes as the Defense Department unveils its national security strategy. Here's more.
As Russia continued drills simulating a massive nuclear strike and an intercontinental ballistic missile launch, the Pentagon rolled out its long-awaited national defense strategy, and Putin told foreign policy experts the United States was wrong to destroy its relations with China over Taiwan, adding Russia recognizes Taiwan as part of China, criticizing recent visits by U.S. officials, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who he referred to as Grandma.
Why did that old woman have to go to Taiwan? It's absurd.
Some might think that there is some calculation, but I do not think there's any calculation at all. All there is to it is arrogance and a sense of impunity.
The Pentagon's National Defense Strategy calls Russia an acute threat, but the People's Republic of China a bigger long-term challenge.
The PRC is the only competitor out there with both the intent to reshape the international order and increasingly the power to do so.
Despite multiple veiled threats, Putin said today he never intentionally suggested he would use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, blaming the West for the war.
The West, in recent years, and especially in recent months, has taken a number of steps to escalate. This is the incitement of war in Ukraine. These are provocations around Taiwan.
Putin said Ukraine is preparing a dirty bomb, something Austin denied. To deter Putin, the U.S. is accelerating plans to send upgraded B-61-12 air-dropped gravity bombs to NATO bases in Europe, while scrapping a sea-based tactical nuclear cruise missile.
We did not need that capability. We have a lot of capability in our nuclear inventory.
Today, China's President Xi, in his first message to the U.S. since his unprecedented third term, said he stands ready to work with Washington and hopes to find the right way to get along with the U.S. in what sounded like a coordinated message with Putin. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
So let's talk about all of that even more with national security expert Hal Kempfer. He's standing by. Hal, good to see you. I don't think we've spoken since Monday, and a lot has happened since. I want to talk, though, because we were kind of treated again to one of Putin's hours-long rambling diatribes against the West today at this forum in Moscow. But he did say something quite interesting. He said, we're ready to restart dialogue on strategic stability with the United States. And he said Moscow has no intention of using nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Do you believe him?
Andrew, it's been kind of an interesting day on nuclear weapons. He's not the only time we've heard this. We heard it a couple different places today where they said we're not going to use nuclear weapons. We're not going to use nuclear weapons. And even denying that they'd ever even rattled the nuclear weapon saber, if you will. That's actually the big question is, does anybody believe them at this point? What we're seeing, and we've seen this an exceptional display of this over the last month, is using information in lieu of actual activity on the ground, things within the war. They basically are using any rhetorical tool they can in any way they can, and things like the big nuclear exercise they did. All of this is to substitute for their inability to hold ground in Ukraine or make any progress in Ukraine. So there's a little bit of an offset there. And I think some of this today is a recognition, and it wasn't just Putin. It's not the only place that was said today, that they maybe rattled that saber too hard, that they were losing ground in other areas around the world, that some of their ostensive allies are distancing themselves, and I say that particularly Xi is getting concerned about this rhetoric, this nuclear rhetoric, and also not to be forgotten, India has always historically had a pretty close relationship with Russia. They've always had a lot of arms procurement from Russia, and Modi has been very strong in his language towards Putin as far as this whole Ukrainian war and what Russia is doing there, and that is a bit of a strategic shift. So I think I'm not surprised that he did back it off. Do I believe him? I frankly I have difficulty believing anything that Putin says. You know, he'll say one thing one day and change it the next day, and then deny he said what he said the day before, and so. Yeah, he's got a huge credibility problem, and I don't think he really understands that you know, even in this information age where we're overwhelmed with information, there is a point where people will literally start to write you off, and I think that's what he's facing on the international scene is foreign leaders are literally starting to write him off. And I would point to the UN today, where they basically the Security Council told the Russian ambassador, "Said quit wasting our time." With these accusations that the U.S. was involved in some sort of biological weapons program
in Ukraine. They basically all came around and just told the Russian ambassador, stop, just quit wasting our time. Why do you keep doing this?
Yeah, I just want to refer yet again to some of the other statements. I mean, this was like I said, hours long, really rambling speech. It was also there was a Q&A portion as well. And we saw similar refrains that Putin makes against the West. He kind of claims this fictitious multipolar world that is emerging, that the global hegemon of the United States is no longer as powerful as everyone thinks. He said the only real guarantor of the sovereignty and state integrity of Ukraine could only be Russia, which created today's Ukraine. We've heard that rhetoric from him before. He brought up the assassination of Qasem Soleimani by the United States, the Iranian, one of the Iranian military leaders there. He said as well about kind of the U.S. intervention and involvement in the war in Ukraine. I'm reading from the Washington Post story. He says, unlike the West, we do not climb into someone else's yard. So as far as Putin is concerned, Hal, the West at all, but mostly the United States, they are pulling the levers inside of Ukraine, orchestrating and operating this war.
It's interesting. He's been trying to rhetorically, particularly as they've just been, basically their military operations have been falling apart and they've had to pull back so much. He's been trying to reframe this, and this is really aimed at more of a domestic audience, but reframe the entire thing as a war between or a conflict between Russia and the West. In the way he kind of explains it, he basically is making Ukraine sound like a puppet of the West. And he points at things, even when we talk about some of the coordination stuff, I'm sure he seizes on that language when he sees, us talking openly about how we coordinate our activities with Ukraine to help them to make sure they're getting weapons and other things that they need. He sees that as basically the U.S. is trying to control Ukraine. Now, the discussion of a multipolar world, that was very interesting language. That's been around for a while. That really goes back, 30 some years, where there was discussion of the bipolar world was going to turn into a multipolar world at the end of the Cold War. And then there was a lot of discussion about by the mid 90s to late 90s that we had entered somewhat of a unipolar world where the U.S. was the only surviving superpower. We didn't have a near peer competitor anywhere in the world. And so now he's going back to the multipolar world. But if you heard Secretary Austin talking, and I think it's the National Defense Strategy kind of makes this clear, that was just released today, that China is truly our strategic competitor, our near peer competitor, and certainly as much of a distraction, as much as a threat to certainly European security that Russia poses. That in terms of a broader global picture, China is basically is making efforts to try and change the global security arrangement, the international system, and it's really refocusing our entire strategy to really look at China in ways that I think we were kind of looking at before, but I think we're looking at much more strongly now. And I know certainly from my former service, the Marine Corps, we have made tremendous changes focusing on China, and there's a lot of back and forth with the Corps, a lot of contention about that. Is this a good strategic move? But the Commandant of the Marine Corps has been very clear about design, focus on the Pacific, and really focus at China. And I think that's in line with what you just heard Secretary Austin say. So okay. Russia doesn't want to hear that. Russia wants to say it's a multipolar world because Russia wants to believe that they're one of those poles.
Right.
And basically what we're saying is, no, you're kind of a distraction, but you're not. It's going to go to a bipolar world. And by the way, that pole is not you. And that's, I got to tell you, from a perspective, from a Russian ego perspective, from a Putin's ego perspective, that's a bitter pill. And okay. I think he's reacting to that.
Hal, just lastly, I've kind of been coming to this sense over the last week because I've been hearing a lot from Zelensky, from Putin, from President Biden, from congressional leaders, European leaders that this war has no end in sight, and that there is no off-ramp, and that we are approaching the winter months, and that both sides are very, very dug in. Now, notwithstanding the incredible gains the Ukrainian counteroffensive is making, but, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see an end in sight to this.
It's not going to happen real soon. What you are seeing is tremendous gains. The Kharkiv counteroffensive was extremely successful. There is some back and forth around Bakhmut in that area. That's where the Wagner group is fighting hard, and they've been exchanging terrain back and forth. They're not making any gains. Strategically, has become virtually irrelevant, except for the Wagner group wants to say that they took something that the Ministry of Defense could not take. There's a little bit of competition internal with Russian forces there. Kherson, a lot of discussion. I'm having a tough time separating the propaganda and the information operations, saying that they're going to defend Kherson. They're not going to it's going to be fierce urban fighting and all this stuff. At the same time, the troops up there are really, really poor quality, low morale. Not likely to withstand a considerable defense, but it is an urban defense, and with urban defense, you can have lower quality troops hold land as long as the opponent doesn't have an overwhelming force advantage. But I think Kherson's going to fall. I think the big thing though is over time, and this will improve with the logistics. We just announced today that the NASAM, the very advanced anti-air system, air defense system that we have, say in Washington, D.C. and other places around the world, that system will be, the first ones will be delivered into Ukraine in early November. Once these air defense systems are in place, that will neutralize a lot of what has created the perception that Russia is able to really hold on, which has been their use of drones and whatever remaining missiles they have. Once those things are really being taken out in much higher percentages, much higher quantities, that advantage the Russians have now will start to slip away. And without that advantage, not so much on the battleground in Ukraine, but the battle that Putin is fighting to maintain his position in Moscow. And so when I hear a lot of this rhetoric, yes, it's going to take a while to shift the terrain, the battle space, if you will, in Ukraine, but he's fighting a two-front war, and that second front is heating up for him a lot, and that's the ability to maintain power. And I think the increased number of unusual deaths of senior gas and oil executives and others, and some of the movement of personnel around, is a direct reflection that he is picking up on plots to have, for something to happen to him.
Okay.
And so I think he's seeing that, and he's also seeing his base, that ultra-nationalist base, really critical of what he's been doing. So he's doing what he can to offset that, but there's a clock ticking, and it's clicking, and it's ticking in Ukraine and ticking in Moscow.
Okay. Hal Kempfer, as always, so we thank you for your time. We'll be speaking again, no doubt. Have a good night, Hal.
Okay, you too.
A huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. We are taking a Live Now look from the Pentagon. Time here is 11:30 a.m. We are on standby for a live update from the Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary that's scheduled to begin any moment now. And of course, we'll stream it all for you live, raw, and unfiltered. At this time, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we take a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., we are on standby to get an update from the Department of Defense. That is scheduled to begin any moment now. But in the meantime, we are also monitoring the courtroom where the Crumleys are participating in a hearing. The judge soon to decide whether or not expert witnesses will be allowed to speak. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Criminology and the Association of Threat Assessment Professionals and some others.
Okay. You've been a member of the Association of Threat Assessment for Professionals since 2014?
Yes.
Doctor, you published extensively, is that correct?
Yes.
You list roughly 180 peer-reviewed articles that have been published?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the focus of your work is prevention?
Yes.
And your specialty is school threat assessment?
My specialty is school threat assessment and prevention of youth violence.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes.
How often?
Well, when I worked in Michigan, I testified fairly often. When I moved to Virginia, I testified much less frequently. I don't think I've testified in the last 5 years.
In the case where you testified, were those criminal cases or civil cases or both?
Mostly criminal cases.
And beyond testifying, have you consulted in criminal cases?
Yes.
And in those criminal cases, in some instances, were you consulted by the defense?
Yes.
And in others by the prosecution?
Yes.
Give the court a rough proportion of defense versus prosecution?
Well, primarily in Michigan.
All right, listening in live from a Michigan courtroom as the prosecution is fighting to use testimony that argues that Ethan's pathway to violence was followed by multiple stages instead of the teen snapping and committing a mass murder. The defense, on the other hand, is fighting for the allowance of that expert testimony. But let's go ahead and switch gears because we do have that Pentagon update getting started.
With the NDS, with an emphasis on priorities focused on building enduring advantages. The SMP provides a management framework for describing general and long-term goals, actions the department will take to realize those goals, and how the department will address challenges and risks that may hinder achieving results. And it focuses on strengthening the business and management capabilities necessary to implement the NDS. This will be available, the SMP will be available on Defense 50 years and is the first combat training center for the Indo-Pacific. It will include several thousand participants from all U.S. Joint Services and the Coast Guard, as well as active participants from Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. JPMRC increases combined training opportunities for our regional allies and our partners and produces significant cost savings versus moving personnel and equipment to continental U.S. training facilities. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. I'm going to first turn it over to Lita, who's joining us on the phone.
Hi, Sabrina. Thank you. I have a couple of quick things. First, the Secretary, I just want to make sure I'm interpreting the Secretary's comments yesterday accurately. He said we'll be able to get the capability and trained troops married up in Ukraine on the NASAMS early next month. Does that, am I hearing that correctly? That means that there are already troops trained on the NASAMS in Ukraine or that have been trained. There are already Ukrainian troops that have been trained that are ready to use these NASAMS early next month when they arrive. And is there also the AMRAAM ammunition already there? And then just secondly, very quickly also, can you say whether or not there are thousands or tens of thousands of Russian troops that have come into Ukraine, that the new troops that have just been brought in as conscripts? The Russians have said 82,000 are in, and defense officials have been saying they've only seen small numbers. I'm trying to figure out which is accurate. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Lita, for the questions. Few things to unpack there. So first, in terms of the training, when on your question with training on the NASAMS, there is a training program with this system, and once it has been completed, the system will be ready for delivery to Ukraine, and we anticipate that that training program will conclude soon. For operational security, I'm not going to be able to provide more details on that, but for when the NASAMS are delivered in country, I would refer you to our Ukrainian partners to make that announcement. And on your second question on the troop numbers that has been reported of Russian troops coming into Ukraine, I've seen the open source reporting. I have nothing more to add at this time. It's something that we continue to monitor and assess the situation on the ground, but I have nothing to add to those reports at this time. I'm going to turn it over to the room. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Sabrina. I have two questions for you.
Sure.
The first one is the Nuclear Posture Review notes that as directed by the fiscal year 2022 NDAA, DoD will commission an independent review of the safety, security, and reliability of U.S. nuclear weapons, NC3, and integrated tactical warning and attack assessment systems. What's the status of that review? Has it kicked off yet? And is there anything you can share about when it might be anticipated to be completed?
Sure. So I don't have a status update or an actual date of to announce on when the review will be completed. I'd be happy to keep you updated on that. For more information on the NPR, that is available now. I think the Secretary laid out the strategy that's been put forward in the review, which is to continue to deter any country, any nation from using nuclear weapons, and of course reassuring our allies and partners that we continue to work with them if any deterrents were to fail.
And then how concerned is Secretary Austin with the current state of NC3 specifically and how modern NC3 systems are operating?
I have not been able to have an opportunity to discuss that with him. I would happily take that question and get back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. One question on Japan. There are some reports that Japan is in talks with the United States to procure Tomahawk cruise missiles. Does the Pentagon support Japan's such procurement to help Japan to strengthen its self-defense capability?
Sure. So as a matter of policy, as you probably know, I'm not going to be able to comment on any potential arms sales or transfers before they are formally notified to Congress. But look, for 70 years, we've had a very strong relationship with Japan. It's a relationship that has served as the cornerstone of peace and stability and freedom in the Indo-Pacific region. And we're going to continue to work with Japan when it comes to addressing our regional and global objectives. But for any other information when it comes to sales, I would refer you to the State Department. Yeah. Yes, Sylvie.
Yes, thank you. To go back to the package, new package of aid to Ukraine, the 4 satellite communication antennas, are they Starlink or another company, and how were they?
Sure.
Okay.
So these are SATCOM antennas that are coming off of our shelves. These are not Starlink antennas. These just to level set here, these SATCOM antennas are going to provide additional communications capabilities to the Ukrainians at a critical time, but are separate from what Starlink provides.
Okay. And what about the RAM system? Is it something that they required?
Again, these packages are worked out with our Ukrainian partners, and so this is something that certainly we have discussed with them, and they feel that will make an impact on the battlefield. Some of the equipment and systems that are mentioned are, having everyday impacts that we're seeing on the battlefield, and that's why we are providing more, for example, more ammunition when it comes to the HIMARS systems. And so these are something that we are seeing the Ukrainians employ successfully on the battlefield every day. I'm going to go back to the phones really quickly, and then I can come back into the room. Sang-Min Lee, RFA.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. I have 2 questions about North Korea. Yesterday, North Korea launched another short-range ballistic missile. So I want to know if you have any comment on that. And second question is about the nuclear posture review was released yesterday regarding the North Korea. So that NPR mentioned that any nuclear attack by North Korea against United States or its ally and partner is unacceptable and will result in the end of the regime. And there is no scenario in which the Kim regime could employ nuclear weapon and survive. Can you elaborate on this part?
Sure. So I'll take your first question first, and then I'll come back to the NPR. So we can confirm that North Korea did launch 2 ballistic missiles. Just to give you a little bit more detail, the launches were from the central part of the country. We believe early in the day, October 28th, so late in our day on the 27th. These missiles landed in the vicinity of Alsam Island. And we have assessed that these launches, this event does not pose any immediate threat to U.S. personnel or our allies. And again, we have and we continue to do, we are going to continue working closely with our partners and allies in the region. But the actions that the DPRK has taken, again, further destabilize the region, and our commitments to the Republic of Korea and Japan remain ironclad. In terms of the NPR and what was released yesterday, and I think I remember most of your question, look, we released the nuclear posture review because we believe that a nuclear weapon should never be used. And part of this review is to ensure that we are deterring other nations from using nuclear weapons. Our goal is to see a full denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. That is something that our partners and allies want. That is something we want. And so the actions that that DPRK continues to take further destabilize the region, but also further commit and strengthen our relationship to the Republic of Korea and Japan. I'm going to go to our next question on the phone. Idris, Reuters.
Hey, 2 quick questions. Firstly, has Secretary Austin reached out to Defense Minister Shoigu at any point since Sunday? And secondly, is it your understanding that the Russian Grom exercises are now over, at least the missile launch part of it?
Thanks, Idris. So in terms of any calls or any outreach, I have nothing for you to preview at this time. If there is another call, I'd be happy to relay that when that, if that does happen. And in terms of the exercises, Russia's strategic nuclear exercises, as far as we are aware and as what we are monitoring is that they are ongoing. We won't speculate on future actions, but we are continuing to closely monitor this exercise as it continues, most likely into the weekend. I'll take another one from the phone, and then I'll come back into the room. Laura Sagelman, Politico.
Hi, Sabrina. Thanks for doing this. I wanted to follow up on Sylvie's question about the aid package and the communications antenna. Is this the first time you're sending antenna that is not supporting Starlink? Can you just clear that up?
This is the first time that we are sending 4 SATCOM antennas. Now, antennas can work with different types of satellites, so it's not just that they could work with Starlink. These just help improve communications capabilities on the battlefield.
So can you tell us a little bit more about that? Why are you sending these now for the first time, and what will that support? How will that help Ukraine in this stage of the fight?
Well, look, I mean, we're seeing Ukrainian infrastructure and electrical grids being targeted by the Russians, and these antennas provide an additional capability on the ground at a critical time when Ukraine's infrastructure is being hit. They're not. These SATCOMs are not intended to serve as a substitute for a service like Starlink. They help increase communication efforts on the battlefield. Follow up, or did I think I answered. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you mentioned, or it had been previously mentioned, that Spain was going to be delivering the Hawks air defense systems. The U.S. obviously has plenty of those systems, and it was mentioned also that there's going to be training conducted on the systems. Is the U.S. supporting in that training, and is there any possibility on the U.S. in a future PDA, I guess, delivering those systems to Ukraine?
Well, as you know, I wouldn't speculate on upcoming packages, nor would I get ahead of our the leadership on their decisions. But look, I mean, Spain is providing the Hawk air defense systems. I'm not going to comment on the training there, but you know, as you have seen from the beginning, we have provided air defense systems to the Ukrainians in some of our very first packages. We provided 1,400 Stingers at the very beginning. We've committed to providing 8 NASAMs. And as Sylvie had asked in one of her questions, 2 we anticipate will be there next month, and training should be concluding soon, so the Ukrainians will be able to operate those NASAM systems. But just to broaden it out, this is not just a U.S. effort. We have our partners and allies, like you mentioned, Spain, but Germany has committed also to providing an IRST system. And that's, you know, that is the point of these contact groups. It is to work with our partners and allies around the world to ensure Ukraine has what it needs on the battlefield day to day. And that's why we're extremely pleased that our partners and allies have been donating these systems to Ukraine.
Ukraine is still being hit by missiles and drones. Would you appreciate if more partners and allies were able to commit more to them, to this effort?
I mean, we are in constant contact with our partners and allies. You just saw this week, the Secretary spoke with his Canadian counterpart, and part of, I mean, and we're just coming off of the most recent Ukraine contact group. We are constantly working with our allies to see what else can be provided. But this is an open communication, open dialogue. We know that countries are doing what they can, and we're very grateful for it. Yeah. Anyone else in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm late. If somebody asks this question, I apologize.
That's all right.
As you know, New York State Supreme Court slammed or rejected New York City's mandate for the COVID-19. Does that have any implications here in the DOD, and is that going to cause a more examination of the DOD's COVID mandate? Is it still the policy now?
It is still the policy now. We encourage all service members to get the vaccine. Look, I mean, we require all service members to get the vaccine. I'm not going to comment on any ongoing litigation. I'm sorry if I'm not just not going to go any further on that front. But yes, we do require our service members to get the vaccine. And as of right now, I have nothing new to announce in terms of if that policy is changing. But right now, it's not. I'll go back to the phone, and then I'll come into the room for any other additional questions. Jeff Selden, VOA.
Thanks very much for doing this. 3 quick questions, hopefully. First, New York Times is reporting that Somalia is asking the U.S. to loosen restrictions on airstrikes against al-Shabaab. Can you talk at all about what the Pentagon's thinking is regarding this request, and also what the latest assessment is regarding how strong al-Shabaab remains or its capabilities in Somalia? Second, curious if there's any updates on what role the Wagner Group or other paramilitaries are playing right now in Russia's war in Ukraine, especially as more regular troops, according to Russia, are being sent to the front. And then finally, the Pentagon NSC has said repeatedly now that the U.S. is not seeing any signs that Putin or Russia have made a decision to use nuclear weapons or a dirty bomb, or that there have been any preparations for Russia to do that. If that's the case, what does the Pentagon think is the reason that Putin and other Russian officials keep making these empty threats? What is Russia trying to gain from this?
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the questions, and hopefully I will not forget any. I wrote your 3 down. In terms of what is Putin and Russia thinking, you would have to ask them. I can't speak to that. I can't get into the mind of what President Putin is thinking, but I will say that the rhetoric that is coming out of Russia, and not just from Vladimir Putin, but from others, is incredibly dangerous. It is destabilizing. It is not something that we would expect from a nuclear power, some of the language that is being used. And that is why we are certainly urging de-escalation when it comes to not just this language, but also just what we're seeing in Ukraine. I guess I'll work slightly backwards here. In terms of your question, I think it was on Wagner and movements within Ukraine. I've seen the open source reporting that you're referring to. I certainly don't have anything to add to that at this time, but if we do, I will let you know. And then on Somalia. So we will not speak to internal policy discussions. Our AFRICOM and this department here is continually evaluating the situation on the ground in Somalia. We work closely with our partners there on the ground on how we can both be effective at defeating al-Shabaab, and we're working to continuing having an open dialogue with them on how to improve operations. But in terms of any recommendations that the command has on the execution of our mission in Somalia, I don't have anything else to preview at this time. I will take another question from the phone, and then I will come back into the room. Roxana, Bloomberg.
Hi. Thank you for doing this. Just a really quick question on the ammunition, the 155 millimeters. Are those Excalibur?
Thanks for the question. I'm not going to have more to provide on that at this time. I just would direct you to what you should actually be getting, hopefully a press release in your inbox. I know you can't see the slide on the board here, but I just have no other details to provide at this time.
Thanks.
Great. I'll take one more from the phone, then I'll come back in the room. Heather, USNI.
Thanks so much. I was just wondering if in conversations with Ukraine about what the United States can provide, has there been any concern about the lack of maritime equipment? I noticed that where we've talked recently that there's been Caliber cruise missiles coming from ships, and I was just wondering if there's been any U.S. response to providing equipment to take down some of those ships or prevent some of those cruise missiles from hitting civilian targets.
Thanks, Heather. As you know, and as you saw this week, the Secretary was in touch with his counterpart, Minister Reznikov. we are in constant contact with what Ukrainians need on the battlefield, as you can see from this package today. I don't have any further updates on any other capabilities that we're providing on the maritime front. Okay, I'll come back in the room. Yeah.
I just have 2 questions on the package.
Sure.
For the 1,300 anti-armor systems, are those Javelins or those something else? Is there any?
Yes, let me give you some more detail on that. So the anti-armor systems, they're shoulder-launched, multi-purpose assault weapons and AT-4s.
And then on the Starlink, you said it's not intended as or the antennas are not intended as a substitute for Starlink.
Right.
Is there any connection between the recent uncertainty about Starlink and the provision of these antennas at this time? Is it kind of an augmentation in light of uncertainty related to Starlink, or is there no link there at all?
No, there's not. This is something, we're seeing critical infrastructure in Ukraine being hit. And while the Ukrainians do have access to the Starlink capabilities, having additional SATCOM capabilities on the ground is certainly helpful for them. It provides for better just general command and control on the ground. And so, but no, nothing to do in terms of access to Starlink. Mo, did you have a question? Yeah. I'll come back.
So the governor of New York has mobilized the National Guard to help with asylum seekers who have been arriving to shelters in and around New York City. I was wondering if you could tell us if you had any more information about how many Guard have actually been requested, what they'll be doing, what shelters they've been placed at. And then additionally, have there been any additional requests put in this week or requested this week?
Thanks for the question. I don't have more information on that at this time. I'd be happy to look into that, but I would actually direct you to the National Guard for those numbers. And I'm sorry, did you have another follow-up? Okay, you're good. Okay, yes.
My question is about NPR and China.
Sure.
NPR released yesterday mentioned that the U.S. has made greater progress about the dialogue and crisis management with China. But China, as a reaction to NPR, they accused that the U.S. uses nuclear weapons for geopolitical goals, and it's against the expectation of preventing nuclear war. So how do you react to Chinese?
Sure. Our goal, using a nuclear weapon is never our goal. Our goal is to deter. And that's of course laid out in the NDS. But one of the things that's also laid out is, and that the Secretary spoke more about, is deterring strategic attacks on the United States, our allies, and our partners, deterring aggression, and being prepared to prevail in conflict if necessary. Look, we don't seek conflict with China. We can be competitors, but we also know that China remains our pacing challenge, and so we are going to continue to make sure that we are responsible in how we use our weapons and our capabilities. But our main goal here is to deter.
Do you have expectation that the U.S. can resume the dialogue with China about crisis management?
We always would like to maintain an open dialogue. That's something that you've seen the Secretary do before, and so I would certainly say that we welcome an open communication dialogue with China.
All right, we are currently listening into an update from the Pentagon. We have here Deputy Defense Department Press Secretary Sabrina Singh briefing reporters on international affairs. The time here, 12:02. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
We got a report for like, we didn't have study for 6 hours or so.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday afternoon. The time right now on the East Coast is just a little bit after 12 in the afternoon, and it's 9:05 on the West Coast. Well, we are following a number of top stories, including the latest on the break-in in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home. According to their spokesman, her husband, Paul Pelosi, was violently attacked. We will have more on that top story a little later. Meantime, we want to bring you remarks from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just moments ago from Florida.
And then Johnny will talk about what they're doing here with Bass Pro and the fishing resort. But first, I mean, I think if you just look at what's gone on with the state of Florida, we have the second lowest unemployment rate in the history of Florida that's ever been recorded, 2.5%. Last month, we added more than 47,000 jobs, private sector jobs. Second quarter of this year, we had the second highest GDP growth of any state in the country. This year for tourism, we're already up to 33.7 million visitors for this. Oh, for the second quarter, we had 33.7 million visitors, and that's 2 million higher than 2019, which was the last pre-COVID year. We're also number one for new business investment with 2.7 million in new investment coming to Florida every hour. Closest state to us is Texas with 700,000 in new investments every hour, and we've led the country since I've been governor in new business formations outright. You know, California has almost twice the number of people we do, and yet we have far more new business formations in the state of Florida than they do, and that would not have happened. You know, I was summer of 2020. You know, everyone was, you know, the COVID, all this stuff. I got a letter from every Democrat member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Florida saying that having businesses open was reckless and that you needed to lock down Florida. You needed to have everybody, they wanted them to shelter in place. They wanted mandates. They wanted all these different things. And so, you know, I get this letter and I'm looking at it, and the media was hysterical and everybody's attacking me, whatnot, you know, but I got the letter, you know, I reviewed the letter. I thought about all the millions of people that those policies would have plunged into turmoil. And so I took that letter, I crumpled up the letter, and I threw it in the trash can. And the reality is we've been able to outpace the nation because we have been a free and open state when many of the other states around this country were not. We had kids in school when many of the other places in this country did not. And the results, the economic results speak for themselves, but then the academic performance. They just came out last Monday with the nation's report card. It's the only testing that is done in all 50 states, and they do state by state, fourth grade, eighth grade. Fourth grade reading and fourth grade math, we were number 3 and 4 in the nation, respectively, for those two subjects. And if you adjust for demographics, we're number 1 in the country in both fourth grade reading and fourth grade math under those tests. You look at some of the other states, large states that treated the kids much differently than we did, much, you know, obviously treated them very poorly. You know, they're like 35th, 36th, 37th in the nation now in those things. And so it was really important to make sure that we had kids in school. Also just important for families because parents work and they do all this other stuff. So we're proud to have been able to do that. And we're proud that because we've done all that stuff, you know, our kids perform better than these other states. Our economy is performing better than many of these other states. We have the biggest budget surplus in the history of the state of Florida by far. I mean, not even close in terms of the previous budget surplus. We're also working on, you know, we have the number one, I think, economic issue for the country, you know, is this inflation. And that was a result of Washington overspending, printing too much money, borrowing, and reducing our ability to produce our own domestic energy. You know, it's a policy-driven situation that we see where this inflation was created by a lot of bad policies. Well, we don't control the Fed or Congress's purse strings here in Florida, but we can do things to try to help folks. So we are going to, in the next legislative session, we're going to be the biggest tax relief for people that we've ever had. We're going to do a 50% reduction in tolls for all of our commuters statewide, for all tolls we're going to do. We're going to do no tax on basically on raising kids. So no tax on diapers, on baby clothes, on wipes, on strollers, on cribs. And that's going to be permanent. You know, we have a 5, a 4, and a 2-year-old, and you know, our 2-year-old is kind of getting beyond that. So my wife said that we would have saved a little bit of money if you'd have done this the first year. But I told her we didn't have Bidenflation my first year either, so, you know, it is what it is. But so we are proud about doing that. And we're also, because we want it to be family friendly, no tax on pet food, too. We're going to put the pets in there. So, yeah, we're excited. So that's just us trying to see, you know, how can we help the situation as you see. Look, if I could wave a magic wand and change our energy policy, I would do it. If I could wave a magic wand and change some of the inflationary policies, I would do it. That's going to require a little bit more lift, I think. And maybe this election will change some of the stuff in the Congress in terms of who's going up there, and maybe we'll see some changes there. But in the meantime, we want to be helpful. So one of the things that we've been able to do, because the economy's done well here, because we have record budget surplus, we have been able to invest in a lot of infrastructure, targeted infrastructure. So we do a major thing anyways every year, but then communities with our Job Growth Grant Fund can apply to get grants to help with different things. So we've been able to help a lot of communities across the state of Florida do things that will lay a foundation for more economic growth, or do workforce training to help critical industries. And we've done a whole host of stuff. And so today we are doing another award that the city of Marathon requested. So we're doing $1.3 million for infrastructure improvements here in Marathon. And that is going to do, this will allow the city to do the following things. Widen US 1, of course, the main road through Marathon, also known as Overseas Highway. Add a turn lane at the intersection of US 1 and Banana Boulevard. Yes, that's good. Yeah. And add utility infrastructure along US 1, including nearly a mile of new sewer lines, increasing the wastewater capacity for the entire system on Marathon. And so we think this will bring, this foundation will help create probably about 500 new jobs, economic impact of over $3 million. And when this is finished, the area will be ready for new business growth that will create even more jobs for the city of Marathon. Now, one of the things that, you know, we're proud to have done, because you see what a beautiful area we have here. You see how much fishing and being outdoors and boating is so important to the state of Florida, but particularly for people that live in the Florida Keys. And we came in and said that we wanted to really, really focus on improving all of those things with respect to Everglades restoration, water coming to Florida Bay, blue-green algae, you name it. And we've put our money where our mouth is. We've made huge improvements. $1.1 billion in water quality improvements since I've been governor. $1.1 billion for the Resilient Florida program, and $1.7 billion for Everglades restoration projects. And so that's. You have more water that's going from Lake Okeechobee south through the Everglades and into Florida Bay than has ever happened in a long time. The water is now improved in Florida Bay as a result of it, because that's the way nature would have the water go. And, you know, man has made different decisions throughout Florida's history. So we're trying to kind of restore what God created for us here. And I think it's going to be continue to be good. So we're going to do more on that as we go forward here. But this is really important, because we understand that people will come from all over the world to want to fish in the state of Florida, but particularly to fish in the Florida Keys. And we realize how special that is, and we want to continue to have that and attract people. And you know, Bass Pro we're the #1 state for Bass Pro shops because obviously, of course, because you go in every area, they So, Bass Pro has owned and operated the iconic Worldwide Sportsman since 1997 in Isla Mirada. With our investments in infrastructure and the environment, Bass Pro founder and CEO Johnny Morris will be able to bring an exciting world-class fishing resort right here to Marathon. And this new expansion will bring jobs, restaurant, entertainment. And we're happy to be here with him today, and he's going to come up in 1 second and say a little bit what he's got in store for this great area right here. But I'm excited to be able to make an impact. We've got an awful lot of great things going on in this state, and we're going to continue to make sure that we keep the state free, we keep the state prosperous, and that everybody has a chance to succeed. So, Johnny, if you want to come up here and talk about what you got up your sleeve.
Thank you, Governor. Does anybody here like to fish and live by the sea, by the beautiful sea? What a beautiful day it is. It's an honor to get to be here with all of you, and it's something we've been looking forward to. Just to welcome everybody here to Valhalla Island. Governor, thank you very much for being here today, but far beyond that, we're just proud of all you're doing to stand up for some of the things you're talking about, the environment, the water, the future of fishing. We have one thing we're excited about is being a part of this community. I come from as far away from the ocean as you can get in Springfield, Missouri. I remember years ago coming down with my dad in high school to Bud and Mary's Marina, and a guy, one of our guides, Sonny Esslinger, he had a fly rod in his boat. My dad and I fished for perch and smallmouth bass. I said, "What are you doing with that?" He said, "Johnny, we could catch a tarpon." So we went out, and my parents, they ended up getting a place over in Key Colony Beach on 7th Street, and it's just happy memories. And so today I just, we welcome the neighbors here, especially I see Eric Eichenberg from the Everglades Foundation. We welcome the fishing community because Bass Pro, we are fishing, fishing, fishing. And there's a couple other neighbors I want to salute today, and that's Chuck Keene and Maria Scheisler. You guys stand up. They've lived here on this property 21 years. 21 years they've been here. And Duke and Cheryl, our neighbors, thank you for being here today and being great neighbors. Just Governor DeSantis, again, I'll try to speed up a little bit, but couldn't come here today and not at the beginning say thank you. I've got a sister that lives over by Fort Myers, and we got our store there, and your efforts to make resources available and getting gear to get things back to normal, that's awesome, and we appreciate it. And I don't know if everybody here realizes, but Governor has been a steadfast supporter of conservation in a common sense sort of way. And I don't know if everybody realizes, but he helped support and just signed the largest conservation budget in the state of Florida for conservation. And it's important to all of us. Anyway, we come here today. This isn't just an overnight thing. It isn't just about something to make money as a resort developer. This project is something has a lot to do with passion. We've owned part of this island for going back over 30 years. And the Keys is a treasure. This piece of land is a treasure. And we want to treat it that way and keep it that way. And have a place where people can come and enjoy fishing, enjoy the nature, and kids learn more about this beautiful environment and how to take care of it. And that's our goal. This old building behind us here, first time I came out here many years ago, there was an old guy at Commander Hall, and I came out here with my dad and a fishing buddy. We were looking around. There was a lot for sale, and we were driving back by an old guy that lived in there, Walt Hall, Commander Hall. He comes out, I can't use the exact adjectives he did, but he said, "You boys," and he used other terms beside boys, but he said, "You fellas better never come on this island again if you don't come in here and have a cold beer with Commander Hall." And that was his brewery there. But he was but I want to take just a minute and ask Bob Zemer and Tim Mahoney to share just I want to give some of my time for them to share in more detail some of the plans we have for this. But we put together a team to try to do this right by the environment, by nature, and one of our goals is to really support and be involved with the fishing community here and all the guides, and they're going to tell you more about it, but thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Johnny had referenced that we love to fish. We have a passion for the outdoors and connecting people to outdoor experiences, and that is true. What I want to point out just real quick, and hopefully it's okay with Johnny, but under Johnny's leadership, conservation is at the heart of who we are as a company. And this morning, drinking a cup of coffee, watching the sun come up, and just reflecting about the special place where most of you, all of you live, the Florida Keys. And just thinking about the productive waters and what's in those waters. John referenced the tarpon, the manatee. You look up in the sky and osprey, and the list goes on and on. What we have right here is very special. But there are challenges out there. And our company, we focus every day to create partnerships that help us move the needle on some of the largest challenges facing our nation. On any given year, we're working with over 60 national conservation organizations to help move things forward. And we're here in Florida, and it goes without a doubt that we have an unwavering commitment to this state, the fishing capital of our nation, and really the world. But when you think about Florida and building on the governor's comments, we've been investing significantly for decades, whether it's north of Lake Okeechobee, working on the private lands, the water quality issues, down through Lake Okeechobee, through the Florida Everglades, Florida Bay, whether it's habitat restoration, water quality issues, we continue to be there with you to make sure that those resources are managed appropriately today and into the future. When we think about conservation and what we're doing here, Tim Mahoney is going to briefly just high-level some bullet points, but what I'm going to tell you from the conservation side, we're setting the bar high. And in fact, this is going to be the leading model for sustainability and conservation efforts when you think about a nature resort. We are creating a new bar for others to reach, and we think that's the appropriate thing to do, the right thing to do. From the conservation side, visitors that come here, we're going to work to showcase the Keys and your amazing natural resources that you have, but we're also going to find ways to focus and connect them with the out of doors, all in an effort to increase their understanding about what's here, why it's important, and to help them understand, a citizen of this great country, their stewardship responsibilities as we move forward. I'm going to close before I turn it over to Tim, and I just want to give a shout out. John gave a shout out to Eric Eichenberg, the CEO, Florida Everglades. Eric, thanks for being here. Thanks for what you continue to do. Know we value your partnership. Others that could not make it today, we have a long-standing relationship with Bonefish Tarpon Trust, the National Audubon Society, the list goes on. I mentioned those two just because I'm humbled. Recently, they gave John their highest honor. Bonefish Tarpon Trust recognized John for decades of commitment, put him into their what they call Circle of Honor. Hopefully it's okay I'm mentioning this, John. And National Audubon. Over 130 years, he was the 58th person to receive their highest honor, the Medal of National Audubon Medal. Also, the state of Florida has been incredible to work with from day one. Prior to day one here, we've been working with Florida Wildlife Commission, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, South Florida Water Management District, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the City of Marathon, and the list goes on. And we just say thank you for helping us dream big, setting the bar high, and moving this exciting project forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim Mahoney.
All right, an update there from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on a number of topics. Now, before we go to break, we just want to bring you a live now look outside the home of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. That's where her husband, Paul Pelosi, was attacked. We will have the latest on that after the break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. We want to bring you the latest on what happened at Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home. Her husband was attacked. We want to show you a Live Now look outside of the home. You can see there is still police yellow caution tape outside as they are investigating. Now, here is what we know so far. Her husband, Paul Pelosi, was violently assaulted. That's according to their spokesperson. This was after a break-in at their San Francisco home. Paul Pelosi, who is 82 years old, was taken to the hospital and is expected to make a full recovery, again, according to the spokesperson. Now, the suspect, who has not been named at this time, is in custody, and a motive right now is unclear. Now, Nancy Pelosi was not at the home at the time when the incident took place on Friday morning. Now, according to the spokesperson, the speaker and her family are grateful to first responders and the medical professionals involved and request privacy at this time. Now, two people told the Associated Press that the attacker had specifically targeted the home. Now, the suspect used a hammer to get inside, and it is unclear if it was used to attack Mr. Pelosi. So a very scary situation there. Of course, we will continue to follow the latest, and we are expecting an update from authorities to provide more details. This is supposed to happen in about 30 minutes. Of course, we will bring you that live here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, New York City Mayor Adams held an update just moments ago regarding social services in the city of New York. We want to go ahead and bring you his remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. And, you know, New York City is a feisty place. We have a lot of energy around those things that matter to us and things that are important. And we learned on this administration that because people critique, they're not critiquing it from a bad place, they're critiquing it from their heart to make sure things are done right. I just want to take my hat off to our nonprofits. I remember the day that Commissioner Castro and our team met the buses at the Port Authority after they were told in their first steps in America that they were not welcome. I remember the family stepping off the bus and seeing the mayor of the most important city in America standing there saying, "You are welcome." No matter how much it was challenging, no matter what we had to go through, we were going to be there for these families because we see in our families, these families. Not one child slept on the streets of the city of New York because we did not provide them the care that they deserve. Not one child. Not only did we fulfill our legal responsibility, we fulfilled our moral responsibility. We seamlessly transferred children into schools in the Department of Education. I was so moved by the number of principals that went beyond their academic responsibility to give these young people everything that they needed. We ensured in our welcome centers that we had health services, clothing, diapers and Pampers, and other hygiene products. We went beyond what was required by law and fulfilled what was required morally to do in this city. And because of that, we set a clear pathway of what is expected on a national level. 2 weeks ago, we spoke to our city and our country. We clearly explained the circumstances we were under, what we had done, what we were doing currently, what we needed help to continue, and what we needed from our national government. And the government, Washington, D.C., responded. And now we see a decompression strategy, and we see a method of being as compassionate as we should as a country. There's a reason that Lady Liberty sits outside of New York City's harbor. This is the place that we ensure we live up to the expectations of what it is to be an American citizen, or a country that welcomes those who are fleeing prosecution and persecution. This family stated their child was in danger in Venezuela. That danger that they face there is something they're not facing here. And as it was shared with me, their beautiful daughter learned English at such an accelerated pace that she's now translating for her mom and dad. If that's not an American story, you tell me what is an American story. Sophia is going to look back on these days when she grows up. She's going to reflect on these moments. She's going to be standing right at a podium like this, I'm sure, and be like Commissioner Castro and told as he left Mexico to come here. She's going to look back and think about the compassion that she was shown by this city. All of us may have transitioned out of our positions in government, but this is a moment that we can reflect on. This administration has had to navigate so many crises, from COVID to monkeypox, to polio, to crime, to housing, to our subway system. But we stayed true to the principles that we believed in. We led with our hearts. We knew what we were obligated to do, and we reached across the partnerships of the people you see behind us. Our nonprofits played such a crucial role to fill in the gaps where government just was not able to do. It was those partnerships that Reverend Cabrera and Morose getting countless number of supplies and materials and food and support. Our food pantries pushed to the maximum were able to continue to provide food to those New Yorkers who were in need and our new brothers and sisters who came here. It was a combined effort. And some would emphasize on those small areas that we saw different. I emphasized on the areas that we were united around. We were united around providing the care that the people who arrived here in this country deserve. And we should be pleased for that. We should be celebrating the spirit of what it is to be a New Yorker. And it's far from over. There are many challenges we're still facing. We're still calling the national government to have a real immigration policy and a bipartisan partnership to accomplish that. We still believe we need to lean into ensuring that those who are here are allowed to work. And we are thinking creatively that we're starting training right now to make sure that the family members can get the training they need. So even if the 6 months come about, that they would be ready to go into some form of employment. Ronald is going through a program right now, learning constructions, so that he can be employable as immediately after the 6 months are over, or if something happens before that. We have a city where we need so many employees. Why not match these men and women who are willing to work and be part of the American dream to be employed in the city that we are looking forward to new employees? I'm excited about this moment. I am optimistic about this moment because of the people who stand behind me and the people who stand beside me. These are New Yorkers that happen to be in government, but they're New Yorkers. Their stories are real. They know what the dedication and commitment calls for as we deal with these challenges that we are facing. We wanted to take a moment and pause through this journey to say thank you. Thank you to the people who provided the shelter and care that lived up to what is on our Statue of Liberty. Give us your tithes. Give us those who are fleeing places where persecution exists. This is the home where we embrace them. So again, to all of you, I thank you so much for what you have done and what you will continue to do. Lift us up in prayer, those of you who are clergy, and let's continue to forge ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Eric Adams there making remarks on social services in the city of New York. Now we want to take you to Arizona.
Thank you.
Senator Mark Kelly voting early here in the state of Arizona. You can see him there. This happened just moments ago. Also there is Katie Hobbs. She is running to be the next Democratic governor of the state. And this comes after she had a break-in at her campaign office just a few days ago. We want to go ahead and bring you remarks from both of them here on Live Now from Fox.
And I know you're here because you know what's at stake in this election. You know how important the 2022 election is. And even though some folks still want to keep talking about 2020, we know that this election is even more important. It really might be the most important election in Arizona history. And to be clear, 2020 was really important. We saw the foundation of our democracy face the most serious challenge of our lifetime. There were false accusations of fraud in our elections, questions about the leaders in charge of them. Those accusations and questions led to threats against election workers, threats against me and my family. I had armed protesters outside of my house. But as Secretary of State, I had a job to do, and we made sure that we conducted the safest and most secure election in Arizona history with record-breaking turnout. And when people like my opponent, Terry Lake, tried to challenge those results and showed that they would do anything they could to overturn the will of the voters, we fought back and protected the will of the voters in Arizona. I went to the legislature because as a social worker, I got frustrated wanting to help fix the problems that caused people to end up in the situations that I was seeing them in. And I didn't see our elected leaders doing anything about it. And so that's why I ran for office. When I got to the legislature, I got to work working across the aisle to get things done. I worked with Republicans and Democrats to expand healthcare to Arizonans, 500,000 Arizonans. I worked across the aisle to find new ways to tackle our state's growing opioid epidemic. And I worked with the Republican governor to end the backlog of untested rape kits in the state and put sexual assault offenders in jail. And that's exactly the kind of leadership that I'll bring to the governor's office. Real solutions, not finger pointing or conspiracy theories, but bringing people together to solve our most urgent problems. This race for governor is not about Democrats or Republicans. It is about sanity versus chaos. And the question really is, do we want to elect a governor whose entire platform boils down to being a sore loser, or a governor who's going to get the job done for Arizona? We can win this race. We're going to win this race. But it's going to be tight. And so I'm really grateful for all of you being out here. You know what's at stake. You're voting. Thank you so much. It's going to take all of us getting out there, making sure that we're having those tough conversations with friends and family so they know what's at stake too and that they're not sitting on the sidelines. This is a tough fight, and I'm not afraid of a tough fight. I'm battle tested, and I'm the candidate in the race who's won statewide. In fact, I have not ever lost an election, and I certainly don't intend to start now because there is too much on the line. So thank you for everything you're doing, and make sure no one sits on the sidelines this election. I'm looking forward to winning alongside of you in November. And now please help me welcome Tulsa Mayor Juan Rodriguez.
So I got some good news. I'm not as important as some of the folks up here. So I kind of measure the character of a person a little bit different. I was elected 2 years ago, and I received phone calls from from senators' offices and from House of Representatives. I'm going to tell you, most of those phone calls were in the form of an assistant. Nothing against assistants. Senator Kelly has awesome assistants, but my first phone call from his office was Senator Kelly on my cell phone. And so to me, that matters. I mean, somebody who cares enough to make that individual contact, build that relationship, truly serve the people that he says he's going to serve, whether it's Tolleson, the Union Elementary School District, Pendergast, Littleton, every here, the entire West Valley. It's critical that we have people that are willing to hear us and are willing to be a part of us. So Senator Kelly could have been anywhere today, but you know what? He chose to be here with us. And so for that, Mr. Kelly, Senator Kelly, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Katie. Great to be here with everybody. How many people have voted already?
Yeah!
All right. How many people are going to vote here in the next like 30 minutes? Right over there.
Yep.
All right. A couple of you. All right. It's so important. We got like 10 days. 10 days? 10 days to go? Yeah, 10 days, but I served in the Navy, so this would actually be like 8 days. Because you don't count today, you don't count the day the ship pulls in. So it's like 8 days to go. So let's work really hard to get the vote out. If anybody in here is a volunteer who knocks on doors and makes phone calls, thank you so much for doing that. That's a big part about winning an election. And this election's really important. Now, I didn't come to this job you know, kind of naturally. It wasn't something I thought about, you know, my entire life growing up, thinking about one day I'd be in the United States Senate. And I spent 25 years in the Navy. 15 years at NASA. I was a combat pilot flying combat missions over Iraq and Kuwait. I was a test pilot in the Navy. 1996, I became an astronaut. Between my first and second space flight, I met this state senator from Arizona. That's why I'm here. The Gabby Giffords. And you know, sometimes I think to myself, if I was the person who would have been injured, would Gabby have become an astronaut? Now she says yes, but I'm not so sure about that. But in 2020, so 2 years ago, you guys sent me to the United States Senate to cut through the red tape and just get some stuff done. And we've gotten a lot done. Working across the aisle, bipartisan legislation to fix our roads, our bridges, our ports of entry, our water infrastructure. Now, I'd really like to get I-10 widened.
Yes!
That's part of the road stuff I want to see done. Because today I sat there for about 45 minutes and like at a standstill. And there's no way around the accident. So we're going to get that fixed. But we're also going to upgrade these ports of entry, which is really critical to the economy here in Arizona and in the Southwest. And we're going to fix our water infrastructure. And it's going to help us, you know, get by with less water. This drought we've been in, it's going on for 20 years. It's the worst drought this region has seen in over 1,000 years. But we're going to work through this. I added about $8 billion to the bipartisan infrastructure bill and another $4 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act to deal with the water crisis here in the Southwest. So. And then the semiconductor legislation, my legislation, bipartisan, to bring semiconductor manufacturing back to the United States, but better than that, right here to the state of Arizona. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of really good paying jobs that do not require a 4-year degree. We passed veterans health care expansion, largest in decades. We got veterans here? Any veterans? Yeah. We got some veterans here. Thank you. You know, elections are about choices. And I think the choice in this election is very clear, up and down the ballot. You know, my opponent, Katie's opponent, the race for Secretary of State, Attorney General. It's all very clear. The big difference between all of us and the folks on the other side of the ticket. You know, in my case, you know, my opponent, like Katie's opponent, also peddles in conspiracy theories and lies. Questioned the 2020 election. Then he stopped doing it for a while. Now, because of a phone call from somebody, he's back at it again. You know, questioning what happened because his guy didn't win. That's dangerous to our democracy. I'm very concerned that between 2022 and 2024, especially if we have certain people in certain offices, our democracy, the wheels could come off. So, you know, folks, you got to stop this. I mean, it is not healthy. You know, I'll accept the outcome of this election, you know, regardless of who wins. You know why? Because we do elections well here in Arizona. I think Katie knows that.
Yeah.
Our Republican governor, Doug Ducey, knows that.
But Kelly is going to win, just to be clear.
This election has been certified by both Democrats and Republicans, the 2020 election. And then beyond that, my opponent, how many seniors we have here? You got seniors? My opponent has said that he wants to privatize Social Security. He has said on a debate stage that he wants private accounts. He has said that he wants to cut the knot. I don't even know what that means. But it doesn't sound good. On other issues that I really care about, I have 2 daughters and a granddaughter who now have fewer rights than my mom or my grandmother did. On their own health care, on the issue of abortion. My opponent has called abortion demonic, a religious sacrifice. He says he wants to punish the doctors. He says he wants a national abortion ban that's so strict that even in the case of when a woman is raped, that she will not get to make this decision herself. He thinks he knows better than women and doctors about abortion. He thinks he should make this choice for women in Arizona. And I just don't get that. On the issue of our military, we talked about the veterans here. My opponent, Blake Masters, has some, I'd have to say, pretty insulting things to say about the United States military. The best, most professional, most capable military in the world, and my opponent says the U.S. military is totally incompetent. Now, these are dangerous beliefs. Whether it's my race to be re-elected to the United States Senate, which, by the way, has been the honor of my life as a public servant, to serve all of you in the United States Senate, or Katie's race, or the Secretary of State race, or the Attorney General. The choice is really clear. And we've got to make this choice in 10 days. So please, you wouldn't be here if you weren't voting. But what I want to ask all of you to do is find 5 people that you don't think are going to vote. It might be hard to get them to show up and vote, and talk to them. Just tell them about how important this is for our democracy. When more people vote, regardless of who they're voting for, when more people vote, we have a stronger democracy. So thank you for being out here, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so Senator Mark Kelly, Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, making remarks there from that early voting event in Arizona. Meantime, we are expecting an update from San Francisco police regarding the break-in that occurred at Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home. According to a spokesperson, her husband was violently attacked. Now, Speaker Pelosi was not inside the home at the time. This update is expected to start in about 10 minutes or so. We're keeping a close eye on it because we do want to bring you those remarks live once it begins. We're going to take a short break here. We'll have more top stories after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Happening right now in Georgia. U.S. Senator from Georgia, Raphael Warnock, having a rally right now. He is making remarks. We want to go ahead and bring that to you live here on Live Now from Fox.
You look the part, right? They said, no, we want to take a picture with the senator. That warms my heart because this is for them. This is for them. And it's a special thing for the people of your state to say, when we think about our families, when we think about our children, and when we think about our grandmothers and our grandfathers who have worked and have toiled in the heat of the day and now they're in the evening of their lifetime, when we think about all of those things, we want you to represent us in office, in the Senate. That's a sacred trust. It's something that I take very seriously, and I'm honored to do it. Here's the thing, you don't really know for sure that you want a job until you're actually doing that job. I mean, follow with me. Think about your own life. Raise your hand if you don't mind admitting that there was a time, maybe not now, there was a time, be careful if your boss is around, there was a time when you thought you really wanted a job and you did everything to get that job, and once you got that job, you wanted to tell them what they could do with that job. You don't really know for sure that you want a job until you're actually in the job. I want you to know that with all the craziness that goes on in Washington, D.C., and with all of the messiness of politics, and the frustrations and the gridlock, and the ways in which you have to endure unfair attacks, and the ways in which people will broadside you with things that are absolutely a lie. Even with all of that, Dalton, Georgia, I want you to know that I absolutely love this job, and I'm honored to represent you in the United States Senate, and I'm looking forward to doing it for 6 more years. One of the things I've learned from being a pastor is that you can't lead the people unless you love the people. And you can't really love the people unless you know the people. And the way to know the people is spend some time with the people. Treat the needs of the people as holy. And so that's why when I got elected to the Senate, I didn't forget about the folks who hired me in the first place. I didn't forget about the struggles of ordinary people. That's why one of the first things I did was to pass the single largest tax cut for middle and working class families in American history, the expanded child tax credit. That's why I wrote a provision that was included in the Inflation Reduction Act that caps the cost of insulin for folks on Medicare to no more than $35 of out-of-pocket cost per month. We live in a state where 11% of the adults have diabetes. We live in a country where $1 out of $4 is spent on people with diabetes. But I know this up front. I know it personally as a pastor because I've been there. I've seen the struggles that folk have. And so the other night, I don't know if you heard it, the other night when we were on the debate stage and I talked about the fact that I had capped the cost of insulin. Do you remember what my opponent said? He said, well, people just need to eat right. And he's running for the United States Senate. Why doesn't he know that you can eat right and still have diabetes? Why doesn't he know that? You can't lead the people unless you love the people. You can't love the people unless you know the people. And the way to know the people, you got to spend some time with the people. Why don't he know that there are children who have diabetes? Why don't he know that there's type 1 and there's type 2? And besides, insulin is a 100-year-old drug. That's how long it's been around, 100 years. The patent was sold for $1. So no matter how you got the diabetes, that doesn't explain why greedy pharmaceutical companies are price gouging the insulin. I passed a law to hold the pharmaceutical companies accountable. He wants to blame you. Now, I'm a pastor. I've been telling my members for years, you know, to embrace healthy living. That's not rocket science. He wasn't revealing anything to me. I've been telling my members for years to eat right and exercise, take good care of yourself. But we're talking about price gouging of a drug that people need. People should eat right, but look, maybe he should run for dietitian. I'm running for United States Senate. And then, no, it's an important point I'm making. When I said the other night that Georgia needs to expand Medicaid, that I've been fighting to expand Medicaid for years. We're one of 12 states that refuses to expand Medicaid. And I want you to be clear, because sometimes those of us who are in office ought to slow down and explain things to people. Don't assume that folks know all the details. After all, you're busy doing your jobs. When we say expand Medicaid, we're not talking about some new program. We're talking about the Affordable Care Act, which has been the law of the land for 10 years. And so Georgia's refusal to expand Medicaid, that doesn't get you a rebate in your federal taxes. You're paying the same taxes as the folk in states where they have expanded Medicaid. You just get to subsidize health care in their state while our hospitals are closing. Does that make sense to you? So I've been trying to get Georgia to expand Medicaid. We've had 10 hospitals to close in 10 years. All of them were in the rural areas, by the way. And then a couple months ago, we heard the news that the Atlanta Medical Center, right down the street from my church, where I visit my members, is about to close. And when I pointed that out, my opponent said that if you are able-bodied and you have a job, he said, you have health care. Why doesn't he know that when we talk about the 600,000 people who are in the health coverage gap, we're mainly talking about the working poor? That's what we're talking about. People who are extremely poor have Medicaid. The rest of us have private insurance. The people who are in the gap, they're often the folk who work every single day. Matter of fact, during the midst of the pandemic, all of a sudden, we gave them a new name. We started to recognize how important they were. All of a sudden, everybody was calling them what? Essential workers. Well, if people are essential workers, pay them an essential wage and give them essential benefits and give them essential health care. The truth is, he really hasn't spent his life being much bothered by these things. It's obvious. He hasn't spent much time thinking about these issues. I've been focused on these issues long before I ran for office. I believe that health care is a human right. And I believe it is certainly something the wealthiest nation on the planet can provide for its citizens. I got arrested fighting for Medicaid expansion. First in the governor's office, where I was conducting a sit-in and holding a sign with one of Dr. King's quotes that said, "Of all the injustices, inequality in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane." And they took me to jail that day. I didn't mind. It seemed like a small price to pay for such an important issue. And if you're the pastor of Martin Luther King Jr.'s church, you can't be afraid to get arrested every now and then. It's an occupational hazard. For a good reason, for a good reason. Good trouble. And then in 2017, when they were passing their own $2 trillion package. See, you got to be careful when politicians throw around these words. Listening to them, you would think they never passed a $2 trillion package. They passed one in 2017, but theirs was focused on giving a tax cut to the richest of the richest of the rich, while taking resources from those who are struggling. They were cutting the children's health care program. And they were giving a tax cut to the wealthiest. And I went to the United States Capitol as they were passing their $2 trillion package, not as a candidate. I wasn't running for office, but as a pastor. Because I preach every Sunday in honor of one who spent much of his ministry healing the sick. Even those with pre-existing conditions. That's what blind Bartimaeus had, a pre-existing condition. That's what the 10 lepers had. They had a pre-existing condition. The woman with the continual bleeding, she had a pre-existing condition. And I preach in honor of one who healed the sick. And so I went to the United States Capitol and I said that a budget is not just a fiscal document, it's a moral document. Show me a nation's budget and I'll show you who matters to that nation, who they think is important and who they think is dispensable. And if this budget were an EKG, it would suggest that America has a heart problem. And the Capitol Police came as we were singing and praying in the rotunda of the Capitol, and they said, "Preachers, I understand, but look, you can't sing and pray in the rotunda of the Capitol." And I thought to myself, somebody needs to sing and pray. Somebody needs to bring attention to the moral issue here. And they said, if you don't disperse, we'll give you 3 warnings, and after that, we'll have to arrest you. What they didn't know is that I had already been arrested. My mind and imagination had been arrested by this idea that we can do better than this. My mind and imagination had been arrested by this idea that health care is a human right and that we can provide health care to all of our citizens. They listened to my speech, and then they took me to central booking. I didn't mind. They were doing their job and I was doing mine. But because of what you did in 2020, nowadays I pass through that rotunda on my way to my office where I write health care bills. Where I stand up for workers because I believe that those who work deserve a livable wage. They ought to be able to share in the prosperity that they provide for others. On my way to my office, where I stand up for immigrants, because ours is a nation of immigrants, and it's past time we pass comprehensive immigration reform, and I won't rest until we get it done. I stand with the dreamers. After all, Jesus was a dreamer. Martin Luther King Jr. was a dreamer. I stand with the dreamers. I know that our nation is great, not in spite of our diversity, but because of our diversity. And so thank you for the high honor of representing you. Don't give in to the cynicism. Don't give in to the despair. Our best days are not behind us. Our best days are ahead of us. I believe that with all my heart. America is a great nation. Even with all of its flaws, every family has a complicated story. All families are dysfunctional. Listen to the pastor. All families are dysfunctional, but guess what? They're still your family. You can't get away from your family. Right? And I'm telling you, America is a great nation built on great ideals, and we don't always live up to those ideals, but we always have a path, and I'm a living witness to that. You're looking not just at a United States Senator, you're looking at a kid who grew up in public housing, one of 12 children in my family. I'm number 11, and the first college graduate. But now that kid who grew up in public housing sits in the United States Senate. Only in America is my story possible. And I want to make sure that that dream is within reach for all of our children. I know the difference that good federal public policy makes. I'm an alum of Head Start, that program that invests in the young children and their literacy and their growth. An Upward Bound federal program that put a kid in public housing on a college campus so I could imagine myself there. And then low interest student loans and Pell Grants. We got to make sure that our children have a path. And I'm committed to that. I'm as committed to it as I ever was. You can tell what somebody will do once they're in office based on what they were doing before they came to office. My work in the Senate is an extension of my lifelong commitment to the work of justice making in the world. And so tell all your friends that early voting is underway. Tell them we can't wait till November 8th. Tell them the issues are too urgent. The stakes are too high. And the differences between me and my opponent are way too wide to wait until November 8th. Now the folk who have to vote on election day, go and get them and make sure they vote, but don't you wait until election day. Anything can happen on a single day. You can have a family emergency. You might get sick. Don't wait until, there's too much at stake. The whole democracy itself. We can't wait till November 8th. It might rain on November 8th. Now that's not a reason not to vote, but the reason I say that is because I've been a pastor all these years. I know what happens on Sunday when it rains. You know? They might sing all the Jesus I surrender, but let it rain. The Baptists say, Rev, I've already been baptized. The Methodists say, I've already been sprinkled. So you vote early and get everybody in your corner to vote early. Tell them there's too much at stake. And we're going to win this election. I feel good. I'm in Dalton, Georgia. I'm I'm running for re-election not because I'm in love with politics, but because I'm in love with change. And the work of this office every now and then allows me to do something that is just amazing. Like confirm to the United States Supreme Court Ketanji Brown Jackson. If you hadn't stood up the way you stood up, she wouldn't be on the Supreme Court. I know you're frustrated like I am by what's coming out of this extreme activist Supreme Court. And that's why you got to turn out. Because my opponent says they didn't go far enough. He wants a nationwide ban on abortion. He said no exceptions. Rape, incest, the life of the mother. And so you got to have voices in the Congress that will protect basic rights. And I'm glad I was able to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court, and the day we confirmed her, it was such a momentous day that the whole Senate chamber was full. Let me tell you this, and I'm done. Let me tell you this as I close, and nobody believes a preacher when he says as I close. But the day we confirmed her to the Supreme Court, the whole chamber was full. And the Vice President of the United States was sitting in the chair. And my colleague, Senator Cory Booker, and I were standing near the Vice President, just having a chat, waiting on the vote to open. And as we were standing there just chatting and passing the time, she said, guys, you know, this is quite a moment. You ought to take a second, really, and why don't you write a letter to somebody who comes to your mind in this moment? Maybe some young person. Just as a way of marking this moment and inspiring them, why don't you write a letter? She suggested to us. And then she reached into her portfolio and gave each of us a sheet of paper. But it wasn't just any sheet of paper, it was the letterhead of the Vice President of the United States. And it didn't take me long to know who I should write that letter to, because I know I told you that 2 years into this job, I really do love this job. And 17 years into being the pastor of Ebenezer Church, where I still return every Sunday, I love being the pastor. The only thing I love, the only job that I love more than being senator and more than being pastor is dad to Chloe and Caleb. My two darling children. My daughter is 6. My son is almost 4. And they run my house. So when the Vice President gave me that letter, immediately I thought of them, but especially of my daughter. And I sat down and I wrote her a letter. And I said, Dear Chloe, today we confirm to the United States Supreme Court Ketanji Brown Jackson. In the long history of our nation, she is the first Supreme Court justice who looks like you, with hair like yours. While we were confirming her, a friend of mine, the Vice President, suggested that I write a letter. By the way, she's the first Vice President who looks like you. I write to say that in America, you can become and you can achieve anything you set your head and your heart to do. Love, Dad. That was my letter to my daughter, but I was thinking about all of our daughters. And I do mean all. And I was thinking about all of our sons, because each of us has a stake in a moment like that, because if there's a ceiling over any one of us, there's a ceiling on all of us. We're stronger when we stand together. And so I was so excited that I couldn't wait to share that letter with my daughter. I couldn't wait until I flew home to Atlanta. And so I just got on FaceTime and I said, Chloe, I want to read this letter to you. I got on FaceTime and I read it to her, poured my heart out. She listened. She was not impressed.
All right, Senator Raphael Warnock there at a rally in Georgia. You can see on the bottom of your screen, we are awaiting a press conference on the situation that happened at Nancy Pelosi's home where her husband was attacked. We are going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We will have more top stories after this. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Any moment now, we are expecting remarks and updates on what exactly happened during the break-in at the Pelosi home in San Francisco. As you might have heard, her husband, Paul Pelosi, was violently attacked. We are told a suspect broke in with a hammer. And again, according to a spokesperson, her husband was taken to the hospital, and that suspect is in custody. Now, once that update gets underway, we will bring you those remarks live. Now, in the meantime, we want to go back to Georgia, where Raphael Warnock was making remarks. Well, actually, it looks that he is done making those remarks. In the meantime, we want to take you to other news taking place around the country. The governor of New York made remarks earlier today. We want to take you to that update from Kathy Hochul.
Well, it's great to be back in the far walkways. I've been here many times, especially when our borough president was just a council member. And we learned how to be very good preachers on Sundays. So we've been out to this community many times, although I suspect Reverend Mullins would question that assessment. So I'm delighted to be in this church as well, a place of gathering, and we'll be talking about what this place has meant to all of us over this last decade. And I do want to give a special shout out to our current borough president, who's been a friend of mine for a very long time, and we've been to diners, we've walked the streets, we've really worked together to lift the people of this community up. So let's give a round of applause to our borough president, Donovan Richards. And our district attorney, Melinda Katz, has one of the toughest jobs. I think you probably thought borough president was tough, and the challenges that you face every day. We spent a lot of time together when you were borough president. Frequently you'd say, are you sure you're not running against me for borough president? You're spending so much time here in Queens, but no, you serve so honorably in a tough situation. So let's give another round of applause to our district attorney, Melinda Katz. I need great partners in Albany, and in your Assembly member, Cleo Anderson, I want to thank him for being such a powerful voice for the people you represent and all the work that you continue to do. Which side are you on? Where's Cleo? Well, he was just with me a few minutes ago, so I'm sure he'll be joining us momentarily. We just took a walk and met some of the downtown businesses, so we'll see him. And Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers, she made it here yet? Okay. Literally left them on the street. I guess we went a little faster than they did. And of course, we'll be hearing from Reverend Dr. Leslie Mullins, and I know the First Lady's here as well, so let's give them a round of applause. I also have the dream team. I said when I became governor a little over a year ago, I'm going to assemble the best and the brightest. And I've found that with our Commissioner, Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Jackie Bray, who's been through a lot with me. Our first week on the job together, dealing with Hurricane Ida and storms during the winter time and ice storms and power outages and all the things that come under the jurisdiction of being head of emergency services. Let's give a round of applause to Commissioner Jackie Bray. The GOSER Executive Director, Katie Brennan. You know a lot about this organization, Katie, and I want to thank you for all the work you've done tirelessly over many years to be part of building back a community that was just so battered by an unexpected storm, and I thank you for all the work you're doing and will continue to do. Also, our Commissioner of Environmental Conservation, I want to thank Basil Sagos for all the work he has done and will continue to do to build up the resiliency of our shoreline and everything we can do to make sure that we are prepared for Mother Nature and all that she brings to us. So we're here to talk about something, the word resiliency. It's resiliency of a coastline, it's the resiliency of our electric grid, it's the resiliency of buildings, but also, more importantly, it's about the resiliency of the human spirit. And that's what we saw on display. And that's why I took a little bit of extra time to walk the streets and talk to business owners and to ask them how they've dealt with that incredible experience of having to be the face of a community, the barber shop, the little diners and coffee shops. They were the gathering place at a time when people didn't even have power. You walked into those stops and you could find out how to get your cell phone charged. They were there when the community needed them. All these years, they're still there. And as someone who helped start a couple of small little businesses and a little bit beaten down downtowns where I come from, make sure we continue to support them. They are our lifeblood. They were there when we needed them most. So whatever you can do to support our local businesses and also, be there for them. But let's not forget the fact Hurricane Sandy meant that there were 60 families that lost a loved one. 10 years later, you wonder what that daughter, that husband, that spouse, son would have looked like, what they would have done. You never forget. You never forget the loss of a loved one, ever, especially under circumstances that were so wildly unpredictable. So they live on in our hearts and our memories, and we can never forget as we come together on this 10th anniversary to talk about what happened and where we've gone from there. There were real people's lives that were lost, and that is something we'll continue to talk about as we go forward. And also the bravery of the first responders and firefighters, and they put themselves on the line even when perhaps their own homes were on fire. I mean, remember the images? It was just so horrific. And they still didn't stay to protect their own home. They went out to protect others. And that is selflessness like we've never seen before. And I want to honor all of them as well, especially in Breezy Point, which was, the horrific fires there still seared in our minds. And their courage will never be forgotten. And this devastation of our state will never be forgotten. But what do you do with that? People lost everything. They lost loved ones. They lost friends. They lost homes. They lost family heirlooms. I mean, the baby pictures, the wedding picture. And the damage is over $60 billion. And estimated of $600 million in property loss, destroyed over 300,000 housing units. Can you imagine that just being gone almost instantaneously? I mean, we have a real housing crisis now. What would it be if we never lost 300,000 all in one swoop? It's extraordinary how we're still paying the price of that storm. 2 million utility companies lost their power, or their customers lost their power. Thousands of roads closed, shuttered. Mother Nature was absolutely fierce and unsparing. And I remember I was a member of Congress working with your representatives from here at the time. And I thought it was the time when our country would stand up just like we did after storms ravaged New Orleans, Katrina. But at the time, I was so, I would say, disgusted with the fact that our Congress wouldn't even give the money to help this community come back unless there was money found elsewhere in the budget. So I want you to know that. I was working to bring money here, even though I didn't even represent this area, because I knew how important it was. And to overcome that frustration, that sense that the other party couldn't even step up and help a community that was so desperate for help. So that is also a reflection that is still with me today. But Mother Nature, we saw the impact. We also saw what people have done, and that's why we're in this church today. We saw how God's people rose up all over this community to embrace each other and to take care of them and let them know they're going to be okay at a very real human level. That's why we're in this church. Reverend Dr. Leslie Mullings, I want to thank you on behalf of a grateful community a decade later.